yourself back then, and then things changed?
I wasn't, say, fine with myself, but there were major aspects of myself that didn't pain me anywhere near as much.
So you were more satisfied, but still had some of the, what is that word for it that you call it, that phobia?
Gender dysphoria.
Yeah. Well, Nadia, you constantly have people telling you that you look fine and that they're happy with who
you
are.
look awesome, Nadia. You look awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome isn't really the question.
I don't know how else to help you besides because I'm kind of limited in the resources I have currently and everything.
Well, there's not really much we can say, Chris. A lot of people think that Nadia is beautiful and tell her on a consistent basis, but she has to believe it. She has to believe it within herself.
Mm.
Were you interested in talking about the quantifying thing? I've come in a couple times with that title and subject in mind, but somehow it got turned into bad cops or bad people and having nothing to do with what you were going for.
The quantified self is an interesting little idea. Me.
Now, can you give a brief definition of what quantifying the self means?
Sure. It's like that, Wikipedia, and should we trig it? We have this here. Inputs in performance, self-monitoring, self-sensing, combines wearable, sensing, sensors and wearable computing, also known as life logging.
Okay. In short, quantified self is a self-knowledge through self-tracking with technology.
Yes. Apparently you can quantify babies or whatever.
Apparently you can quantify the what? I didn't get the last part.
Babies. And people from Pal Talk remember you.
Pal Talk, huh? Not really a fan of Pal Talk.
Why not?
Well, Nadia, I enjoy these type of rooms where people actually share different ideas with each other. In Pal Talk, someone gets on the mic, they talk like for 30 minutes, and people have to raise their hand like they're in a classroom or something. I don't know. It just seems kind of stupid.
Well, that's obviously why they left. possibly because of frustration. Possibly. That's just my own theory. Thanks for watching.
Oh, I've given it ample chances. I went into atheist rooms, God believer rooms, and it's the same in all the different rooms as people go on forever. It's just like, damn, stop.
Oh yeah, here are my ideas. Oh yeah, here are my ideas. Oh yeah. Stuff like that, basically.
Oh no.
No, I was talking to Brett.
What kind of technology you guys using to quantify yourself?
Pretty low technology nowadays. I'm pretty much only using normal things like tape measures and scales and typing it into computers myself. If I can, I don't know, get more access to technology to do it, I'll be doing that. But for now, it's low tech.
Like with all the knowledge you have now, smart you are with math and stuff. Like what? Like I still am baffled. Like why can't you get a job like as an accountant or something like that? You know. Like really.
By and large, the answer to why haven't I gotten some particular job is they won't hire me.
But I still don't understand why they like it doesn't make any sense. But that's our system for you.
They do what for me?
No, I said that's our system for you. Like it's just like there are people who try and like put like effort into like making programs to help people, but then like we have these other people who want to shut those programs down, like either privatize them or freaking have them just like gone altogether. Which I think is the same thing as what I stated originally from these people. These sort of people like to cut funding for a program because like they claim it's taking too much money and that it's just like unnecessary. And then as a result, people's lives are fucked up because they kind of depend on that service.
Yeah, well. That sure is.
I'm all quantified out now, Nadia. Anything else on your mind?
Well, in general, yes.
To steal a safe or not to steal a safe? That is the $3,000 question, isn't it?
Are you thinking about burglarizing somebody, Chris?
No, I'm just saying something random, just something that is relevant in like the community, like a little Well, inside joke.
What's the? I got to know the inside of it in order to get the joke.
Well, I rather not say. Because I basically participated in the hangout yesterday, just like fucking with that person. It was funny. And we didn't even talk about the person all the while.
Well, the only thing I've heard in the community about anything having to do with a safe was some of the accusations flying at a guy named Z-Man.
Oh, isn't that a friend of yours?
It depends on what day of the week it is, if he's in the mood for me.
Like you're in a love-hate relationship or something like that. And I also liked it absolutely, even though I disagree with you on a lot of things. How you freaking trolled the hell out of G-Man in that one hangout. That was freaking hilarious. Just hilarious.
I personally like G-Man, but G-Man has this kind of Christian attitude that if you don't believe in certain things, then you shouldn't label yourself a Christian kind of thing. So he has kind of a pattern of tossing people out of Christianity, as where I'm a little bit more open-minded to people's views.
Fair enough. I personally, like, even if I was a Christian, I really wouldn't like G-Man because of his attitude and how he approaches things. Like, he will like liberally, no, liberal, not even liberally. He will blatantly accuse people of being things that they are not. Like, he'll accuse them of being a troll or a pedophile or whatever bullshit. And then when he is taken to task, when he's called on his bullshit, like he screams bloody murder and says, you're trolling me. You're making fun of me. You're trying to ruin my life." Like,
Yeah. I think this. There's been a couple people on the internet that I've actually been convinced that they were into child touching and all that. I called the police. I didn't spend a whole lot of time sitting there doing videos about it because that seems like that's a waste of time, and that totally defeats the purpose of getting the person consequences for what they're doing. If you think somebody's a criminal, you call the damn police. You know what I mean?
well, I'm not going to go into detail with like everything, like, because I think it's been basically bastardized to holy hell. Like, he kind of he's kind of been like the two assumptions right now are, well, I won't even say it on air because Naya wouldn't like that. I'm just
I think I can scientifically show that the waist to hip ratio need to be at or below is 0.8. And I am not at it now. Right now my waist is bigger than my hips. So I'm getting a lot of static.
Yeah, there's a lot of static going on there, Nadia. Kind of odd. We were going from robbing safes to child molestation to waste and parameter.
Yeah, I am trying to steer the subject away from where it was going.
Well, damn, Nadia, all you gotta do is just say so. Say, I don't want to talk about that topic. I'm like, all right, let's move on.
Yeah, that's okay. We can say it outright. And as far as quantifying self, one of the major performance measurements I can do is waist to hip ratio. 0.8 is what I need to be at or below.
Well, Nadia, I am going to think about what you just said and go have me a cigarette and absorb this bit of information I've been given. Be right back.
Oh, what a year it has been indeed.
I can show the scientific papers that actually say this. So it's well, very quantifiable. Forgot tape measure. Here. Well, 2 out of 3 places that are supposed to start up doing sex reassignment surgery in 2016 are in the Bronx. Montefiore and Bronx Lebanon. Obviously, second wish. But the Bronx. The third one is Brooklyn Mount Sinai.
Nadia, are you still alive? I just smoked one of my short cigarettes. It's too cold out there for a whole one, you know what I'm saying?
I was saying I can show you a scientific paper that shows you that my waist to hip ratio needs to be 0.8 or below.
Well, I don't know what to do to help you on your waist thing that you got there. It don't seem like there's anything wrong with it as far as I can perceive, but I was curious. I've been working on some new questions. Wanted to see if you were interested.
Let me screen share this shortly before you get started on that. The new questions are interesting, but I do have this message to get out first. Okay, so here we go. As we can see, at 0.8, 72% identify such as female, and just above that, 0.83 drops down to 44%. So that pretty much tells you the limit is 0.8%. And yeah, I've been a lot more interested in hip implants than I have in breast implants pretty much ever. Go ahead.
To be honest with you, this isn't really my field on the waist subject. I apologize. So, what are you trying to say? If a person has a certain waist size, that this somehow messes with their gender? I don't get it.
The hardwired animal instinct way of recognizing genders and such has to do with waist to hip ratios.
Well, there are a lot of people out there with different body figures. Doesn't really take away from who they are, though, right?
But I believe what you're saying is that it is more feminine to have wider hips than a wider waist.
It has what, and a lot of what?
It can't be heard again. It's just making it sound more simple. That it's more feminine to have wider hips than a wider waist. And that's why you want the hip implant.
So you can't be you
I'll
can't
maybe
be
that's
a
what
woman unless you have a bigger butt. Is that what we're saying? Hey, Rev, how you doing?
Happy
Yes.
New Year, Brett.
It's been kind of a hard year, though, hadn't it? We lost Lemmy. What the hell?
I fucking hear that, Brett. I hear that.
It's kind of rough sitting there having 2 months of sickness through Christmas and then hearing Lemmy went away. It was hard enough for me when Dio went away.
Who killed Lemmy?
Motorhead?
Oh, yeah, right. Apparently, some kind of legend. Somebody explained it to me.
Right, right. Well, Nadia, I tell you what, if you want to trade hips, we can. I've got a pretty big butt. You can have it. We'll just trade places. Sound good? Ready for some questions?
I'm ready.
Now, like I was saying earlier, I haven't been feeling too well, so I've had plenty of time on my hands to kind of develop some new questions, see what people think about them. Here's my new question. Can you explain how an unguided, non-rational, non-logical universe created the logical, rational mind and brain?
It didn't. We don't have logical, rational minds and brains.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say the same thing, Nadia.
So the atheists in the room feel that they don't have logical, rational minds or brains.
I'm not an
You don't
atheist.
either.
I'm not an atheist, but he's right.
All right, all right. Well, maybe you guys didn't hear my question fully. I could try repeating it. Okay, let me try it one more time for you.
I think it's totally weird to assume that the universe is intelligent.
Well, I didn't say that it was. I'm asking, can you explain how an unguided, non-rational, non-logical universe created the logical, rational mind and brain?
Yeah, but what you're doing basically is you're splitting things in dualities that don't exist. That I deny. I deny your entire premise.
Well, I know that the question sounds weird because it's directed at atheists, and the atheists usually have the worldview that the universe is unguided, that there is no being behind it. So that's why I use the sentence unguided, non-rational, non-logical universe created the logical, rational mind and brain that we allegedly have.
The universe just is. There's no being behind it.
All right. Well, that's a view, clearly. But the question is, why can you explain how an unguided, non-rational, non-logical universe create the logical, rational mind and brain?
Well, the universe doesn't create things. It isn't an intelligent entity. So, yeah, that's a ridiculous question.
Okay. So when Stephen Hawking says that through the singularity and expansion of space, this is how all creation came into being, he's just simply using the wrong words in his book.
No, it's your interpretation of it. You're interpreting creation as being an intelligent being creating things, but the universe isn't. It just exists. It's not intelligent.
Right. And you know this how?
Well, there's no evidence for it.
Okay. Well, there wasn't evidence for television sets 200 years ago either, but they are, so it is what it is.
I think the other thing is that it's purely it's bizarre to even suggest that it is intelligent. It's just a really bizarre notion, and the reason you believe that is because you believe in the unbelievable, like in gods and things like that. So, like, it doesn't even enter a mindset of rationality. It's just, you know, It's ridiculous.
Right. The idea of being open-minded to there being more than just us in the universe is irrational. I get you. I get you. But you still
I
haven't
don't think
answered
it's
my
about being
question.
open-minded. I think it's about, you know, your premise that there is a God is just false. There are
Well,
no
I
gods
think
or
that
afterlives.
you asserting, being that you've never even stepped on another planet or been outside the solar system, asserting there's no God just because you claim there's no evidence for you. That's
Well, neither of you.
absurd.
So you can't say the same. You can't prove you're God. So it's just it's a ridiculous conception, to be honest with you. I mean,
Right.
we all know that you know that the belief in the supernatural existed over thousands of years, and it's a big rolling in of all kinds of different beliefs. That have developed over the centuries, and we're actually past that now. We've evolved past that. There's not a great need for belief in the supernatural anymore.
Right. According to you, there's many scientists out there that still accept that there's a God. So, again, you still haven't answered the question, though.
Well, I don't really care whether there's scientists that believe anything.
Right. I don't
To
think
be
you care
honest with
about
you,
that.
I mean, you know, science doesn't underlie my non-belief in supernatural things.
Well, I listen to science, and I care very much about what scientists say. Usually, they can come up with a lot of things that contribute to the world, so I'm good on scientists. Sorry, you don't. All right, so Nadia, did you hear the question? You always have something interesting to say. As far as sitting here hearing people say they don't give a damn, that doesn't really help to answer it. You always seem motivated. I like that about you.
Oh, oh, sorry. Universe did not create rational minds or whatever. Go ahead.
You don't believe that the universe was involved or participated, whether unguided or not, in the creation of the mind and brain?
Oh, human minds and brains are not rational. Go ahead.
So you don't think that brains and minds are rational or logical?
Dude, you
Not
just look
human
at
minds
the
or
world.
brains. Go ahead.
I was just
I'm
gonna
sorry?
say, I was just gonna say, just look at the world around you. Do you think like that's logical? I mean, when you read the news, do you think that I mean, do you actually believe your behavior is rational and logical? I mean, yeah, it has like consequences that are favorable that you continue to do. But I wouldn't necessarily say that like it's logical in the sense that it's like superior to the opposite, right? That's I
Well,
mean that's
I'm not saying superior in some kind of way, but with the ability to actually think and reason. Just because some people out there make bad choices that lead to consequences doesn't mean there's no logic and rationality.
but there's a lot of evidence to show that like for example like free will is just an illusion, and like that whole concept is just an illusion.
All right, so humans are not logical or rational, and there's no free will. You're all predetermined to do whatever you do, whether it's bad or good or not.
Basically.
That's gracious. So you guys are telling me right now that you have no rationality or logic about you.
You're framing it
No,
in
it'd be
such a
some.
way that it makes the conclusion absurd, and that's the problem. It's just the words that you're using. It's the semantics that are incorrect. That's all.
Well, I'm asking you, if the universe is unguided, then can you explain how an unguided process creates a logical, rational mind?
Do you understand like language is a
Well,
human construct?
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think the
really
guidance matters that
listen.
much for creating such things, but at the same time, the kind of thing asked about was not, in fact, well, number one, created, and it did not give rise to such. Yeah. So, go ahead.
You believe that nature is an unguided process, but somehow the system created us, and through it is the reason why we are able to reason now, correct?
Well, like for example, like evolution is does not it's not chance. You know, evolution is not chance at all. But at the same time, it is based in chance, right? So to say that it's not guided, doesn't even make any sense.
I didn't say anything
Might as well
about
call this
chance.
the
I
planet of
said
the
an
dinosaurs.
unguided process.
They've been around for
A
300
higher.
million years.
Why do
And
you
yet
keep on
humans
putting
have been
words?
here,
Why do you
Homo
keep putting
sapiens
words in my mouth?
sapiens, for only 200,000 years. So, I mean, we are not the pinnacle of evolution, right?
I
That's
didn't say anything about pinnacles or chance or any of that. I'm asking for you to explain how an unguided process creates logic and rationality.
most humans are not rational.
Hey,
That's
well,
why we have a tool called science, because people make mistakes. They need to be checked. We need to test things in a lab. And as of right now, the universe isn't, conducive to life. Like only our planet. We have to send robots to other planets right now because we're just not made for. We evolved on this planet, and this is the only life that we know about. We just started
I'd also
looking.
like to welcome Joseph. I also like to welcome Joseph. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, the thing is according to science, there are zillions of planets out there. We don't know how many are conducive and how many are not. We just know the particular one we're sending remote control machines to has issue.
but like for
Can
example,
reach other solar systems, right? Like it's Voyager is like the farthest machine that's away from Earth right now, and it would take 45,000 years to hit the nearest star system, which is Proxima Centauri. And the thing is, it's not even going in that direction.
Right.
That's how feeble our tools are at this time. We've just started, right? There could be life on the moons in our solar system, but we haven't even been there to look yet. We're looking on Mars.
Were you involved in the space program to create these things?
No, but I do go to the channel and look at what they are putting up, and Mars did have water on it for millions of years. So life could have come about there and died off because the planet, it didn't have plate tectonics the way we did. The core cooled off faster than the Earth. The Earth still has heat, so we live on a live geological planet, where the other planets, like the one around Saturn, it has an atmosphere, it has pressure. If you were able to go there and just have a spacesuit on, you'd be able to breathe as long as you had oxygen, because it has an atmosphere and it's a moon. Now it's freezing cold, right? And there's methane lakes, but it's we don't know what's possible. We haven't been anywhere. The universe is so big that it's hard to even look at the things in our own solar system.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'm not trying to be cold or anything, but what people have been talking about so far has absolutely nothing to do with my question whatsoever. And I get it. It's not simple. It's not sweet and real cut and dry for folks. But I'm asking people to explain how an unguided process creates logic and rationality.
And I think lots of people have said to you that you're assuming that because you're assuming that an intelligent being creates life, and that's just not the case.
What I'm assuming, Rebecca, is that you either got cotton in your ears or you ain't even paying attention. I didn't say anything about assuming a God. I asked, how does an unguided process create or perform this function of creating rationality and logic in the first place? God wouldn't even mention except for by you.
Well, you're ascribing things like intelligence and
I can't hear you anymore. You just keep on filling my mouth with words I didn't even say. It's a question.
You're ascribing like rationality, like intelligence, and what have you, that are kind of human concepts to of biological organisms that we are, and you're saying, well, how can, it's like saying, how can a stone create whatever sound, or how can a stone create a human? And it just doesn't work like that. We have a vague idea as humans about how various life forms are created, and not all carbon-based life forms. There's some other different types of life forms that we're only just discovering, as in a human populace. But none of this actually proves the existence of an imaginary omnipotent being. And you might say, "Oh, you're putting words in my mouth," but actually, the where you're coming from is that the universe is somehow intelligent to make us intelligent, and that's just simply not the case.
And most mutations.
Well, you guys are telling me that you're not
Right,
even
right.
intelligent. So I can understand where
Like we have a lot of mistakes. You know, if the mutation is beneficial, it's passed along. We happen to be one of those creatures that some of the mutations are good, most of them are bad, right? You look at birth defects. I mean, it isn't steered by anything. It is a blind process, although I get what you're saying, because it's not completely blind, because if the mutations are not beneficial, then the life form dies off. And there were other upright walking apes when we were evolving, our ancestors, and they died out. We were the ones that were able to make tools, hunt, gather in groups, breed, take care of our sick, and pass along those genes.
All right. Well, Nadia, are you ready for another question? We seem to be just going into a loophole with this.
Well,
I don't even think people are even paying attention.
Well, I can
Right.
take a few shots. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Flo?
well, I think the
Yeah,
question
I'm
is,
listening. All I'm hearing is about monkeys and mutations. It has absolutely nothing to do with what the hell I'm talking about.
well, I think the question is kind of besides the point when it comes to explanations, because the problem with design inferences is that design inferences don't give any predictions at all. And the predictions that they do meet, the criteria that they do give are unmeetable by any designer that you can posit. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that there are any number of naturalistic explanations that are infinitely preferable because they do offer predictions. And so we could look at those evolutionary explanations which people have already offered. But I don't see why consciousness can't just be an emergent property of a contingent process. That doesn't seem to me to be implausible.
Or am I too quiet?
I don't know if it's being quiet, but your sound is distorted and difficult to understand.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why. Because I haven't done anything to this thing. But I'll try speaking slowly and a little louder. Maybe that will help. But Brett, when you say the universe has to be intelligent,
I didn't
logical,
say that at all.
at least logical,
Didn't say that either.
did you say it would have to be for logical and advanced creatures to develop?
This will be the fifth time. I'm asking people to explain from an atheist worldview a naturalistic explanation on how an unguided process creates logic and rationality.
That's besides the point from an atheistic worldview.
Well, I don't give a damn about your point. What I'm
It has nothing to do with a non-believer, right? And like I said before, it's not completely unguided.
It's not completely unguided, you say?
The beneficial mutations are passed along with mistakes, right? Like, there's a lot of kids out there that are born that are fucked up, right? Let's be real. Not all mutations are beneficial. Cancer is one of them.
All right. So if there's a problem with something, then it couldn't have been unguided, according to you.
Well, the thing is, Brett, is that in the future, for all we know, we could die off, and there's nothing we can do about it other than use science to try and help our species. We can get a mutation that's so bad for our species where we completely die off in the future.
That's
Okay, so
already
if I were to take an automobile that is clearly and obviously created and designed and had problems with it, therefore I can turn around and say, nope, couldn't have possibly had any intelligence behind it because it fell apart.
Yeah, I know that sometimes they use analogies like that, but biology is not a really good analogy when you're talking about things that we've built that are mechanical, although it is a good way of explaining to people, right? Biology is different. It's little tiny proteins that do the splitting and the putting the genome together again.
But also,
They're not lowering.
for some weird reason, we seem to assign gender to non-gendered items, or animals that have genders of their own. Like, if you watch little children, all cats are male. Sorry, all cats are female. All dogs are male. And teenage men. All cars are female. And still boats. But when you start talking about trucks, they're male. And bikes are female. So it's we subconsciously assign gender. We use biology very badly, really, in everyday life situations.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. So Nadia, are you ready for the second one?
I'm ready.
All right, wonderful. Always a pleasure to chat with you about this stuff. Do you believe that the cause of the universe is more powerful infinitely than the universe itself?
I think that question is nonsense.
I don't think it makes sense to speak of a cause for the universe. Go ahead.
You don't believe that there's a cause for the universe?
Causality implies spatio-temporal relationships. There are no spatio-temporal relationships prior to the universe. So to talk about there being a cause to the universe is nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Causes are, structures of the universe. The universe is kind of an object or relatum of the relation. Is something of a category error. Go ahead.
Category error. Stephen Hawking and Richard Dawkins says that there's a cause. They just don't know what that cause is.
Well, I don't mind admitting ignorance as to the cause, although I also don't see what the problem is in admitting that the summation of all contingent events is itself contingent, and so the universe has no cause. I don't see a problem in that. That seems possible. There's no logical flaw in that model.
Well, I'm asking you, do you believe that the cause of the universe is infinitely more powerful than the universe itself?
No. I don't know what that question means.
So you don't believe that there's any kind of mechanism, prime mover, anything that was involved? No. So you don't agree with Lawrence Krauss either?
No, I have no use for Lawrence Krauss.
So you guys don't even go with any of the atheist leaders or scientists out there. You just make it up as you go.
Science doesn't get a free pass, right? That's where people get it wrong. Like somehow it gets a free pass.
Well, atheism doesn't really have a pope, although I aspire to be atheism's transsexual empress. Go ahead.
You can't because you're an anarcho-communist. You're an anarcho-communist. You can't be an empress.
That's true too. That's true too.
Yeah,
Go on,
Caitlyn
Curtis.
Jenner, she already took over, but did you hear that she's thinking about going back to Bruce? I read that in a magazine recently, and you know those are always true.
I honestly don't care about what Bruce Jenner or Caitlyn Jenner does.
I just wanted to respond to not the whole anarcho-communist thing. You know, it's funny because like Napoleon, for example, like when he went to all his war campaigns, you know, he was trying to destroy the whole aristocratic system, but in the end, he basically became an emperor. So you know, I think when given the opportunity, everybody would become an emperor if they could choose it. But that's why I don't buy into communism.
That's a whole nother. Well, I would tend to disagree with you. I think once you abolish existing property relations, I think over time that kind of situation goes away. You still have bourgeois. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I know the theory. I think we talked about this before. I just don't buy that. I think that I don't think that even if that's the truth, for example, let's just grant you that that's true, that's been developed because of division of labor. Evolution has selected for these type of emotions that we have today. So now we have them because they've been selected for. So
I disagree with you on that.
Well, of course. I mean, how can you deny like evolution selecting certain people who would, like, for example, hoard more than somebody else?
Because anthropologically speaking, in prehistorical societies, that's not how they lived. That's just a story. That's fact. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm not pretending to be an historian, but what I'm trying to say is that, but you can infer from the fact that we are here now, and that we've had a system in place. Just like, for example, when it comes to like evolution didn't stop. Like it's still occurring.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I can grant that and say that's fine. Evolution's some kind of cause for this terrible tendency, and sure,
I wouldn't grant that at all.
Still terrible and should be fought. Well, I mean,
I don't see any reason.
It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference from where the terrible tendency arose.
I think it does make a difference.
Tendency is terrible. Sorry?
I think it does make a difference. I think it makes a huge difference, actually, because I think what it does is I think it takes bourgeois notions of human nature and it applies them across the entirety of human history. And I think that's a fetish, and I think that's wrong to do that. That's why I think it matters. So that opens up the can of worms of the human nature arguments against communism.
You're speaking as if human nature is good. I don't grant you that.
Well, I never said anything about human nature being good or bad. Those concepts don't have any kind of meaning for me.
Well, I just say that human nature is constructive.
Well, the notion of human nature is some way and human nature is bad. I don't think we're kind of really genuinely vulnerable to that kind of critique. I think that kind of idea ultimately falls to a sort of question of just because that is so doesn't mean it ought to be. The sort of is ought gap and all that. So.
In an instrumental sense, I would agree.
Okay.
Have you read Ayn Rand, by the way? Are you guys familiar with
Yes.
Ayn Rand? Okay.
Yes, I have read Ayn Rand.
That stuff is terrible.
I agree with you, Nadia. Most of it is, but there are some undertones that are probably I would say that are correct though. It is terrible. I grant you that, but I think there is some points that she was making that she's actually correct about.
Most of what I've read of her is her fiction. I haven't read that much of her actual nonfiction philosophical work, or the elaborations done by what's the guy's name, Leonard Penkoff or something, who like manages her deal.
Yeah, I don't think it's so remarkable for her to have been right about a few things. A stop clock is right twice a day.
But basically, what I got from her works, and I'm not well read. I mean, I don't care that much about her, so therefore I'm not well read in her. But from what I understood, it was the idea behind at least one of her books was that the money keeps because you know that the person next to you is going to try to trump you. Money keeps you safe, right? It keeps you. It allows you to protect yourself for whatever reason that you need to be protected for, and that was like the justification in money, right? Because people, if you don't have money, then you're going to be like susceptible to all kinds of horrible things, right? Rape, violence, abuse. So the money kind of acts as a barrier for that.
I think that's a fetish of money. And by fetish, I mean I think that imbues money with a kind of power that really it doesn't have. Money is just a cover for exploitation of labor. So same thing with commodity exchange. Commodity exchange is also a sort of fetishistic process. Which is why I'm opposed to markets.
I'm a little bit confused about how you use the word fetish. What does fetish mean to you?
Fetish is to imbue something with a power of which it does not itself possess. So, for example, a totem, you might say, or a magical charm, you would call that would be a fetishism. Say like a lucky rabbit's foot. Like every time I have this lucky rabbit foot, something good happens to me. Instead of that being, say, the product of your hard work or just pure circumstance, you attribute that power to the rabbit's foot. That's the way in which I'm using fetish. It's attributing to money or commodity exchange something with which it does not actually do. What it actually does is it masks real social material processes that are going on underneath the surface. They're still both real things, but they're just going on underneath the surface.
Well, listen, like the one problem that I have with the whole communist thing with like Marx is that he got most of his philosophical ideas from Hegel, and Hegel has been largely like trumped over. I mean, so
By who?
I don't want to say his name because I don't want to do ad nauseum, but Nadia knows who I'm talking about. Yeah. So I was trying to spare the room, but I just want to say like the reason the Schopenhauer's argument was that the reason his biggest criticisms towards Hegel was that history was not linear. It wasn't working towards some goal. That it was basically chaotic. It was non-linear.
Hegel granted that, though. Hegel granted that there was a historical uneven development in his philosophy of history. Marx grants the same exact thing.
Yeah, but I know because he copied from most of he just applied Hegel's philosophical argument to his material goods. But the thing about it is that what the difference is there's an idea that that there's some really goal that you guys are going to achieve. Whereas, like the other argument is that there is no goal, there is no end.
Well, actually, that's not true either. In Marx, revolution is not actually necessarily guaranteed. Right? There's a combination. There's a dialectic between human struggle, human class struggle, and also the development of the contradictions of the given mode of production. And so the given mode of production could go into crisis, but if there is no class struggle, there is no revolutionary tendency, then it could either collapse and develop into something else, or it could just not go, or the crisis could just resolve itself. For example, capitalism went into an extreme crisis in 2008, but it was solved, or not solved, but it slowly come out of that crisis without any major kind of change in capitalism itself. So I mean, I think the idea that Marx is a deterministic thinker and a linear thinker is not actually the case. I think that's a misreading of his work. Terry Eagleton actually has a really good book out where he goes into more depth about that. I suggest you take a look at it. I think you would enjoy it.
Yeah, I actually don't have any strong passion one way or the other. Because I understand like how harmful capitalism is. I mean, it's pretty obvious. So I don't really get butthurt about either side actually, but I'm just more cautious.
No, that's understandable.
Yeah, I mean, my only sort of quote-unquote disputes are, I don't know, I think relatively minor. I mean, strictly speaking, yeah, I don't think they're, so much, the kinds of things I don't think are not so much denied outright as underemphasized. Go ahead. I mean, for instance, in terms of the materialism, etc., being insufficient, the social structures and all that, as part of the quote-unquote less material are I mean, they're actually in there, but I mean they're kind of deemed the product of the material resources, where I think they have a bit more independence than that. Okay, it's something of a minor dispute or nit regarding the I don't know. I guess just whether it's the material resources or sort of source of all things, so to speak. And in terms of the sort of dialectic, etc., like it's a bit too binary. I think that there tend to be broader arrays of converging forces and all that. But I mean, that's not really so much denied outright. It's just not explicitly declared in the formulation. So.
Oh yeah, Nadia, how do you like my shirt?
Look who has the fetish. Thank you very much.
Maybe in the colloquial sense.
I just as like a safety measure, though, I wouldn't like if things ever get back. Like I'm totally like for freedom of speech, the ability to express your views. But my stance now is, you guys ever heard like the silent majority? I know that it's like religion, intonations to that, but I would say that it's probably very prudent to sometimes not express certain views when there's certain strife.
No, I understand exactly what you mean. I feel comfortable in this hangout expressing my political opinions, so I feel like I might as well go all out, wear the shirt.
Hello. Um, Joseph, did you hear? I guess the myths that I would pick with dialectical materials and such.
The nits that you would pick with dialectical materialism?
Yes.
No, I didn't hear that.
I thought it was something of more a matter of emphasis than things, say, posited outright. So I think,
Why?
what's that?
Why would you say that?
Well, because strictly speaking, the kinds of things I say are not necessarily accounted for in sort of a way are, well, they're actually there, but they're maybe less emphasized. So, oh, Felicia,
Yeah.
you have a dog
Hey,
barking.
sorry.
So first, the sort of quote unquote less material social cultural forces I think sort of have in some ways a life of their own as opposed to merely being the product of all the distributions of material resources. And okay, well that's it's there in a way, but it's not really given a whole lot of say emphasis and all that. Where I'd hold it up in some ways front and center. And of course, in terms of dialectic and such, I'd say there are more than say two forces converging at once on all these situations and things where that's granted, but it's perhaps not emphasized, and I'd hold it up again front and center as well. So those are the kinds of quote unquote disputes, so to speak, with dialectical materialism that I would have.
I would just, I can agree with you that sometimes there are more than two things that are going on, but broadly speaking, I think it works out. I don't want to use synthesis, antithesis, synthesis as a kind of cookie cutter mode of application, because in Marx's work particularly, there is no clean synthesis. There's always more contradiction. There's always more things to be worked out. There's always more issues that need to be addressed. And so I think if you abandon dialectical materialism, and if you abandon historical materialism, I think you're basically just reaching out into utopia like socialism, because you're no longer grounded in the changing material forces of nature and human production.
Well, I don't say to abandon per se.
Just
I would
give it less
say
emphasis.
to revise in some ways. I'm sorry?
So you would just give it less emphasis. If you don't reject it, then I'm not sure how it fits into your
I don't think it'd be a matter of
theorizing.
I don't think the matter of synthesis is the point that point there that I would be more, I'd say, is a need of revision as far as the application of the process. I'd say it's more a matter of accounting for broad arrays of factors. Go ahead.
Well, if anyone accounted for a broad range of factors, it's certainly dialectical materialists. I don't think you could accuse Engels, for example, of not knowing that there could be many factors in a given situation.
Yeah, like I said, it's a matter of sort of emphasis as opposed to doctrine outright.
Oh, okay. All right, I understand. My tennis shoe is coming apart.
Oh, and welcome, Ding. We're getting all communistic again. I think we're going on about dialectical materialism.
It's always good to get communistic.
Absolutely. More hammers, more sickles, fewer crosses. Go ahead.
True that.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
What do you think, Avon? More hammers, more sickles, fewer crosses?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to work in this country. I can only say that I live with people that are hard to live with.
Basically, Donald Trump's.
They're not bad people, right? They're just
Oh, well, I'm voting for Donald Trump. Easy.
Wait, what the? Are you serious?
I can't answer that question. I need to leave you wondering.
Okay. Reagan don't
I think the idea is to accelerate the coming of the capitalist crisis, right?
Exactly. I'm a dedicated accelerationist as well. So
It's all right. Donald Trump's a homosexual. He's just not come out yet.
I mean, they really think that a fucking wall is going to somehow save us. You know,
the wall of Trump.
I don't
yeah,
know.
the walls are thick
Right.
and big.
Hello, greetings, y'all. I'm having my rum.
Hi, Amon.
You can see my long hair now.
Oh,
See?
It's
How
beautiful.
long, people?
yes, it's very beautiful and emasculating. I am in awe by your.
And yet I'm cisgender, so there you go. You could have long. My hair is past my ass, and yet there you go. I don't drink, so yes, I'm getting toasted off one glass of rum.
It's fine. Don't worry. Your femininity's okay here.
Thank you, thank you. I always wondered why men had nipples.
Oh, well.
I'm going to bed. Night night, everyone.
All right, have a good night, Rebecca. Happy New Year. Okay, so where was it we were going?
Something about dialectical materialism, and then it kind of trailed off.
Yeah, I got some difficult news or whatever. Okay, someone just created a great deal of noise. Okay.
That was me. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Ding. Where do you stand on dialectical materialism?
This thing says absolutely nothing, so I'm going to assume it's kind of like a magic 8-ball that we're not going to get an answer.
Oh dear. Well. I thought I've heard Ding speak before, but in any event, so we can always take it to well, people are actually here. What do you say your dispute is with dialectical materialism again, Dionysus? Okay, we just lost most of our actual participants here.
It's a happy new year. Not yet, at least, but it will be.
Get my star
Oh,
cluster.
and welcome back, Ding.
It's a whole lot of material out in space. Nadia, I have no clue what you're talking about. You know I suck at philosophy.
Oh, it's a matter of Karl Marx.
Of course. I think that all the things that we're made of is made of material and the laws of nature. I don't think there's any deity or being controlling it.
Okay.
I think we can do better.
I think the question with dialectical materialism is, the sort of importance of, well, various material assets like, the metals and, lands and, well, actually crops or whatever. So. Ding! You're on mic.
I'm on mic. Can you hear me now? It's been telling
We hear
me
you now.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. I'm glad you can hear me. I couldn't do anything before, but oh, somebody's vacuuming up their room. I don't have much to say about dialectical materialism, frankly. So I guess I'll just listen for a while. I'll try to learn something.
You don't have anything to respond to regarding dialectical materialism? Oh dear. I mean, for instance, I don't know. Do you generally think, Karl Marx had economics, right, or whatever, or history, for that matter?
Do I think that Karl Marx had history and economics right?
Yeah.
No, I don't suppose I do think that. I don't see any reason to think that.
Ah, okay. What do you think Karl Marx is wrong about and all that?
Well, I don't know what he was right about.
Okay. Well,
Gotta go for a second.
okay. Sure. See some of the particular examples he gave. Okay. Dialectical materialism. Okay. Engel's dialectics. Where are some good examples?
Like, explain to me what you mean by like metals, land, and crops. You mean by mining?
The fact that sorry, what?
If you're talking about like mining metals from the earth, I find it atrocious that one person makes millions and billions of dollars and the rest of the people work by the hour. If I were to come across a big gold seam, I'd probably pay everyone equal, so everyone benefits from it, especially the people whose land that they more or less take, right? I think people have a right to food, housing, not, and I'm not talking like mansions and shit like that. Just basic necessities. I don't know if that stands in line with what Marx thought. I guess I have a weird stance, and I don't even know if it's right. I'm sort of a socialist. I think for take care of your people in the country and put regulations on the capitalists so they can't fuck over people. That'd be the easiest way to make a change, at least within the next couple generations.
All right, let's see if we can get this. Go to the preface and. There's some good examples, whatever. Yeah. preface doesn't seem to whatever.
I could say that the next generation is pretty messed up. My niece is I think 20 now, and what does she have to look forward to? Working at Walmart or some other place for, you know, next to nothing, no health benefits. She can't afford college.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she's way more educated than I ever was, you know, so I was a machinist, so I went to high school for a machine shop, and I was more or less working in 12th grade out on the work program, so that's what I became.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I can't tell you I'm living well. I had an accident, and once you get hurt in this country, you're more or less fucked. You live on the next to nil, so it's not fun. And yet I've been paying into the system since I was 15 years old. I had a job. I was doing surveying back then, land surveying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Using GPS and trigonometry and you know, different scales to measure different things, whatever the job called for. And that was through my stepfather. So, and he's more or less 70 years old, living in my sister's living room because he's homeless now. So that's what our country's become. If you get sick here, you're fucked. Don't you dare get sick
Oh, I
in
noticed
America.
that. Yeah. Oh, I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I watch your program quite often. So,
Mm-hmm.
and yet you worked most of your life too. So, you know how it is.
Bear with me. Origin of the family, whatever. High price profit. I've been steered to the wrong part of the archive here. My system is a little bit bogged down, so I'm not able to dig things up as fast as I can. Or okay, here we go. Yep. Oh, welcome, Hal. Trying to find various historical examples given in whatever kinds of works of Marx.
I discovered after the fact that somebody was talking about dialectical materialism. I'm still trying to figure that issue out. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, our conversation kind of died because our other Joseph, etc., dropped out.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm digging through the Grundrisse over here. Bear with me. It's only historical and transitory phenomenon. Okay. Oh, here we go. From Grundrisse, chapter 6. Okay, the Times of November 1857. Okay, speaking of West Indian plantation owner in, well, 1857. Not sure a great deal.
I'm stuck on the
Sorry,
idea.
go ahead.
I'm stuck on the idea of there being contradictions in the world. I don't know how to make sense of that.
Oh. Well, I don't think contradiction is meant in that sense. I think it's something of...
It is meant in that sense. Engels even provided examples of these contradictions.
Oh, really? Where?
In Anti-Düring.
Okay. I'll dig for that.
So he said there's a contradiction entailed by motion. It means the object is and isn't where it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading it, Nadia. I sort of
It's not
I
a very
do think
detailed
we need
example.
a restructuring of our political, economic, and social and religious, constructs. All of them. That doesn't mean that I would outlaw them. People would have the right to believe whatever the hell they want. just that the government would not enforce these things, right? I see us as one planet by looking at cosmology. When you look at the Earth, you see no national boundaries. We are one species, and this species at war with itself is doomed.
All right, where within anti-Turing again?
The what?
Just I was asking Hal.
I'll have to find
Where
it.
within anti-Turing? Yeah. Is
I'll have
this
to find it for you.
time and space or something? Okay. I bet it's cosmogony, physics, chemistry, whatever.
Reading material here.
Okay. Materialist before Turing spoke of matter and motion. Somebody's picking up like a TV or something? Oh, oh, welcome, Joseph, by the way. We're going over, I think, chapter 6 of anti-Turing regarding, what was it, the cosmogony, physics, and chemistry. So.
What about it? Was someone specifically bringing up chapter 6?
Yeah, it's basically that contradictions exist in the world.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'll have to find it for you later.
Go ahead.
My PDF reader didn't save my spot, and I don't feel like looking through all of it right now. But he gives specific examples, right? He says motion entails contradiction because it means the object is and isn't where it is. And he said there's contradictions in mathematics, like you can see two lines that curve towards each other, and if you imagine them being extended for an additional 6 inches, you would realize they intersect, but you can use math to show that you can extend these lines to infinity and they will never intersect. And also, you can show that using math, that a straight line is the same as a curved line.
Have you mentioned any of that to Rick yet?
He was very uninformative. He just said, I tend to disagree.
That is rather uninformative.
But I asked other people, and they just said they think that just means we can have different geometries rather than it being a contradiction.
That seems more of a contradiction than there just being different geometries. But yeah, dialectical materialism, I think, is foundational regardless. For historical materialism, also, I apologize for any loud noises. There's fireworks going off.
What time is it where you're located at? It's probably close to 12, right?
It's 11:03.
Oh, yeah, you can always tell when it's 12 o'clock, though. That's when they really start to rattle.
Okay, well, I would think that the idea of contradiction being cited is something different from, I don't know, an idea like of a mere oxymoron. Oh, and I get something coming from Hal's end too. But anyway. I mean, I'd say it represents more something like a situation where, you know, various tendencies are in some kind of tension, but or act in some kind of opposed ways, which, oh.
I'm confused. I thought that where I read it was right before the section on negation of negation, but now I'm not seeing it in that section I read in the text.
Oh, well, I found something, but maybe not quite far out enough in the chapter 6 on the, I guess, you know, physics and cosmogony and all that.
Leaving.
I'm sorry?
I have a bunch of people leaving. They had guests over.
Okay.
Yeah, we have an hour till the ball drops or whatever the fuck it is. I'm where you are, Naughty. I'm a little bit west of you.
Well, I'm not that far from Times Square.
Oh, really? I never went to Times
Square. What's that?
I never went to Times Square for New Year's. I always either went to a party or stayed at home. Usually a party, though.
I pasted part of the text from the section that I read. You should be able to search a bit of that text and find the section, because I had copied and pasted this to someone previously.
Straight lines and curves would be the same. Oh. Yeah, that's...
But I think it means a contradiction in the usual sense of the term.
Usual sense being oxymoron or whatever?
Yes. There's a logical system called dialectism where they reject the law of non-contradiction.
Okay.
Graham Priest wrote a book on this.
Yeah. I don't think the sense in which that's a contradiction might not be quite so much an oxymoron in a typical conception. And again, they may not be referring to the more advanced mathematical sense.
Hey, Nadia.
Oh.
Headless.
Welcome, Zito. And welcome back, Joseph. We're just covering the straight lines and curves. Maybe the same from, let's see, what section of anti-Turing again? Chapter 10. Or, no, wait. It's not chapter 10. Chapter 12. Or, yeah, 12. Okay. Hegel's doctrine of essence.
But Joseph, do you agree with me that Engels was talking about contradictions in the usual sense of the term?
Yeah, actually.
Yes, I do. I don't see any other way to interpret Engels. I don't think anyone else has ever interpreted Engels in any other way either. In the literature.
Yeah, I don't really understand that part of the view.
Well, it's
it's
fundamentally
okay. Say when someone
Hegelian.
has that lowered Hegel's doctrine of essence. Oh, sorry.
It's fundamentally Hegelian.
Yeah, I know.
So I mean, what about the contradictions in nature?
I just don't understand how a contradiction can be true.
Well, a contradiction in dialectical terms is true and untrue in a sense, because it's not.
I can rephrase it. I don't understand what it would mean for there to be a contradiction that upholds in the world.
Well, for Hegel, the dialectical system is that there is a piece that is true, but at the same time it's also untrue, because it's not the full thing, it's not the full truth, the full realization of its potentiality. And so...
Well, that just sounds like vagary of language. Like it's neither true or false that Bob is bald.
Well, it's kind of in a different sense. Like, it's... like... trying to think of a good example.
Or in a certain sense it's true, in a certain sense it's false, or whatever.
Yeah. So, I think Engels gives good examples, but for Hegel, I mean, certain stages of consciousness. So, the idea of the first stage of consciousness being immediacy, being that consciousness recognizes here and now, it recognizes now, but in the process of recognizing now, it also has to recognize certain other things like before and after and things like that. And so in a sense, its consciousness is true, but it's also false, because that's not the entire picture. Consciousness has to therefore transform itself. It has to synthesize itself into something further that accounts for the new information, and that itself is fraught with contradictions.
I understand how beliefs could be true or false, but I don't understand what it would mean for experience to be true or false.
Well, the experience of now is both true and false, because there's more to the experience than just the now, speaking in Hegelian terms. There's a whole host of other things that are associated with the experience. It's been a while since I've read Phenomenology of Spirit, but that's my basic understanding of it.
Well, Jack said he has a reading list that deals with dialectical materialism, so I'll try going through that.
Jack accepts dialectical materialism, right?
He doesn't understand what it even means.
Huh.
He's a transcendental idealist like me.
It's basically an inversion. It's basically if you invert but I would say it's basically if you invert Hegel's science of logic. But that would require reading the science of logic, and I don't want to do that.
Well, my understanding is that Hegel developed the dialectics and used an idealist foundation And
Yeah, because she did.
That was inverted and given a materialist foundation.
Mm-hmm. It's grounded in contradictions in nature rather than contradictions in the absolute.
Right.
I guess perhaps agree that the models like Aristotelian classical logic and such are only models and may not have, say, full adequacy for characterization of reality as it stands. On the other hand, I don't know that we can, really engage in the conventions of language, but with all that. I think in some respects it would demand the invention of different linguistic conventions. And is there, I don't know, any opinions on the extent to which basically Aristotelian classical logic is embedded within language? Is that an assumption?
Well, you have Aristotelian logic, right, where you have law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, and there's different logics than that. All the different logics except you have intuitionist logic where they deny the law of excluded middle, and then you have dialetheism that denies the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, well, a bunch of different logics, yeah. Okay, and all right, have a happy New Year, Ding. Say dialectism. I'm not sure that that's quite the totality of all the various alternative logics, but still.
Probably not, because they're just the ones I'm familiar with.
Yeah. Mm. Well, the truth evaluation itself is something of an interesting process. There's, I mean, the kind of truth evaluation you end up getting is, well, not necessarily like the binary of the classical logic and all that. Not even necessarily a real number. I mean, you can have something like a relation, or whatever it is, between confidence and probabilities and all that.
I guess Ludic left.
Oh, Ludic's still here. I think it was Ding and Amon-Ra who left. And Joseph.
I think what Hilbert did is show that actual infinities are unintuitive.
Oh, with the Hilbert Hotel?
Yeah.
Hilbert problem, I think, is something else.
But in set theory, infinite sets, stuff like addition and subtraction are undefined, just like dividing by 0 is undefined.
Yeah. Hilbert had 23 problems. So.
I'm going to head to bed.
Okay, have a good night.
Okay, see you.
Happy New Year. Well, I probably I'm in deep shape.
Why?
Oh, well, the backers who I guess made who kept things going and such for me. Appeared to have pulled out, so which I guess I knew would happen, but don't worry, be happy. Well,
Yeah, I saw you. I realized now when you turn your camera on, you've actually moved
I
from
didn't
your
ever
old
turn my
one.
camera off.
Well, no, I haven't been in some of the streams lately. So from the old place to where you are now, I realize you've moved. How is it there?
Well, the Bronx is different from Brooklyn, and it doesn't appear I'll be here long. I'll have to, I guess, apply to be admitted to a shelter and all that. So.
If you're in a shelter, will you still be able to do your streams? Your hangouts?
Probably not. No.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of attention, whatever these things attracted, and support as well. Well, a pretty good idea wasn't enough to keep me going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here the gas runs out. So.
Yeah.
Well, if I can't pay rent, I can't stay. Well, what these things are tanking anyway. I'm pretty much getting cut down by other people who are basically doing the same thing and don't actually have to rely on it to survive. So.
Yoda.
That?
Hmm?
Pride? I don't know. Would have had a lot more pride if I could have somehow gotten a grip on myself and been able to present myself as I should be. But no, I got nowhere near it. Well, what do you think the end or conclusion should be? Think anyone would bother showing up?
Keep trying.
Keep trying what?
I'm just saying is don't give up. Just keep going with it.
Doesn't matter if I give up. The ability to execute it will pretty much fall away or get cut out from under me. Whatever. Well, having pride in what I created doesn't really do a whole lot of good when I guess I'm waiting in a shelter, or waiting to get in a shelter in Allen Street. Yeah. I mean, it's good to have pride in all, but some kind of emotion doesn't really physically sustain you. Yeah, if I can stay in the area and such. Might be able to. I can hang on to an address or whatever. So, somebody's asking what the topic is, and I think it was dialectical materialism. People left in the midst of the discussion, that is. So they were not doing much besides mentioning the topic. I think New Year's Eve festivities are happening elsewhere. Yeah. All right. Have a happy New Year's Eve, Ludic. Carrie Fisher tells trolls to blow her. Okay. What do you know? There's
What was that about Carrie Fisher?
apparently she was getting trolled, and she told the trolls to blow her and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and idle Ludic. Yeah, no worries, Ludic. You've got sock accounts. Well, I think my New Year's resolution is going to I guess it's going to include trying to dig myself out of homelessness, which great list of 4 problems too big. Metrics for all minds or geodesics. Okay. See, the unresolved ones are Riemann hypothesis, solving quadratic forms with algebraic numerical groups, extend the Kronecker-Weber theorem on abelian extensions to the rational numbers to any base number field. Describe relative positions of ovals originating from a real algebraic curve. And this limits cycles of a polynomial vector field in the plane. Further development of calculus variations. Proof theory with power to prove that a given proof is the simplest possible. I don't know. I think I've got a couple of weeks where I can camp out, but prospects of landing a job or something and fast enough to actually get enough to pay him are pretty poor. Okay, so double checking. Oh, wait. See, old friend pinging me on Facebook.
I'm crashing here, Nadia. I'm going to drop out.
I'm sorry?
I'm crashing here. I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Not very
No,
exciting.
no. I've been up like since early this morning.
No worries.
All right.
Have a good night and Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Okay. Reiki. Welcome, Delirium. Bear with me. I'll check up on your profile. Do tell me in the side chat if I know you by another name. Oh, looks like welcome, Delirium, by the way. Oh, might be a good idea to. Might be a good idea to. I might care about something else or whatever. Oh, is that our own video or something else? Well, I can't look directly at the Hangout window all the time, so it would be much more helpful to speak on voice. Okay, so what are my grand ambitions, etc.? Yes, voice, weight, and housing. And I will basically no longer be a surgical candidate while homeless. So. And that's even if Medicaid insurance covers it.
So you still want to have surgery, huh? Surgery. This is a pretty weird area. Nadia, what are you doing?
What's that again?
Why do I keep hearing myself? Weird.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm echoing because my headset's connection cut out.
Oh. Okay. So you're still wanting the surgery, eh?
Well, of course.
You haven't tried cutting it off again, have you?
Not recently.
Well, that's good. I did not like having to call an ambulance. That's one scare. And I'm terribly sorry about that.
It's all right. Yes, others have been concerned about that, but there was no actual genuine attempt behind those instances.
Hmm. So where are you living now?
Well, I'm in the Bronx right now, but
So you're out of the West Coast.
yeah, I was in Brooklyn until a couple weeks ago, but I was mysteriously thrown out on, I guess, the whim of the live-in landlord.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, now it's getting even sketchier with, I guess, my major backers pulling out. So.
Oh, like who?
I shouldn't say. I guess I can name them in ways other than voice.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Say it again?
Yeah, go ahead. Set it on Facebook.
Oh, yeah, I can do that too.
And by backers, you mean donors?
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's weird. I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's a person. I guess their handle on Google Plus, or maybe the name of their YouTube channel.
Hmm.
So, my voice is still terrible after all these years.
Your voice is fine, Nadia.
Yeah.
Be nice to
Fine, what's up?
yourself.
Sorry?
You have to be nice to yourself.
Yeah, I try to be nice to myself by trying to fix my voice.
Hmm. Have you distanced yourself from the trans community's more unsavory aspects yet?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Associates of my rapist.
I guess I was never really in that close of contact with them to begin with, and I am not hearing much from them anyway.
I had one of her new partners talking shit about me when I was trying to raise funds about a month ago. It was very unseemly and angering. I think you know her by Erica Jones.
Oh, you're shitting me.
Oh yeah, she was talking mad shit about me. Apparently she's like sucking the Lorelei dick now. Long live the Lorelei rapist and all that stuff.
Well, I actually camped out at Erica's place for a while, but holy cow, I had no idea she was quite involved with that.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious when I found out personally.
I don't know if hilarious would be the way to say it.
Erica Jones is a terrible person. I find it amusing when two terrible people find love in each other's arms.
Yeah, I don't know if I think of, I don't know, people as things to be considered terrible or not. But, yeah, anyway. I've been getting too philosophical anyway.
That's a real soft stance to take on people. I myself maintained that kind of opinion for a while, but I found it much more healthy to treat everybody with several spoonfuls of disdain and skepticism. You have no idea how few problems I have now that I'm separated from the majority of the crazy people in the community.
How many problems you have?
Yeah, I don't have any, basically, except for financial problems.
I don't know that the community, so to speak, has ever much of an issue for me. It's kind of mostly been irrelevant apart from maybe, I don't know.
I don't know, Nadia.
It's very early, like 2012. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's just I remember for you getting banned from IRC channels because you were annoying them and shit. Those are the kind of people I'm describing as community.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean, but I mean,
They're terrible.
I don't. Oh, I didn't really have quote unquote help to offer anyway, so. Might have been better to, I don't know, refer me more to where help could be had, but on the
No,
other hand, it
they
doesn't
weren't
seem that there
interested
is
in
help to
that.
be had. Well, I don't think help exists to be had. That's part of why they couldn't do it.
Have you ever called the Trans Lifeline?
I've met Greta.
Oh, I hate that bitch.
Why?
When I dumped my ex, I heard her talking shit with me, about me, with my ex for like 20 minutes, because my ex thought she hung up the phone, and instead she just put it down on the table, and I just listened to Greta and my ex talk shit about me for about 20 minutes, making fun of me for being schizophrenic and that sort of thing.
Weird.
Denying that I was raped. That sort of thing. Although I will say that Greta did treat me to a very nice steak dinner once.
Oh.
But
Yeah, we went
apparently,
out to lunch. Oh, go ahead.
apparently she was using a card associated with Trans Lifeline to do it, and not their own personal funds. So.
Well, okay. I mean, does it really make sense to speak of the community? It would have to be in a rather different sense from, say, like lesbians and gays, where they're sort of defined by things that really bond them to each other. Where, I mean, there's nothing really about us that says we should seek each other out.
We should what?
Seek each other out.
I agree. I'm not a part of any specific trans community anymore, and I'm doing quite well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think things I'd be kind of more interested in would be like I don't know, if I could get a career again, I could throw money at the NCTE, TLC, and TLDEF, and so on.
Well, you could always go on Chatterbait and masturbate for perverts.
Oh, I've taken a shot at it, but I'm not very good at keeping the camera. Sorry, go ahead.
Think of it as like a Google Hangouts, but with you taking your clothes off for money.
Yeah.
Just buy a couple of dildos.
Yeah, I generally found that I was not very good at like making sure the camera angle was actually showing quote unquote enough of the action while basically
Well, you
things
save the action for private shows that people buy. You don't do it. You don't do it live like that.
Oh, why not?
Because you're really just giving your product away for free. The product being your body.
I am not really much of a looker anymore. I am, well, not what I once was in 2012. So.
Do you still smoke?
When I have the resources to do so. Not likely to have them for very long.
Do your donors find it acceptable that you spend their money on cigarettes?
Well, pretty much so. I mean, I pretty much put requests for cigarettes front and center. So I'd what is it? Yeah, my thyroid blowout or whatever, and well, bloating up into where I am now is hit me pretty hard. I don't think it's just how I feel about it. I think other people are actually, well, viewing me differently and negatively on that basis.
People are always looking at you negatively. The key point I always tried instilling in you is to not give a fuck.
Oh, and Happy New Year!
Is it New Year's yet? Oh, for you it is.
The clock just rolled over.
I still have an hour, 59 minutes to go.
Okay, I just invited a public hanging out, whatever, circles and all that. Oh. It's all going away soon.
What?
I said it's all going away soon.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'll lose Verizon grandfathering on unlimited data, and I'll never be able to get online again.
You won't?
Nope.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, I knew it had a limited lifetime, but the question is, what would I do while it lasted, right?
You know, Nadia, for the last several years, there was an open offer for you to come live with me, and you never took me up on that offer.
Yeah, because Chicago's not really a good place.
What are you talking about? We have an LGBT clinic here. We have snow. We have me. You could have had your own bedroom. You could have...
Yeah,
The only thing you would have had to
things
deal with
are
is my family yelling sometimes.
yeah, those aren't really like distinctive selling points.
Well, I'm sorry that it's not
LGBT clinics are
perfect.
pretty much, in New York and San Francisco, and
Yeah, but you would have had a stable living environment with internet. The spare bedroom's turned into my nephew's bedroom, so I guess I'm letting you know that the offer has to be rescinded now.
oh, I figured.
No, it was open until they turned it into his bedroom. Now I have no choice but to decline because I don't have any more space in my house. But I did have a spare bedroom for like 3 years.
Yeah, the Midwest is not a good place to get stuck.
Why?
Well, I was dumped down the street there for a year and a half in the, what is it, 2009-2011 timeframe. So yeah, I found that out the very hard way.
I suppose. I mean, if you don't feel that highly about this area, I don't know. I have my partner living with me now, and she's pretty awesome. She has a cute butt. I'm squeezing it.
Oh. Well,
Yes,
I'm glad you've
she's...
got a partner. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I've had several.
Yeah, I've...
This one is really awesome, though. I love her.
Hard for me to want to, I don't know, have partners when I'm like really uncomfortable with my body and such. Because obviously the damage done from the thyroid failure in 2012. So.
I'm back to squeezing her butt. Hey, Kimmy, can I squeeze your butt? Okay. I told people on the internet that I'm squeezing your butt. Say hi, Nadia.
Hi, what's your name again?
Satan.
Satan?
Yes. I'm all about OPSEC here.
What?
Her name is Satan.
Okay, hello, Satan. Very good to meet you. And Happy New Year, of course, too.
Satan is hung like a horse.
Oh, dear. Well,
Yeah.
that will generally is conducive to having more depth after sex reassignment surgery. Yeah.
I'm probably not going to have surgery like that. I'm asexual too. Her being hung has nothing to do with anything. It's just a random factoid I'm throwing out.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. What would you describe as hung?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably like probably 8 or more inches erect.
8?
Yeah.
I would say she's a good 7.
Well, that's still pretty good too.
Yeah, she's 5 inches when she's soft. It's pretty sweet. Although she just recently started hormones, so she's experiencing the wonderful aspects of her penis becoming a useless appendage. So it's pretty nice.
Mine kind of always was useless, so anyway.
Yeah, I never much took you for delighting in the penis, except for receiving it.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit of an understatement even.
Yeah, I know it's an understatement, but I'm kind of grossed out by going too much into detail.
About what?
Sex.
Oh, okay. Oh, and welcome back, Amun Ra. I'll bring you in very shortly. Well, I'll have sex reassignment surgery, Envy. And probably will die with that unresolved. But anyway.
I don't know,
Almost
Nadia,
forgot
you've had
then.
all these years to come to terms with, like, maybe not focusing on having a surgery. And you sound as though you feel like as though you've been degrading further and further away from that goal. Do you think it could be like the pursuit of such a goal while not attaining other measures of safety have perhaps led you astray?
Not really. I haven't been able to pursue the goal to begin with, so. I mean, it's pretty much, there's no fucking money, period, so. As I guess all employment for the rest of my life is ended. So. And even assuming there is some kind of like what is it? New York City, trash picking up or whatever it is thing I might get, quote unquote, handed from a homeless shelter or whatever. That's not going to pay for shit.
I don't know. I've been surviving from very generous financial donors.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have very many.
Honestly, I've brought in enough money to have a surgery if I wanted to.
No, congratulations. Those are very
But
generous
instead,
donors.
I spent it on mortgage instead. Well,
Mortgage.
how much do you think a surgery would cost?
Depends on which one you're talking about.
Well, SRS or GRS.
I could probably. I'm not sure. It's like 15 or something in 15 or less in Thailand, maybe.
Nadia, why do you think Thailand is such a place for transgender?
Oh, doctor support, basically.
Yeah, but isn't that place very pro transgender though?
In a way, but it's it's different. It's not really cut along the same lines.
Yeah, I just always, whenever I think about like the best place to be if I was transgender, I would think that like everything. I've always heard really good things about Thailand when it came to that.
Oh.
But I'm ignorant on the subject. I was just throwing that out there.
I think pretty much have to, consider the very, very end, and kind of drop the weight at all costs or whatever. So it's going to be one of the few or only things I can do in the face of that. Go ahead.
I kind of understand why certain places, certain cultures are very accepting towards transgender, but maybe not so much with homosexuality. And I think the reason why that is because it maybe they view it as being disruptive to society, whereas transgender. What I mean by that is if you look at male to male aggression, like homosexuality can cause that, right? And I mean for whatever reason, and I think maybe that's the reason why people have more of a concern with homosexuality than they actually have a concern with transgender. Would you disagree with that, or?
I mean, it varies, say the U.S. and all that. Trans isn't exactly approved of, but it's basically so much rarer that there isn't all that much attention to it.
Have you ever considered hailing Satan, your Lord and Master?
Who?
Once I accepted the Dark Lord into my life, I became much better off.
Much better what?
Better off.
Off? Okay.
Yes, off.
I am pretty sure that my the deterioration of my conditions is not related to my religious non-belief or whatever, or
Should rub it.
I mean, I was doing well for a while. In 2000s, yeah. Had a career programming career. You know, politics, all that stuff. Sorry? Having the seniority and the money together for a sabbatical to go out and get all the surgeries I need. I think you're echoing.
I'm echoing.
Yeah.
It's very possible. I'm on a phone, so. I'll let you go. You have a wonderful new year.
Happy New Year, or Happy New Year.
Be well, Nadia.
Right. Yeah, fingers crossed I can get a couple more weeks. Fingers crossed something will work out, not that it won't, then, well, what do I do from there? The important thing is to drop as much weight as possible before I go. It takes a while for the medicine to go bad without a refrigerator, but yeah, the clock will be ticking. We'll probably be eligible for, I guess, a refill of the prescriptions, because I'll end up having to leave like mid-month, and then once that goes, well, pretty much. So what is it? February. A few weeks into February should be a big issue. So how much weight can I lose between January 1st and, say, mid-February? Mid-February is when the surgery consult is, but I won't be able to get there anyway. Okay, what's happening here? The convo in this chat is getting odd later. Okay, what happened here? I have no idea what that was. What am I getting spammed by here? Okay. And Ludic seems to have dropped off too. Well, I'm the only speaker here, so I better just make good conversation, a monologue all by myself. I think the, well, way to prepare for it, I'll have, what is it, 6 weeks or whatever? How far can I get in 6 weeks? Actually, 6 weeks, you can literally survive just starving entirely. Not sure if that's the fastest way, but I actually make my medicine last the longest. We'll have that's pretty much carb or calorie count that does that. Dropping as much weight as possible before the end. So I haven't got long to the end. So what is it, like a pound a day? So was it 45 days, 45 pounds? I might get down to mid 150s or something, or maybe like 160 or something like that. Six times 7 is 42, so yeah. It's not exactly a pound a day. So 30, 40 pounds might get to 170, 160, 170. Be nice if I could leave a prettier corpse, but yeah. Huh. There's of course quite a bit of interesting things going on with the I guess I'd actually, if I did that, I'd get below the BMI limit for of 25 for eligibility for surgery. So that's another plus. If something actually works out in between now and then doing that would actually get me to it. I think it's 178 in my height. It's a BMI of 25. And what is it? Also, there's another one, which is people with A1C. If I can, I'll tend to be running pretty low in terms of blood glucose that way. So if I can keep that running like super low and such, might be able to drop my A1C by a substantial margin by mid-February. Those two things seem to be some of the main barriers to all these things or whatever it is with surgery. So now the question is, can I actually question is, can I actually keep from going into ketoacidosis, because I won't be able to tolerate enough levomir, lantus, lispro, whatever it is with Espart to keep me out of it. And I think I can. I think I just ride low and, well, don't show my numbers on screen. Actually, after mid-month, I won't be able to show them on screen anyway. So yeah, well, I don't know. People like to police anorexic. Actually, what's out on the streets access to toilets is limited enough anyway that pretty much drinking and eating as little as possible is one of the techniques to avoid having, I guess, to soil yourself or expose yourself. Go ahead. Now, found that out the very hard way in the summer of 2010. Oh, that was bad. Yeah. Well, you don't have the resources to bathe yourself either. Never, if you can't get the resources to, well, I guess carry out acts of excretion. So, ooh. When the excretion goes wrong, how do you clean up? Oh, you can. Took a friggin' month. Took a friggin' month to be able to change my clothes and get cleaned up and all that. So, that was bad. Well, I don't know what surprises me. I always knew this was coming. It's always kind of a race against time to line something up before the plug got pulled, but nothing I did to line something up before it got pulled actually paid off before the plug got pulled, so here I am, exactly where I expected. I'm actually surprised on two fronts in a way. On one, I'm surprised things lasted this long to begin with, and number two, I'm surprised that, well, because they ended up getting dragged out this long, that there wasn't an actual payoff. It's like, okay, well, if they're gonna last that long, I'd actually expect there to be like, something work out, and then I'd, going to go succeed. But no. I think there's more bread over here too.
No, I gotta work on my phone. I'm still working on the politics. I'm still working on my phone. I'll get one too.
Yeah.
I gotta do some things. I think I've been thinking too about it. I got to meet my father. But did I tell you about this? He was in the Korean War. Well, you see, when I was a teenager, I used to my dad and I used to have a pretty good relationship since I was about since I moved to Berkeley in 1982. And we were, I was born in 1961. I must have lived with my mother. I didn't read any books until I was 14. And then I went to live with my father. So I lived with my father, but he's not an intellectual, but he was a college professor. He went to Yale. Spent 8 years at Yale. He was a professor. He's a smart. He's a very smart man. My mother is. I love her and I her. I never really going to see her unless she comes to visit me. Otherwise, she'll see. That'll work because she'll be my guest and she'll be timid. Whereas on the phone, she can start doing what she's done. The guy I'm looking for, but I was thinking about the military. I'm not anti-military. I'm anti. In 1979, I played a very small role in trying to organize refusal of gas registration.
Okay.
The draft had just been, Carter had just reintroduced the mandatory draft, which we now have. The purpose is sure, but I remember the slogan. It's quick, it's easy, and it's rural. And that is a really interesting way of promoting. What is that? It's the law. Well, first of all, it's quick and it's easy. All right, how about, we're going to kill you now. I'm going to kill the seal, but, and it's, it's quick and easy. And by the way, it's a law. Now, it's a law. If I say, do this because it's a law, and we're not going to hurt you. We require this of you, but we're not going to hurt you. We love you. We're the government said we love you. What about, now then what happens? Every 18-year-old young man who becomes a young man at 18 by law is now expected to go to, the point is to educate, the point is to tell citizens, it's an advertising thing that's done to make sure that every American basically salutes the flag. And you're denied, things like student financial aid, things like that, if you don't.
Right.
So so it's partly that, it's partly to make sure that everybody salutes the flag in a kind of way, right? So you do that, and you go to the voting booth, in this case, the post office, and you fill out a little form that gives your information and declares that you're registered. So that they call you. It doesn't say you're not declaring that you're willing to fight. You're simply declaring that this is where you are, and where you can be found. And when if they want to find you in order to, if they decide to do the draft, which they have no intention of doing. The intention was to create the private army we have. So, and without a private army, that makes the country even more less of a democracy, or less of a republic, which is part of what was the idea. And I opposed that. So my father, what was I saying? I don't know.
Well,
he never understood. When I went to live with my father at the age of 14, it was 1975. It was the very year the Vietnam War ended.
Sure.
Right, and I wasn't, to some extent the Vietnam War was for me, and when I first I think sort of really started to hear very much about it. It was on television. It was constantly on television, and it was a war on television. It was the only war. They ended that too. There's no television. We don't have the Iraq War on television. We don't have the ISIS war on television. Instead, we get these reports, and they're it's a funny thing. It's a tacit. It's not, nobody's organized. It's a de facto, accidental collaboration or convergence of things, whereby now it's all media events. ISIS stages media events. They kill people in horrible ways, but they also do it as a media event. Isn't it fascinating? I mean, the death camps in Nazi Germany were not media events. Many people did not know about them. That they probably could have.
I don't think people are actually seeing my camera.
What?
I checked on the live stream. People aren't actually seeing my camera. The rather far left.
Ha. And what do you define as rather far? You like Chomsky?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I do like Chomsky. Something about I better look up more of the details. But Sanders and he's older than she, the two Democratic Party candidates. Interestingly enough, they're relics of the 1960s. The difference is Sanders was a radical. He's a Jewish radical from Brooklyn. And you look at a picture of him from it's about 68, and he has the intensity. I've seen this in people I've met who I didn't meet in 68, but maybe a few years later, like 75. And I've known a few people who were still young men, and they had been young men in 68, something like that, and they had a kind of intensity. And it's the intensity of somebody who believes in something, and believes this thing's worth, we can't say fight for, struggle for, militant. The word militant now means means a terrorist, and I think are we on? No?
Yeah.
I'd like to be offline talking.
Oh, well.
I don't want to be online with your kids when I talk to you. I better get this.
Nobody else really there.
No, I don't want them to be there. It's you were trusting. See, one of the promises, if you turn it off, I'm telling you. Turn it off, I'm telling you. Probably better. It's a problem because. Is it okay? Journals and magazines of the so-called New York intellectuals, who are mostly Jewish but not entirely, and I think the movement started beginning in the 30s. And it started, it was mostly Jews. Most of them had gone to City College in New York, which at the time was free. Most universities, many universities were free. Free public education. It was then a very good university. It was not Columbia. I mean, of course, some people did go to Columbia, but it was not Columbia. It was very good, though. And these were solidly well-educated people. They knew, they had read stuff, they knew stuff, they were intelligent. And then some of these people went on to play important roles in American social, political life, whatever. But a lot of them became, and then some of the New York intellectuals, they were, I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, so I was starting to read that, the New York intellectuals and stuff like that. And then I went dropping out of high school more or less, and my father saw in the second year at the school I had a teacher. He said Dos Pueblos is probably the most liberal university in the United States. I don't know. It was very liberal. I mean, and I knew people would openly smoke pot. People would openly smoke marijuana on the school lawn in front of the school. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
I was on the school newspaper for a short period. It's pretty good writing. I had some arguments with people. I mean, I was always on the left. I was on the left and that was because I think the consequences of what I started to realize after my traumatic experience with my stepfather hit me on the back of the head with the telephone, and that radicalized me. I wrote my sister, Carolyn. My sister came back from France. My two sisters decided somehow they didn't like me. The funny thing is, it started when I was in France. Carolyn is a born-again Christian, as is was my mother. She now goes to a Christian Reformed church in Grand Rapids, where she lives. Grand Rapids is one of the major sites of publishing of the evangelicals. The major publishing house there in books. And my stepfather was a Baptist. He wasn't trained as a minister. I mean, these people who are all right. My stepfather was an okay guy. He was not a bad guy. But I just like so my father. So I go to live with my dad, and suddenly I'm able to read books. Now, I knew I was smart, but everybody for years I had been like the little good snotty-nosed good boy, who was just a snotty-nosed asshole, and like my first quote-unquote friend when I was 4 years old, next door neighbor, his I think his father had been POW in Nam, in, this was 60, I've very nice woman. She was my mom's best friend, and she wound up marrying a rich doctor, and I never got to know anything about Mr. Bouch. I'm sure he was a decent man, but most doctors decent men. She apparently was some kind of a bit vain, and I forget her name. My mother lost touch with her, but my mother admired her because she had grown up kind of, semi-rich, and in the 1950s when, places like suburban Los Angeles were very prosperous, and I mean they didn't have a huge, they didn't have a huge home, but it was very nice and very comfortable, very comfortable. And we were rich at the time. It's in America that's gone, and if I write my story, I want it to be partly about America in my time, and my sense about living in America in my time and what it means. You know what I can also do? I think that because I was in this movie, is this on? No.
What's that?
Is this on or?
Off.
I was in. You know about the movie that I was in?
No.
I was in a movie along with Jack Anstretch.
What?
Jack Anstretch, who you know, and I are in a movie.
Okay.
The movie was made in 1988, in 2002, yes, and I don't like it. I think it's a terrible film, and I don't like what they did to us. I think it is exploitive. I became I had become a cinephile, and I become known for that. And I at this point, it's been one of the preoccupations of my life, but it's a very secondary one in some ways. Because I really was a born writer, and I knew that. I should have done that more than I did. I should have been committed to that more than I was. Such a good born writer, so talented, just writing very quickly. I was opposed to that too. I felt like he was against my ambition. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's partly what Americans are like. My mother's like that too. People don't want you to do something, and it's such a fucking authoritarian country, except for liberal Jews and some other kinds of people. They want you to do something, and I was writing something on the typewriter in the kitchen in my father's house. One day I was 15, 16, and I was absorbed in my writing. As you probably know, writers get absorbed in their writing. They also, I'm the kind of writer that I'm very attached to what I write. If I think it's any good at all, somebody interferes with my writing and threatens to destroy it, I get very upset. So, when I was taken to the hospital by this this Jewish Nazi, and then, oh gosh. I told you the story about Marcuse, the guy who met Marcuse and thought.
Got what?
The Jewish Nazi he met Herbert Marcuse. You heard of Herbert Marcuse?
Yeah.
And I said, well, the old 60s radical, and I started reading Marcuse when I was 15, 16. And he said, I said, so you like Marcuse? What do you like about him? What did you read? And he said, oh, I didn't read anything he wrote. I met him. And I got to know what he's like as a person. Now, I don't think, actually thinking back at that, I don't think I should have a problem with that. I read something Brad had written, actually. It wasn't bad. It was just like objectivistic descriptions of what other people are like. He's like the man who is the judging man, who judges everyone and can say, this is what people are like and this is how I see them. And then the funny thing is, he makes his real love is to meet, this is what he likes to do, he likes to meet famous people. And so what he likes to do is meet famous people and suck their vital juices, and then put their sucked vital juices on the memory plate of his wall and say, I sucked off this famous artist or intellectual, and it doesn't matter if they're men or women. I mean, people like him are so narcissistic, they don't give a shit. So he's also got a record collection. He's got a $20,000 record. Half of his apartment is record collections. And he kept telling me about pulling out all these record checks. He didn't want to listen to them. He doesn't have a record player. He's got a record collection. I mean, wow. I mean, I'd love to have his record collection. I mean, he's got, all the early punk rock stuff, this is a man who's been into everything, in just kind of a touching on it way, but he doesn't want to understand anything. And he told me one day, he told me there was something at the Boy Scouts in television, and I said, yeah, well, the Boy Scouts aren't very Jewish, are they? Oh, but he said, nothing un-Jewish about the Boy Scouts. The Boy Scouts are a celebration of militarism. It's not. Well, I don't know. I guess it's not anti-Jewish. You could be a Jew and you can be a Jew and do lots of things, but you couldn't be like make that. You couldn't be like really into it and the way they're sticking out of it. Maybe I don't know if that's bad. I don't know. America's just a fucking country. Anyway, here's the thing about my father. I need to figure out if it's a Vivant or a Hegelian dialectical concept. I'd like to think that Lyotard says that in the Vivant that there are discourses and modes of discourse, and they can come into conflicts that are simply irreconcilable. There's no way of understanding how. There's a big tendency in French thought, I think, and recent thought to think like this. You get this in Foucault in a way. You certainly get this in archaeology of knowledge, which is very persuasive, actually. I mean, a lot of what Foucault's process was in his mind is being the kind of anti-Hegel or the post-Hegel in a different way than Deleuze, I think. But I was always a radical. In heart and soul, I was always a fucking radical. And I gotta explain it to my dad. I don't know why he didn't get that. I don't always understand. He was born in 1929. He grew up on a Missouri farm, town, 100 miles from St. Louis, on a small family farm during the Depression when nobody had any food to eat. His family did have food to eat, but they didn't have much else. There were no movies. Nobody in my father's town did what so many people in, I don't know, a little bit later, like after the war, would do. They'd go escape. I mean, I did this in a way. I would have done this when I was 13, but there were movie theaters around. It was music for me, like everybody else. When I was like 13 years old, music was my escape. It didn't mean much to me, though. I mean, like a lot of people, it means something. I don't know, people that get into music, does it really mean something to you? Do they think about it? Or do they kind of do or not? I mean, I kind of started to think about it.
I don't know.
Punk, when I really discovered punk. When I really discovered punk, it was a bit late. I think Patti Smith above all, and before that, what?
Oh, I was going to mention...
What?
I don't really know my parents' life stories. So
Well, now maybe not interesting to you. Mine are interesting to me because I spent time with my father, my mother, my grandparents, and I just say, I still wonder what the distinguished with my sister. But now they're not. Now what it really is, they see that I'm becoming a writer. They could see that, and they don't like it because they're afraid. They're afraid that I'm going to talk about their mother, who wouldn't care, their father, who's dead, either of them, and I'm going to talk about all of them. I am. The thing is that I have to find a way to do it that protects my ass legally, because you can't, you make a film. Obviously, cinema is a book. I can publish a memoir, but if I say anything that anybody's not going to like, and I will, then I have to find a way to. I'm going to find a way to cover myself. But with my dad, he never understood or liked the 1960s thing, and he all he could see was radicals and anti-communists and communists, and then the funny thing is, it's very much by accident. I became acquainted with, he was kind of a little bit of a mentor, a sociology professor at Santa Barbara, who my father did not like, and had gotten into an argument a row with earlier on a faculty committee. And this mentor was the leader in the student new left in the 60s. and then became a professor. And so he's actually sort of, he's still alive. I'm not in contact with him. He is an expert on radical social movements and what's involved in them. How people get involved and why. His concept is there's everyday life. There's everyday life, and then there's caring about what. My dad is my thing to get it, and I didn't get what my position. I got to try to explain it to him. I'm not. I mean, part of the key is thinking out what he wants to believe to. He wants me to know that I appreciate what he's coming. Maybe I should do that first. That's strategically smart. I might even want to skip. I should probably skim through the Ben Carson book. Before Ben Carson announced that he was presidential candidate, my father sent me Carson's book with a little note saying he'd like me to read it because it would help him to explain to me where he thinks he's coming from. Reading Carson's story would help me to understand his story or his understanding of America. And that's fine. But I told him, I wrote him back. I wrote him and I said, look, Dad, I'm not going to read Carson's book because I think it's a waste of time. I'm not interested in reading some guy's, popular Testament book about, stupid book about why he thinks the United States is a great country. Why can't I just read the Federalist Papers, Tocqueville's Democracy in America, and I don't know what. Oh my God, this is old. No, this is old. It's not your fault. But how did this get here? I almost made a mold.
What?
A mold, and there's mold in here, and the molds come from the Soviets. You know that?
What?
The molds come from the Soviets. Didn't you know that?
Molds come.
Well, there's molds in here.
Okay.
Now look, there's two theories. Okay, one theory is they come from the Soviets. One theory is they come from the bad guys in the Islamic world, who's actually are funded by Saudi Arabia, and which is backed by the United States, and therefore really come to the United States. There must be a third theory. My
The mold
didn't
came
get
from the
60s.
Soviets.
What?
The mold came from
It's
the
a
Soviets.
fucking joke. You don't understand fucking jokes?
Well.
Oh, it's a bad joke. All right, it's a very bad joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You've got to see Todd Haynes Safe. That film will save your life, and you will understand the irony of that statement when you see Todd Haynes Safe. You could probably download it. I wonder if I could. Could I legally share my Netflix with you, or would I have to? Would that be illegal? Would it break into contract? What?
I don't know. I never dealt with it.
Do you like Netflix?
I don't really sit down and watch movies.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute.
Wait. What? I bought this. I bought this 5 minutes ago, and it's still moldy. It's moldy. No, I'm taking this back. I bought this 5 minutes ago, and it's moldy.
From
now,
where?
Should I take it back with this or without this?
From where?
I bought it at the corner store. I'm going to take it back right now. It's moldy, and I'm going to argue that.
All right.
Now, I'm going to argue that.
Oh, and welcome, Jack, by the way. Good to have you on again. I'd say we could have used your help a bit earlier when it came down to, I guess, dialectical materialism. Go ahead.
Oh, I couldn't connect before.
Yeah, a lot of people are out and about and don't have, I guess, usable mobile internet connections and all that.
Yeah, I didn't have.
I mean, I don't really, because
I didn't have any
Sorry?
because there were so many people out that it was preventing me from gaining access to the tower.
Right. I mean, even with the, I guess, equipment that can technically connect, things like, I don't know, battery life and such, pretty much hobble mobile connectivity and all that.
Well, I had a battery, but there was no signal because there were so many people out. It was blocking access to the tower.
Right. So, I think the idea was that contradictions. This is an aspect I didn't understand. The contradictions were apparently deemed to be existent in dialectical materialism.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that's supposed to work.
I don't understand quite how it works as they phrase it, but I mean, saying that like Aristotelian classical logic doesn't model reality. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
Therefore you may see contradictions. I mean, that I could get, but the idea that they're floating is something else. These contradictions have some kind of meaning as opposed to, I guess, being something where meaning is thwarted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really get it.
I mean, where I'd see it is, I mean, it translates something on the order of like, say two opposing forces in tension to, flat out actual logical contradiction. I mean, it mentions, sort of reverse process there, that if one attempts to recast, these ideas of contradictions as, those opposing forces in tension, then you've, basically nullified the theory and all that. So, okay. They're kind of like alternative formulation in those terms is what they're casting as, actual logical contradictions. Okay. Now, I don't know. I'd probably just end up denying the theory at that point. And welcome, Brett, by the way. Very good to see you on again. Happy New Year, Brett. I think you're only a couple time zones behind. Well, it's all pretty quiet now, so.
Is this your only hangout?
Yeah, that's the only one I've got running.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Brett, did you want to pick up where you left off on the line of questioning and all that? Hello? Hello? Are you there, Brett? Well, fingers crossed, I hope you are.
Let's see. Okay, got my headset fully connected, and who knows where it all goes from there. Oh, darn. I was hoping Brett and I could have a chat, but still, I'll figure it out. Where on the other hand, everyone, I know where everyone's going, but still. All right, let's okay. So, welcome back, Brett. By the way, I'm here to broadcast you. Hang on. Okay, here we go, Brett. I am broadcasting you very momentarily.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I was talking to you earlier, and I thought you could hear me, but then you just kind of started talking like you couldn't.
Oh yeah, I was asking for you to respond, and yeah, was not able to hear a response. So yeah.
Right. Well, I reloaded my system to see if I might have been the problem. So yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Well, good to hear. Did you want to pick up the line of questioning again that we had earlier? So.
Well, I don't know. I've been developing new questions and everything, and was kind of saving them for my own show. And besides, at first I thought, yeah, this could be interesting. I'd love to hear what people think, but you were the only one that appeared to actually be trying to pay attention to what the question actually was to answer it. So other people were babbling on incoherently about shit that had nothing to do with it. It kind of exhausted me a bit. Maybe give me a couple minutes so I can get my energy back up.
Well, no worries. I think we can, well, work on understanding the question, and then once we have that, then go about answering it and so on. And I'm actually getting a bit of system lag, which I don't know entirely how to explain. I may have to restart my browser.
Yeah, that might have been why we weren't hearing my sound earlier.
That's generally from a different issue. That's more of a server-side kind of thing. Other people have been having it who are not affected by system lag or whatever.
Right, right.
All right. I am ready for the new question set.
Okay. Well, I could try to put it in easier terms for folks. I didn't think it was going to become so complicated before, but basically I was hoping that someone could describe naturally how an unguided process behind the universe could create logic and rationality. It sounded a hell of a lot like people were telling me that no one's logical and rational in the first place.
Well, I did actually come at you with that, but I also was kind of going at more premises of the question and all that. So, I mean, creating something like, you know, a calculator and similar is, you know, not necessarily, you know, something that can't really happen by accident. You know, for instance,
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Oh, Happy New Year's. I'm not sure who just joined. Okay, that was a little bit random, but...
Okay. Well, Nadia, don't you find it strange? Because one of my questions a while back, which you've heard me ask a few times, is the universe logical and rational? And obviously a lot of atheists don't believe that, but some do. How would you be able to incorporate that something that is not logical and rational can somehow perpetuate logic and rationality?
Well, yeah, that's what is it? Things like the transcendence of logic come up in that respect. And, the sort of answer to that is that, things like logic and rationality were in some respects devised as ways to model the universe, so that, they would sort of, sort of definitionally be the way the universe is. But it's actually a bit vacuous to say so, right? And yeah, we can structure them to be representative of the universe, right? To carry out predictive modeling of the universe, right?
Yeah, but in order to be able to predict something, you'd have to have, right, some kind of pattern or some way to be able to analyze how things did in a certain structure in the first place or system in order to kind of get an idea what may happen in the future from it. That right there is mathematical coherency, which would fall into rationality.
Well, existence of the regular patterns really precedes mathematics. So then, what mathematics does is, it tries to be something with language or whatever it is to describe those patterns, and sort of formalism, it's a reasoning tool for carrying out, I guess oh dear, formalism as a tool for carrying out the reasoning within that framework. Go ahead.
Right. Do you believe that one of the steps towards knowing that something is designed or created is, one, there would have to be some kind of purpose and function behind it? Usually whenever we look at like an automobile or something that we know to be designed, we realize that it was designed for a particular purpose or function. Do you believe that your own brain and mind have a purpose and function?
Are you asking about what is it? How you conclude that things were designed?
Well, yeah, that's one of the things. We look at a computer and we realize, one, because we've been told that it's created and designed, but we also look at the sum of its parts and we say, this particular thing, whether it's the motherboard, the hard drive, or the terabytes behind it, we say, this serves a purpose or function, and that's usually one of the reasons why we identify it as being a designed or created object. Now, my question for you is does your mind and brain serve a purpose and function?
Okay, I dispute a couple of different things on that. One is that the idea that, the purpose and function, whatever it is how you conclude things are designed. The extent that their purposes and functions and such make sense, it's actually concluded the other way around, right? You actually start from that, oh, well, so-and-so, built this thing, what was their quote-unquote purpose and intention behind it, right? Another is that process of inferring something like something was designed. Well, I was inferring that the putative designers carried out the activity of, I guess, planning the formation of this thing, trying to build it, executing a plan, right? So,
well, I hear what you're saying, Nadia, but do you believe that your brain and your mind serve a function and purpose?
No.
Well, damn, Nadia, that's kind of cold-blooded. I've always believed that your brain and mind serve a purpose.
Well, the extent you have that is something like a psychological theory about whatever it is humans have in their minds or whatever, well, like things like functions and purposes and all that, then what you would have is that my brain would be something that could be the generator or possessor or whatever it is of those quote-unquote functions and purposes, but it would not, be purposed or similar itself. And we don't construct humans. And much else we can really see going about building things, builds anything of the kind of biological systems, right?
Don't you find it strange, though, that, here we are, you're stating that your brain and your mind doesn't have some kind of intrinsic meaning, purpose, or function to it, yet it is that same mind and brain of yours that constantly seeks purpose and function in a certain way in order for you to live quality and satisfactory existence.
How do I don't see purpose or function for that.
Well, of course. You want certain things to happen to your biological machine in order for you to live more quality of existence. You want certain things done to your body in order for you to feel like your purpose and function is satisfactory.
It's not so that my purpose and function is satisfactory, it's so that, well, any sensation of discomfort or whatever goes away.
I am literally laying here with what I think is a tank top and pajamas with Cookie Monster on them. I think that they serve a purpose and function of comfort and also to keep me warm on this cold night. Why is it that you think that you need the purpose and function of having certain type of size hips? You get where I'm going now?
I kind of understand the basic thing that's happening here, but I'd regard it as something of an error in, the things that are I mean, you're likening the thing that's somehow like in a model where purpose and function are deemed like valid ways of modeling things or whatever. That the things that are the possessors or generators of purpose and function, right? Would serve a function to someone, or have a purpose. Someone would have a purpose for it, right? Well, that's of that's sort of similar, but that stops at a certain point, namely, well, from things that naturally arose, right? Like ourselves. The buck stops at us.
What I find strange is how you describe intrinsic purpose and meaning and function, and how we're kind of predetermined as this kind of thing without function in the universe.
Well,
yet,
it can't be intrinsic.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You don't think that there's any intrinsic
extrinsic.
So if you feel like things are predetermined and things are set the way they are, then why would you have issue with, like, let's say, reflections or hip size, things like this? It seems kind of minute if all things are predetermined.
I don't know what you mean. Predetermination as such wouldn't really have any bearing on the subject.
Well, let's say, for instance, I'll give you an example. Let's say you and I were standing in a room and we've got a camera pointed at us and we're looking at the size of each other's hips. I say my hips are big and you say your hips are this way and this way. If we're predetermined and we're set in motion and there's nothing that can be done about this and there's no choice and free will in the first place, then why does it actually matter, especially when intrinsic meaning purpose doesn't even exist?
It doesn't make a difference as to whether it's predetermined, whether it matters.
Well, if it's
whether
predetermined and it's forced, then why does it matter?
Um, predetermined and forced. Saying that being predetermined and forced means it doesn't matter somehow?
Right.
Yeah, well, I dare say, like, I don't know. There are various things that are predetermined. Like, oh, I don't know. Biological characteristics of ourselves. You can have natural gifts, natural endowments that are greater or lesser. So you can have, like, I don't know, somebody who's like a superb athlete, someone who's basically, physically disabled, right? From some kind of accident of birth, genes, right? Well, yeah, it matters. It matters both ways. It's determined, but it still matters.
Why does it matter if it's determined?
Well, basically, people have some kind of valuation, or find some kind of pleasure or sunset or pain in the things that are going on. That's really the.
I mean, whether I turned out to be a 500-pound asshat in Cookie Monster pajamas or a super athlete Bruce Jenner or something, what does it matter? Where's the value coming from?
Well, those things that carry out the evaluation, right? Evaluators, in some respect.
Well, you're saying that our brains have no intrinsic meaning or purpose, and in fact, our very existence is predetermined. If it's predetermined, then what the hell is the point? And if it has no meaning and function, who gives a damn?
Well, predetermined. Not an entirely faithful or accurate description of what's going on, but it's probably less confusing to just stick with it. Because I don't think it makes a difference as to this hypothesis, or hypothetical, rather. So, you're asking if it's predetermined, why would it matter?
One of the things, and I hope that you don't take offense to this, is one of the things I don't understand is whenever I'm talking to you, I perceive an intelligent, wonderful person. And why can't this wonderful, intelligent person look in the mirror and say to themselves, "The hell with what the world thinks"?
Can you say that again? You're breaking up, or I'm breaking up.
You're just wanting to hear me repeat all that. I said, whenever I talk to you, I perceive, or at least sense, that you're an intelligent, wonderful person. What I don't understand is why you can't look in the mirror and say, "I have meaning, I have purpose, and if people don't like it, they can kiss my ass." How come you can't do that?
Well, those questions aren't really relevant to me.
What about sitting there accepting you as you?
No, that meaning and purpose are not relevant to me.
So what's the purpose and meaning of doing all this quantification stuff then?
Well, that I basically would impart the purpose on.
Oh, so as long as you're actually subconsciously, or a sentient being is giving purpose and function, then purpose and function matter. But you have to be alive first?
Something matters, they exist. Go ahead.
Why does it matter if something exists for?
Oh, it's not necessarily that it does. It's without it being there, it cannot.
Yeah, but everything, including you and I and this entire Google Hangout, we're all going to die. We're going to become non-existent. So do we stop mattering?
Well, in a certain sense.
So why do we matter now for it?
Well, it's perhaps not we ourselves that matter, rather that things matter to us. Go ahead.
Now, if I were to ask 90% of atheists, do I matter? Does my existence have any value to it? They'd most likely tell me no. Why do you think it matters?
Well, that's not exactly what I said, right?
Are you changing?
I hope not. I think I was misunderstood.
Okay, well, make me understand. I'm all ears.
I said it's not that we're, we ourselves have such or are mattering. It's that things matter to us, right? We are the things to which things matter and know, or some of the things anyway.
If we don't exist, then nothing matters.
Things would probably still matter to, say, animals.
So if
Possibly
anything
also
that is
aliens.
alive, anything that is alive in the universe ceases to exist, then the universe doesn't matter.
Well, there would be no one for the universe to matter to. I guess I should have also thrown in aliens. If there are aliens out there, things probably matter to them. Still with me? I hope so.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry. I've been getting a lot of phone calls and messages and all that. I don't know if you heard, but my home address phone number was given out to the world recently. The number, of course, I gave out, but my address was also given out, so I've been dealing with a lot of fun lately.
I'm sorry that happened.
Oh, it's all good. It's on a big old popular atheist website out there if anybody'd like to come visit me.
Wow.
Apparently, I matter to some atheists. So the brain doesn't serve any kind of actual purpose or function intrinsically.
Nope, it's two brains that things would have purposes or functions, assuming that you think teleology is a real thing. Go ahead.
Do you believe that the universe serves a function and purpose?
Not really, because it didn't really come from the things that would be possessors of the function or purpose.
Okay, what does the universe have to do in order to qualify as purpose and function?
The universe exists to realize the absolute through history.
Oh, and welcome back, Joseph.
Thank you.
Let me try to broadcast you. Hang on.
I didn't know if Jack would object to my use of Hegel or not.
Okay,
There
what
we
were you?
are.
It exists in order to?
Excuse me?
Yes, in order to actualize the absolute in human subjects.
So what is that? A kind of teleological claim?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'm not really seeing what would justify that statement.
It's in Hegel. You just have to read enough Hegel.
That's a tautology.
So Nadia, if I say in my future videos that atheists serve no intrinsic purpose or function and their minds and brains literally have no reasoning, that would be fine.
I think people would object to the minds and brains having no reasoning, but they would not object to being without purpose and function.
Well, I mean, so far what I've heard is the only reason why a brain has any kind of reason is because the one who has the brain claims that they have reason because they say it has reason. But isn't that coming from a brain without reason?
Say that again real quick.
I'll have to sit there and put that in a video. It's hard to do that tongue twister.
Is this the same question that we went over before?
I think it's a little bit different.
Okay, it sounded similar.
I don't recall talking to you unless you had a different avatar before.
Well, before I didn't have Lennon as my picture, but now I do. It was just a J.
All right. Well, my question was pretty much, I think it's pretty simple. Get a lot of different answers from atheists on it. Does our brain serve a function or purpose?
Evolutionarily, it does, but I wouldn't say that's teleological.
So you believe that a undesigned, unguided process creates purpose and reason?
No one said it was unguided, but yes.
Okay, so you believe that evolution is not a unguided process?
I would agree with that.
What about you, Nadia? Do you believe evolution is guided or unguided?
Unguided. There's nothing to guide it. Go ahead.
I was just waiting for you two to go back and forth on that, but I guess he's going to go with that.
Well, I mean, just tendencies such as natural selection and things like that is what I mean by guided by certain tendencies, guided by the dialectics.
Tendencies, huh? Let's take a look at what tendency actually means. An inclination toward a particular characteristic or type of behavior. It's interesting.
Yeah, I chose that word purposefully. Sorry about the noise.
All right, you ready for some more questions there, Nadia?
Absolutely.
All right, sorry, I'm having a little bit of lag on the whole unmuting. Oof, he took off. Do you believe that the cause of the universe is more powerful than the universe itself?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't think there can be a cause of the universe. It's not something that is an object of causation.
You don't believe that the universe has a cause?
No. I don't think the idea of it having a cause makes sense.
So you don't believe in the universe having a beginning?
The universe having a beginning would pretty much mean that it could not have a cause. And the universe having no beginning also means it can't have a cause. So.
Well, I'm looking at this cause. A person or thing that gives rise to an action, phenomenon, or condition. A principle, aim, or movement that because of deep commitment one is prepared to defend or advocate to make something, typically something bad, happen.
Right, something happening is... Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say I agree with Nadia. I don't think the question of a cause of the universe makes any sense at all.
Right. So when Stephen Hawking and Richard Dawkins himself state that there's a cause, were you one of the guys who basically spit on all the atheist scientists and said, well, I pretty much go with whatever I dream up at the time?
Well, there's a difference between the cosmological models posited by cosmologists, where at some point the universe had a beginning, right? Because all of those models do not involve theism at all, in which case you could have a beginning of the universe absent theism. Or you could opt for the universe existing for eternity. Now, the reason I said I don't think the question of a cause of the universe makes sense is that prior to the beginning of the universe, causality requires spatio-temporal language in order to make sense, and there is no space-time prior to the universe, and so there is no room for a prime mover to cause anything, which is an objection against all cosmological arguments. So that's why I said I don't think it makes much sense. Now, I think those cosmological models that someone like Stephen Hawking presents make sense, and in which case there could be a beginning to the universe. But I wouldn't say it's a beginning of the universe that's relevant to the theist. It's relevant to someone of a non-theistic worldview.
So you say that basically the secularists, they do have an assumption or an idea of some kind of cause, but you yourself individually, you do not believe there's a cause.
No, I believe the existence of the universe is a brutally contingent event.
Okay, and what is the reasoning behind saying that there's no cause?
Because there's no time or space to cause it to exist, so there can be no prime mover. Now, as for the cosmological models that explain the beginning of the universe, I don't know enough of the science to agree or disagree with any of those. So I can't really comment on that. My specialty is not physics. or astrophysics or whatever it would be. So personally, do I think the universe has a cause in a theistic sense? No. Do I think the universe has a cause in a non-theistic sense? Sure, it possibly could.
Okay, well, what do you think that cause is?
It could be. It could very well be what Lawrence Krauss supposes. It could be what Stephen Hawking says. I mean, it could be any of the models that have been proposed. Like I said, I personally don't know enough of the physics to talk about it in any comfort.
You seem pretty comfortable with claiming and asserting there's no God.
Oh yeah, that I'm totally comfortable with.
Well, you admit that you don't know anything on the universe to be able to even describe this or explain it, but you do believe that you're knowledgeable enough to say that there is no intelligent mind hive behind the universe.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell it is, but as soon as I heard that, this noise went off in my head. Cuckoo, cuckoo. I don't know what the hell that's all about, but what you up to, Nadia? What do you think about all that?
I'm pretty much on board. I'd say I don't think the cause can really exist within physics or whatever either.
If you well, you keep telling me what you don't think it is, but neither one of you are given any kind of like substance to what it might be or what it is.
Like I said, it could be any of the cosmological models proposed by scientists. All I said I didn't have any knowledge on was the physics to determine which one I think is more probable than the others. All I have to have is the possibility of a naturalistic explanation. That's all I need. I don't need anything more substantive than that. And the fact that there do exist naturalistic models means that I have the advantage.
The advantage of what?
I have the advantage of being able to talk in causal terms about the existence of the universe. The theist has no explanation because the theist has to posit God existing prior to the existence of the universe in order for him to create it, which is simply impossible.
Right, but you've already sat there and admitted that the universe, by definition, is supernatural.
I didn't say it was supernatural.
By definition, you did. You said the universe, by whatever it came into being, wasn't based upon time, nor was it based upon anything else of this nature. In that case, by definition, it is supernatural.
Well, I would rescind that. If I said anything like that, then I would rescind it, but...
Well, you agree that there wasn't no nature before nature, right?
You know what? Yeah, I'll grant that.
There was no time before time?
Totally.
Well, that's the definition of supernatural, beyond scientific understanding and the laws of nature themselves.
I don't think supernatural has a meaningful definition.
Well, that's the definition. I understand that atheists get pissy about those dictionaries, but that's what it says.
I think the idea
dictionaries.
Either the universe began to exist, just to say space-time began to exist, and so therefore it couldn't have had a cause, because causes presuppose time, or the universe has always existed, in which case it also doesn't have a cause. It doesn't have anything to do with the supernatural.
I'll be right back in a moment, guys. I gotta get me a smoke. I don't smoke in the house, but I do want to share this with you real short. The more I study science, the more I believe in God. The Wall Street Journal interview with Albert Einstein. Be right back.
Okay, well, that's
But yeah, that's basically what I was trying to get across, just in shorter words and in better style. Who is this guy, Nadia? Just out of curiosity.
his name is Brett Keane. He's actually something of a now an internet personality.
Oh, wow. That's bizarre.
Oh, you never heard of him?
Nope. Not once.
I don't know. He had some kind of, I guess, early YouTube atheist movement or well. So he was connected early on to the Amazing Atheist and something.
Mm. All this talk and smoking makes me want to get a smoke myself.
Well, I am smoking.
What do you smoke, Nadia?
What I have the choice DeJarman specials.
Okay. How much do cigarettes cost you in New York?
If I get them from New York, they're very expensive, but well, at least when I had stable living and shipping arrangements, I'd order them from out of state.
Oh, okay. I'm a very simple man. I just smoke Marlboro Red 100s.
For the moment, I'm smoking Newport 100s or whatever. What's that?
No, I understand.
Oh, we just had a discussion about prime movers.
What?
Prime movers.
Oh, that's interesting. I call it prime movers, you know.
Oh, causality.
But this is a prime mover. What does that mean? This is in Aristotle. What is a prime mover?
Cause of the universe or whatever. The first cause.
How can there be a cause of all that is? Because if it's a cause of what is, this means it's cause a thing that is, and therefore cause what is.
Yes.
It would have to cause itself.
Yes.
Right.
That's also
yeah,
another
the
criticism.
cause itself would Now, Spinoza does say causes do actions. God, I think causes do actions. There must be some. I mean, Spinoza is a smart guy. He must have had some idea of what it is. Actually, is transformation. He didn't see it when I had the money. I just feel about it. Maybe it didn't. No, the library is it's an authoritative commentary. Strong French.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Brett.
When I was walking away, I heard somebody, who is this guy?
That was me. I was just curious because it looks like you have some kind of YouTube presence, so I was curious.
I do some YouTube. Yep.
My YouTube career is coming to an end, so.
It is. How come?
Oh, looks like backers are pulling out, so.
Oh. Well, Nadia, you're one of the few non-believers I enjoy talking to on this thing. I hope you stick around.
Well, I won't be able to, so.
Why not? What's stopping you?
Lots of things. Probably best not to get into.
Well, you know, I told you if it has anything to do with residents, I always got an open door for you. You know, my wife's cool with that.
Yeah, I think the shelter system in New York has got ways of getting people plugged into city jobs, like you know, picking up trash around Central Park or something. If I can get into the shelters, might be able to you know, start doing things then.
I'm sorry you're having these type of issues, Nadia.
Well, it's kind of more of a miracle that, you know, whatever backing I had lasted this long.
Did you hear about one of the gifts I got in the mail?
Oh, do tell.
Well, as you probably heard, the Amazing Atheist and crew, they decided to put out the home address and everything along with a group called Gamergate, my address out on a public website. So what I've been getting is just tons and tons of mail, phone calls, all this kind of stuff. And one of the things I got, this amused me quite a bit. They sent me, and I didn't even know this existed, but it's a catalog with coffins. Did you know those existed, Nadia?
No.
I
But,
didn't.
Oh, is Alexandria in the call? Or?
You're kind of lagging up a little bit, freezing. You all right?
Oh, sorry. Just, I don't get quite as good a reception in the hallway.
You know, I took a look at some of these caskets and stuff that were being sold, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, this is expensive. I'm probably going to have to go with being wrapped up in a hefty bag and put out for the trash man. These coffins are much too expensive. You didn't think that was funny? I thought that was pretty funny.
I'm just enjoying my cigarette.
I hate to ask you this, Nadia, because this might get you in trouble with the atheist community, but what's your views on feminist?
I am one.
You know, there appears to be some kind of big anti-feminist thing going on for the last year, right?
Yeah, I've noticed.
You know, I really don't get it either. I've watched some of these videos where people are like harping on feminists, and I went to watch the actual feminist who happened to be atheist as well. And I'm thinking, why are these atheists going after these atheist women? So I go to watch them because I wanted to see what the big problem was. And I don't get it. I'm not comprehending what the problem is.
I don't either, but I think there is a rather large misapprehension as to the content of feminism and who feminists are.
I notice that it comes from a particular type of group, though, where there's issues. These guys who make these videos where they refer to women as bitches and cunts and whores and all this kind of stuff. I notice when watching more videos of them where they like open up about their past, some of them admit that they didn't have very good relationships in high school and all that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking that there might be a psychological thing.
Hi, Sean. I'm trying to bring you in.
What do you think? Do you think it could be psychological?
Well, necessarily so in a way, but on the other hand, I mean, wouldn't necessarily attribute it to that. Some kind of, you know, false judgment has occurred.
All I've really heard some of these feminists state is things like they don't feel like they're getting treated fairly at work. They don't feel like they get as much benefit as male counterparts and all that. And the weirdest thing I've ever heard, which I kind of agree with because I'm a gamer, is that women are sexualized in video games. And I thought to myself, you know, that's true.
Well, I think it's just an overall trend in culture, because if you look at literature post-1960s, there's an interesting rise in what's called hypermasculinity and homo bonding, which just means bonding of the same sex, particularly men bonding. So you have books like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and you have books like Fight Club and all this other stuff come out at a particular time in culture. I think men have generally lost their place in society. And so you have this backlash against feminism because I think men have kind of been left in the dark as to what their role and what their place is supposed to be. Men have finally, I think, in a sense, become proletarianized, to use a Marxism, and now they don't know what to do, and the first thing to do is a violent backlash.
See, I don't understand that kind of perception, though. I've never, ever in my entire life felt like I served some kind of role like that in society. And any role I had in society, it was something I would have had to choose to do or volunteer for. Unless, of course, someone tried to force something on me. There's simply live one day to the next and just try to survive. I don't see what the hell anybody's thinking they need to be a certain way for a certain gender. I don't get it.
Well, it's an unconscious sort of thing. There's an interesting book about men dropping out of society. I can't remember the name of it, but it goes into more depth about men not reverting back into boyhood, but just dropping out generally, dropping out of education and work and things like that because they've lost their way. And I think that reflects itself in the literature of our time and everything else. I think it's a cultural phenomenon. And feminism just happens to be the first thing to latch onto as an issue. It's because it's pretty apparent when you read the literature, and not academic literature. I mean, when you just read literary fiction.
What was the word you used earlier, Joseph?
Huh?
The propat. What was the word you used earlier? Pro-pachala something.
Proletarianization.
That, yeah.
By that I just
heard
mean,
of-
yeah, it's a Marxist.
Bear with me a moment while I reboot.
Please.
Okay, hang on, I'm going to reboot.
What?
It's a Marxist term, but by that but all I mean is that more and more men are being subjected to a role of not knowing their place in society. That's not what proletarianization means under Marxism, but I felt like it was the most appropriate term to use because it kind of captured in a way what I was thinking of.
Okay. And Nadia, what was it you said? Reboot? Who reboot?
Yeah, she had to reboot.
Oh. Because of internet problems?
Yeah, she's been having internet troubles. Hopefully she'll get back in within 5 minutes. So how you doing there, Sear? That's a nice t-shirt you got there. Not Sears, Sean. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know there was anybody in the hangar called Sheer. And this isn't a t-shirt.
It's not a t-shirt. What is it then?
A bathrobe.
Bathrobe. You're on camera with a bathrobe? Goodness gracious, Sean.
I was on camera with a Mal shirt, so I think that's worse.
What?
A Mao shirt? Okay.
A Mao shirt. What a bunch of jokers. A Mao shirt. Wow, what a bunch of jokers. Huh.
No, I wear it in all seriousness.
Why are you wearing a Mao shirt, sir?
Why? Because it brings attention to the cause of communism.
Ah, and what's the cause of communism, mister? I have some interest in the cause of communism, and I'm not sure that it's as
What
unambiguous
the hell?
as I think. Well, tell me what you like about Mao Zedong, please. And what is the cause of communism?
I don't know who's talking right now.
Oh, is that important to know in order to answer my question? Why is knowing who's talking important to know in answering my question? Well, what kind of pose are you doing? Tell me what the thing is about now. I'm with Nadi. I'm a friend of hers. Tell Nadi, tell him I'm cool. Okay?
Okay, well let me Reveal. Let me reveal my mouse shirt. Here it is.
I know a little bit about Mao's. I know a little bit about Mao's in that time in places like the United States and France where there were a lot of Mao's. I know someone who used to be a Maoist who's now France's leading philosopher. He's not a Maoist. You're a fan of the Khmer Rouge, are you?
No.
No. What do you like? You want to know what I think about what I know about Maoism?
I need to relog in.
Right.
Bear with me.
Well, I support the cause of communism because I think workers shouldn't be exploited, and I think they should be paid the full value of their labor.
Oh, well, sure. But what does that mean? If everybody's paid the full value of the labor, why don't we just eliminate work? Look, there's enough. The automation.
Well, that would be the goal.
That is the goal. What's going to happen anyway? I mean.
Okay, good. Yeah, no more capitalism, right? Because no more value production.
What? What? What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so all right, that's fine.
Under full automation, there is no creation of new value.
The what? Yeah. Well, that's fine, but I mean,
And then if there's no creation of value, then there's no capitalism. Because surplus value is what drives profit.
Right, so fine. We eliminate all that tomorrow and.
Let me relog in. I have to shut down. I have to disconnect from momentarily.
He's gonna blow up.
I have to disconnect momentarily to do that. Go ahead.
Mao shirt. But Jack, I'm curious, would you agree that total automation will ultimately bring down capitalism because there will be no more surplus value creation?
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one.
Welcome back, religions.
Welcome back, Nadia.
Oh, yeah.
It
looks like just logging out, logging back in wasn't enough. I'm gonna have to actually reboot again.
I'd like to ask this. Here's my question: if we, okay, so we have a critique of capitalism. I've heard about the critique of capitalism. I know a little bit about it. Yeah, that's fine. So we tomorrow we have the non-capitalism or the post-capitalism. It'll be the day after capitalism. I'm for that. I think it will happen. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. Now, maybe he thinks he does. I suspect he does not. I don't believe that Maoist did. I don't believe that Leninist did. I don't believe that Trotskyist did. I'm not even sure that Tony Negri and Michael Hart did, but although they do have some ideas about it that are actually kind of interesting. But
well, I don't have any use for Negri at all. I don't have any use for Negri.
What? What did he say?
He doesn't have any use for Negri.
Oh, well, then why did you tell us, sir? Would you like to tell us? What's wrong with Negri?
I don't agree with his analysis of empire.
Of the what? He's not responding very quickly. Is that because he's...
He said, well, there's lag, but he doesn't agree with Negri's analysis of empire.
Well, that's okay, all right, but why?
I don't see how this is germane to the conversation we're having.
Well, what conversation are we having? What do you want to talk about? I didn't start talking about that.
I don't know. You started interrogating me about communism, the cause of communism, and Mao.
Yeah. Why shouldn't I? Isn't this a conversation? What are we doing? We're not interrogating each other. I didn't ask questions.
No, you're interrogating me, but that's fine.
Interrogating me? What's that supposed to mean? What kind
that
of
means Nadia, is there someone in your background talking?
What?
Yeah, Bill's in the background, yeah.
I'm in the background. I'm standing behind the screen. Would you prefer me to stand in front of the screen?
No, we weren't even talking about communism, and you just started babbling on incoherently.
You're assaulting me with questions. That's interrogation.
Oh my God, I'm insulting him. Oh my God. Well, have me taken away then, I guess. You know, I've insulted you. I've assaulted you.
All right. Well, I don't care about interrogations or whatever. The problem is you're too long-winded and dull. Can you slow it down?
But there's a rule for the conversation, is there? Well, then there is. Fine.
We just don't want to hear you sermonizing over there. That's all we're asking. Run your damn mouth if you like, but keep it short. Hey, how you doing, Beck?
Why should we keep it short? Should we keep it short in order to not say anything?
Because you are dull and you have no purpose and function. Just ask the rest of the room.
Oh dear.
Well, who's this guy? Who's this redneck?
That's Brett Keaton.
Who's this redneck? And what are you doing now?
Hey, Nadia, you're the one that said that we don't serve any intrinsic meaning or purpose. I was just repeating what you said.
Says that. I don't care who's the one that says anything. What's this value intrinsic? Well, who's this guy? These are people that just...
I'm just asking that you take a breath every once in a while, pull your britches up, let somebody else chat.
I'm a self-appointed police officer from Peking, and he's telling me that I'm not breathing properly. Well,
Look, it's obvious that you're in a fighting mood, and if that's the case, stick your head up your ass and fight for air.
what the hell is wrong with being in a fighting mood, aren't you?
Okay, guys.
You like people who are in fighting moods. Oh, great. Why the wrong personality? All right, well, I might be guilty of un-American activities or behavior
I powered
of That's great. Well, that's great. Fuck the
Get that woman some Ritalin.
revolution. We can have behavioral control, and you're not behaving properly. Who cares about the revolution? Let's just talk about proper behavior.
I powers people up. I need to reboot again because logging out and logging back in wasn't quite enough.
These people are fascists.
How am I a fascist?
You're a fascist. All right, now that we've made our case that she's a fascist, how you doing, Beppo? New Year's to you as well.
Yes, Happy New Year's to everyone.
Goodness. Well, now that that big long-winded speech went away, what are we going to talk about?
I don't know. I was willing to have a conversation, just not under those circumstances.
Oh, I know. I hope you realize I've got a sense of humor. I was just goofing on the person.
No, I understand. I actually thought it was rather funny.
All right, can you hear me now?
Nope,
Yes.
can't hear you now.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Just kidding. How you doing, man?
Good. Happy New Year. Yeah, Brett, I have to agree with you, man. I don't know that guy very well. That's with Nadia. But I got to be honest, man. When he talks, man, it is just, oh my goodness. I can't. I don't see how people have the patience to deal with it, man. It's just on and on and on and on and on. It's well, I want to make a comment, but my wife will kill me if I say it.
Welcome back to Nadia.
Yeah, I think you know where I was going with that, but you know, sometimes you know, for married folk or you know, anybody who's in a relationship, it's usually with male-female relationships. It seems when a woman just starts talking about certain things, male just kind of tunes out until it goes from coherent English language to
Oh, I hear you. Zach, before our fascist friend came in, there's a little bit of echo there.
All right, I don't know what that is, but I'll mute.
Okay. Well, Vec, earlier we were sitting there talking about why is it that non-believers seem to be going after feminists, especially on the internet, just constantly. And my buddy here that I've just met tonight named Joseph, he says that he believes that men may have actually feel like they have lost their role or position in society. And I find it odd because I've never actually felt like I had any kind of role or position, that I kind of got here because God put me here and I'm just trying to deal with shit day by day. So what exactly, do you feel like you have some kind of role?
Well, within the household, the family, yeah, I would say there is a role for both men and women. Not that the male is greater or better than the woman. It's just that they're just different creatures, and they have different roles. That's all. There's debate on, you know, what those roles are, I guess. But my premise is the Bible. So the Bible seems to tell me that men and women have different roles in the household. As far as outside the house and outside the church, I don't see any distinction there. I think women can do pretty much the same thing as men. As far as leadership, president or CEO of a company, something like that. But within the church and within a church setting, within a home setting, I think that's a different environment.
Right. That's exactly. In the household, in a family setting, I do believe that we hold a role and a position, and it's a position of supporting each other and being there for each other. But in society, you kind of get this feeling sometimes that you don't really matter to the contribution of society unless, of course, you put yourself in a kind of role. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Now, Joseph, if I got you incorrect,
I was headed toward being a career woman, but now I'm just another, I guess, homeless until death trans woman. Go ahead.
See, that's what I mean right there, the way you put that. I had this goal of being a career woman. Why do we even say it like that? Why don't we just say that our goal is to have a career? Why
Right.
have to throw
I
the
said
gender
role.
behind it?
Role, not goal.
Yeah, but you said career woman. Is that what you're focusing on, Brett?
Yeah, it's the woman part. Why does someone have to identify their gender with their goal?
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree with that too. I don't see any difference in that.
There's a big play in identity politics is a big thing these days, in literature departments especially. That's my background, by the way. My background is literature, so that's what I study in school. So that's kind of what I associate things with.
Nadia, I hope I didn't offend you or bother you by that. I'm just pointing out that I found it unusual the way you worded that.
Yeah, I don't. When I hear somebody use terms like businessmen, in my mind, I include women with that as well. Either that or I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm too lazy to say something too polysyllabic. Businesswoman. I don't know, but yeah, I don't make a distinction there when I use certain words. Just like actor or actress, to me they're the same. That
Well,
kind
I mean, there is I suppose, commonly understood distinction, or whatever you want to call it, that. Well, I mean, tend to get knocked out of the workforce, or at least professional workforce, etc. And in fact, by reproduction and all that. So, in my case, obviously I was sterile, so I was going to be shooting for that, and I also had to pursue the career aspect in order to go about getting money together to get the surgery. Not that actually worked out. I've been trying that all along. No. They won't even.
You call the right person, you ask the right head, you find you the right time. I mean, maybe you don't have the social standards. You don't say
Yeah, I am not a naive 10-year-old. I have a relatively good idea of how to do these things already.
I got another question for you, Nadia. Hopefully it doesn't get people too riled up. But I've been in a conversation with quite a few non-believers out there about the court system stating that atheism is a religion. Why does it piss off atheists so much knowing that now they have been declared as a religion?
That's an interesting question, Brett. But then again, you're good at those.
Well, I don't think legal status and such equates to sort of actual ontological, philosophical status and such. So I'm not really too bothered by it. What do you think, Tom? Or Jack? Or Joseph?
For
You
me,
have to repeat the question for Tom and Joseph. Yeah, you might have to repeat the question for Tom and Joseph.
Well, I've been noticing that there's a lot of atheists out there who apparently haven't got the memo, but the Supreme Court's declared atheism as a religion. And when I point this out and provide them the links and the information on it, they lose their shiznit over it. They just freak. Like there was a guy recently made a video, you know, the typical atheist video, religion's responsible for all evils of the world. And I said, does that also go for the atheist religion? And the guy's like, atheism isn't a religion. So I give him the link and he's like, all that information is wrong. Can't be true. So, I mean, sheesh.
Who declared atheism a religion? The American Supreme Court.
Yeah, the court systems declared this because atheists actually pushed for it to be a religion. I kid you not. It's on the Richard Dawkins site and everything. How are they missing this? They're so busy watching drugs and drinking on the drunken peasants, they don't have time to look at the actual scientist atheist.
I got a couple of links on the side here if you want to check them out.
Yeah, I will. Because I wasn't aware of that. And as far as Australian law goes, it's not a religion. But so I'll have a look at yours. But I'd only say that it's but on our census forms.
Well, you can say whatever the hell you want, but usually in America, when the Supreme Court says something, we tend to go, well, you know. We don't usually go along with just some random person in Google Hangout. Supreme Court says that's so. Well, hey.
Okay, atheism is a protected religion. Okay, that just makes sense.
I'm seeing, well, I see that the U.S. Supreme Court decision was from 1961, and it references specifically secular humanism. I know you're not talking about the other ruling because that's from a federal district court. Federal district court in Oregon. Am I reading this wrong? Or is it... Are you conflating the two decisions, the court decisions?
I'll tell you what, there seems to be a lot of atheists out there, Beckel, that haven't heard of the invention of Google, but if you type in atheism as a religion, courts, and all that, it's just literally thousands of pages of this kind of stuff. I don't know how you guys miss it.
I know that on the Australian census, everyone in court is treated the same.
I was looking at the link that Beckel actually gave. Is that not enough for you?
I'm just talking about Australian law. I'll read Beckel's stuff in a second, which is American law, so it doesn't apply to me. But the only time that Australians are required to state their faith is on our census, which happens every 4 years. And atheism is listed as a religion in that group. So you can take that as you will, whether you want to classify atheism as the negation of religion for that section, or as a religion in that section.
I just don't genuinely
because the question
find
states what is your religious status. So you can view it either way.
Court finds that secular humanism is a religion for Establishment Clause purposes. And then he also said allowing followers of other faiths to join religious group meetings while denying Holden the same privilege is discrimination on the basis of religion. I don't think that it says what you think it says, Brett.
I just don't find it interesting.
Yeah, it's an attempt at like too coquet, right? But fail.
Clickbait.
I mean, you gotta have
I
your
agree with
religion,
that.
especially when you're gonna have your atheist churches and all that kind of stuff. Now you got atheists out there asking for all kinds of stuff. Ah, there it is, right there. I type in atheist religion, thousands of pages. So it don't say what I want it to say. It says what it says.
Yeah, I've never even seen an atheist church. They don't exist here.
Well, let's
I
see
think
if we've got an
Elaine de Bouton.
America
Might have-
sounds like a very interesting place to me.
I don't understand why it's always the definition of atheism like that you guys have to attack. It's so lame.
It really is. This is not a very interesting topic.
Oh, I don't care if you're interested. Oh, by the way, yes, you do have some atheist churches in Australia. Good times.
Well, of course you do. They don't want to pay taxes. I want an atheist church.
True that.
I wouldn't recognize it as religion, but if the government does, that's cool. I don't want to pay taxes. It's awesome. I'd do it. You guys can call it whatever you want to.
Well, there you go. You found you a benefit from it, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a benefit. That's a big one.
Everything has a silver lining.
Jefferson surely respected a person's right to be an atheist, but he did not define atheism as a religion. Thomas Jefferson, being a Jefferson, from the article that you, Veckel, just listed. This is like an editorial.
I thought it would be a.
Then it said 1961 again described, quote, secular humanism as a religion.
Well, I would say, Matt Dillahunty's show that he has every Sunday in Texas.
No one cares about Matt Dillahunty, though.
Yeah,
Veckel, you know the Sunday's not the Sabbath anyway, so I don't know what you're trying
Stop
to
the
say.
nonsense. People do care about Dillahunty. As a matter of fact, there's a great deal of atheists in this G+ community that parrot a lot of the things that he says.
I know. I find that very.
What did you mean by the significance of Sunday? Are you saying that's like the holy
Well,
day?
I'm just saying because it's sort of like a mockery of what most Christians do on a Sunday. Most Christians on a Sunday go to church.
So if you're saying it's a mockery, then it's not.
We could talk about. Well, we could talk about whether or not the Sabbath is on a Saturday or Sunday. I mean, I'm prepared to talk about that as well. But the fact of the matter is, 90% of Christians in this country, in America, go to church on a Sunday. And I just find it kind of funny that Matt Dillahunty religiously, if you will, has this show conveniently on Sunday, probably the time after church is out, where he's talking about God. To me, that's religious.
That's religious. All right, fine.
Well,
okay. I mean, I'll just concede it. Fine. You guys can call it whatever you want. No one really cares.
Play on words, but I'm sort of
Yeah,
playing with
I
the word,
don't
but-
care.
Well, I'm
I
sort of.
just don't see where does that get you? Like, if I say if atheists just say okay, fine, whatever, then then what does that get you? Like what?
Well, I'm just making conversation. I'm just saying that's.
Well,
I think,
what's the point? What's the point of the conversation?
But I think atheism is a lot more than what most people are trying to assert that it is. They simply say that it's just a lack of belief.
It can be, Veckel. It can be. Atheism itself isn't anything.
Well, we both
I
know
would start
that
it.
atheism is more
All right,
than like a belief in deities. I mean,
I'm willing to assert that.
they have a worldview of the universe and so on.
This is what I don't understand. You guys get so hung up on the definition and saying it's a religion. Tell me what the word is that you would call just a person who does not believe. What do you want to call that?
Agnostic.
And then okay.
That's what I would say, because in order for you to know that there is no God, then you would have to have the quality or attribute of God Himself in order to know.
Okay, is agnosticism a religion?
Huh?
Is agnosticism a religion?
Agnosticism? No. I would think that's a more valid term for people who just don't know or don't believe in that God exists.
Oh, I
Okay,
know for
I'm an
well,
agnostic.
I know for a fact.
But that's
God
just me.
doesn't
That's just me.
exist.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I know for a fact God doesn't exist.
You do?
That's not
Yes.
agnostic.
Yeah, that's not. See, that's not. That's not.
No, that's a very strong atheistic perspective.
Yeah, and actually, I think it may be a strong atheistic perspective, but very weak position, because it
I
doesn't
doubt
prove anything.
that. I seriously doubt that.
Oh, you know that for sure, or you doubt it?
No, I doubt what you're saying, but I know for sure that I'm
You don't
right.
really know for sure, then.
No, I'm doubting what you're saying. I know for a fact that my atheism is true.
Okay, how do you know?
Because the idea of God is incoherent and impossible.
That's not good enough. Nah, you gotta try again, man. Yeah, that's not good enough. Sorry.
Beckle, what if you're wrong?
That's like
Joseph, not to be
I know for a
cold-blooded, but just because you're incoherent doesn't mean that God is.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, don't you have to know? I mean, we can assert.
Tom,
I think it's honest for me to say.
Tom, do you have a first aid kit?
There's yeah, shots fired, right. I would say that I don't believe in the existence of, if I were a person that took your position, I would say I'm not convinced that God exists, but I don't really know if there is no God or not, because we have the testimonies of millions of people that claim otherwise. So I mean,
Yeah, I think they're wrong.
Okay, you think, but you don't really know.
Okay, I know they're wrong.
No, you don't know they're wrong.
I know for a fact they're wrong.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I'll play this word game with you.
You got a video? He's gonna show me a YouTube video that proves that God doesn't exist.
No, I can give you the argument God doesn't exist. I can give you multiple arguments that God doesn't exist.
What flavor of Kool-Aid did you drink in order to come to this conclusion? Okay.
What did?
Oh, no quick comeback? Okay. Yeah, I have my days too.
No, the quick comeback was the.
No, your quick
first
comeback
aid
was
kit.
ooh. That was your quick comeback.
No, that was me. That was me.
Oh, okay. Oh, so your quick comeback was crickets.
What?
Okay, never mind. You didn't have enough caffeine.
Come on, Beckle. This is like a G-Man type.
I know. I'm
Come
just
on.
having fun.
You're
It's
better
New
than
Year's.
that. You know that.
I know. It's New Year's Eve. New Year's Day. Happy New Year's, by the way, to everybody.
Happy New Year's.
I'm just working on my Bible notes. Anybody interested to do a Bible study with me? No.
I got a question for you, Beckle.
All right. I was just kidding, but go ahead.
Like, I'm sure you know about the G-Man Fiona thing, and like when we've been in here before, like when I've been in here, when you've been in here, and you were talking to Nicholas, who is a really nice guy, and he's pretty cool, and I think Farhan was in here the other day, and
oh yeah.
and you kind of I think you would think that Nicholas is a Christian. You certainly admitted that you thought that even Islam and Catholicism and Christianity all worship the same God.
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said that?
You.
No. I never said that.
No, that's not. I'm thinking of someone else then.
Yeah, it must have been somebody else, because I would never say those three worship the same God.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're in agreement that Fiona's not a Christian then? Catholics aren't Christians?
Well, I would say for Islam, we definitely do not worship the same God. Not even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. And as far as Catholicism, that's a tricky one. I would say if the God that they worship says that you have to do good works in order to be saved, then they're worshiping a false God.
Okay.
But it all depends on, because I do believe there are Catholics that are true believers and they don't adhere to the sacraments that are required under the catechism. However, Catholicism by itself, I would say, is heretical, and I wouldn't say that was Christian.
What do you think about when G-Man has said before, like G-Man oftentimes asks atheists, he says, like, what do you think a Christian is, right? Because that's like little G-Man test. He wants to, like, see if you know the answer, and you know how he does that, right?
What I think a Christmas? What did he say?
What he thinks a Christian is, right?
Oh, a Christian.
Like, let me ask you something. What is a Christian? What do you have to do to be Christian? And then they'll answer, and they'll be like, no. And he said before, being a Christian is following Jesus Christ, period. That's the quote, like verbatim, right?
Mhm.
So is that a wrong quote? I mean, is that not valid? Like if Fiona believes in Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we have to take her word for it that if she claims to be a Christian and she says the right things, then at that point we have to take her word for it, even though she may have some things that we disagree with. She didn't. I haven't heard her say anything really, anything blasphemous. However, I do have some strong disagreements with her regarding her understanding of the text. I mean, she takes a lot of things as allegorical, which I think is sort of bad. But it all depends on what we're talking about. However, my personal issue with Fiona is her attitude towards Christians. I think it's very unbiblical. She, I don't know. There's just, and when I say that I don't believe that she's a Christian, I'm speaking subjectively, and I openly admit that because I don't know if she's really one of God's elect or not. But for me, speaking as a fallible human being, um, I, I'm just not convinced personally. And I know people get offended when I say that, but I don't see why that matters because I'm not God. What she is not contingent upon what I think of her or how I perceive her. I'm just a regular, fallible, average Joe here on YouTube, just giving my honest opinion about a certain individual. That's it. And if she says the same thing about me or anybody else says that about me, fine. Doesn't matter to me.
Mm-hmm. So, do you agree on G-Man, like calling her out like that, and just flat out saying you aren't a Christian and doing what he? Did you watch that hangout?
I've seen him do it a couple of times. That's not the first time G-Man's done that kind of hangout about Fiona.
No, it's not.
I've called her out once, but to me, once is enough. So I don't need to do it again. As far as G-Man, do I agree with him doing that? He could do what he wants. Do I agree personally? Well, I would say I wouldn't. He already did it once. I wouldn't have done it again. I would have just left it alone after the first time.
Yeah, I feel like you can be a really good influence on him, Beckel. Not in like a vicious rebuking type way, but just in a nudging in a certain direction way, if that makes any sense. I mean, of that group of people, like that group of you and G-Man and kind of some ancillary people, I feel like you are definitely the most reasonable out of all of them, and I don't want to say smartest, but like,
I have my days, and I'm not put on here to be anybody's superior or anything. So
no. But and I wouldn't mention anything in that way, but I feel like oftentimes you are. I mean, it's one thing if you don't kind of speak up to like it from a superior standpoint, right? But if you are in a position and you get dragged down to a certain standpoint, then I feel like that is bad too. Like I feel like some of the things you are inclined to agree with and etc. and just go with, and where I feel like you might not necessarily have that opinion. I don't know.
I see what you're saying, right? Yeah, if I believe that a Christian is, if a brother sister is in error about something, I usually try to share that off screen, off the air.
Okay.
Like in private discussion. So we have a lot of these kinds of discussions off air, and you guys wouldn't know about it because we just don't. We just don't share it. Yeah. But there are times where there's something. With the opportunity for correction has to be taken like immediately, depending on like for certain issues of doctrine that are essential. Those have to be responded to immediately, I would say, because we're on air and they're very important. But as far as a person's attitude and stuff like that, I think those are personal issues that should be and taken off air and discussed in private.
Yeah.
But that's just me. That's just me. That's the way I view the commands of God. We're supposed to handle these things.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a good approach. When you do have those conversations, I mean, is G-Man like receptive to them, or is he as stubborn as he is with us? Because I feel like a lot of things you would be just repeating about what other people say, like in the Hangout or something. Maybe
Yeah,
not in those exact words, but he doesn't listen, you know.
believe it or not, he is. He's very receptive in a lot of ways. I guess it all depends on. But it all depends on what the topic is too, because we've bumped heads a couple of times about certain things, and he just didn't want to listen.
Yeah.
But G-Man though, he's a very forgiving person though. He has a very, very, very big heart, and he's very quick to forgive. That's one thing I noticed about him, and I think that's one of the reasons why he and I have remained, friends this long. Because he took his videos down, but he's had some strong stuff to say about me in the past, and he's made effort to try to talk to me and reconcile. And even though during that reconciliation there was some strong opinions back and forth towards each other, in the end it worked out the best because we simply followed what Christ commands us to do, is to be humble. So he's probably more forgiving than I am because I still have certain individuals blocked, whereas G-Man doesn't. G-Man has unblocked several people that's gotten on his nerves. Me, I haven't unblocked certain individuals.
He's got me blocked.
Yeah, that's temporary. If it was me, you'd still be blocked. If I had you blocked, you're gonna stay blocked because you said something that was really offensive to me, and I just didn't want to hear it, or I just thought you were really petty. But G-Man, he's not like that. He's far more forgiving than I am, I would say, and that's something I could learn from him, actually. So, but I think that's what it is. I mean, he's going to be very stubborn, but stay patient. Because I've seen this relationship with atheists, between him and atheists. He's he's had some hard issues with certain atheists that got on his nerves. He blocked them for a time, and then next thing you know, they're like chatting again. They're unblocked. They're popping in his hangouts, stuff, and yeah. So I think with G-Man, if you in a heavy argument with him, and if you want to continue, in some sort of future discussions with him, just be the better man and try to be patient with him, I guess. Some people you have to be like that. It sucks that you have to be the one that's got to tone your voice down, and but some people, I don't know. Some people have to learn humility the hard way.
Yeah, I think when I brought up the safe thing, he actually engaged me though. Actually, he just blocked me after the fact. But he told me that there was like no subject that he wouldn't talk about or address, and so I brought that up, and so
he blocked me a couple times.
Yeah.
He had public videos calling me a moron, and So I didn't respond though because I knew it was only temporary. I knew his being mad at me was only temporary. I just didn't know how long it was going to last. That's the thing. So
yeah.
And again, that just goes to show how quick to forgive G-Man is. So it's not that he's stupid or anything like that. It's just he has a big heart. He's very passionate, and yeah. And tell you, he's more forgiving than I am. I tell you that right now. I blocked. I've had J.D. Kane and who else? Oh, Alex Biden, and with several other people blocked for over 2 years now. I just have no desire to talk to him. None.
There's been some speculation about this safe and whether or not it's just a made-up story. Do you have any insight into that?
No, no idea. I'm still trying to figure out what the heck is the whole story is about anyway. Something about a scenario. I don't know if it's a scenario or if it's a real thing that happened. But something
Well, that's
about
what
him
we're trying to
finding-
figure out now. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the debate is if he found something with a lot of money in it and kept it, would it be considered stealing? Or something along those lines.
That's part of it. There's so many different aspects of the safe story that are fascinating. But the thing is that his story has kind of changed. And and that's when it's so inconsistent, then it has spawned some conversation about whether it's even real or not.
Mm.
I mean, I think G-Man, if that is the case, he had some good intentions because he wanted to kind of address answered prayer as evidence for God, right? So I think it just kind of spiraled out of control. Maybe that wasn't the best example he could have given.
I haven't been really paying attention to that whole issue with the safe thing.
Yeah, well, he doesn't like talking about it now, but then he will talk about it extensively sometimes, so I don't know.
I keep hearing people claiming there was some kind of inconsistency, but no one's actually been specific about what that alleged inconsistency is.
Oh, do you want the specifics? I didn't want to bore Michael with it. Well, one of the original stories is that he found it in a dumpster, and then he found $3,000 in it. Then later he said it wasn't quite $3,000. Also, he said that he was speculating at the time that it was from an evicted tenant, and then later he said, well, I don't know whose it was, so it wasn't stealing because I just took it, right? He also said that he found it in the dumpster, so it wasn't stealing because the person who put it there was disavowing ownership, so it was okay for him to take it. Then later he said, even as recently as yesterday, that he took it to the police, and he even got a police report. So he didn't just take it, he took it there. And then I guess he took it to the police, they gave him the report, which I don't understand, I don't think that's common, and then they gave him back the safe, I guess? I don't know. Is that clear, or do you need some?
I haven't heard any of that stuff before. When I heard him tell it a long time ago, which I don't recall word for word like apparently you're claiming to do, but I just heard that he felt
I don't think I was claiming word to word. But
having a hard time, and he found this money. I believe it was referred to as in a dumpster or something like that. But it seems to me, and I'm not a big speculative guy, that if something has been tossed into the damn trash and you find it, well, I mean, what you gonna do?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like I was saying, he speculated in one of the videos. He was trying to justify it, and he said that it was from an evicted tenant where they were cleaning out the space, and that would mean that that person didn't actually relinquish property of it.
I wouldn't consider it stealing if it's found and no one claims it. And even if you try to make effort to, I mean, let's think about it, folks.
Well, how can you claim it if it's gone, right?
Right. You're walking down the street, you find a suitcase that has $1 million in it. Try walking down the hood and saying, "Does this belong to you?" Try that, and see what kind of response you're going to get. Okay.
Well, I mean, would that be
everybody's going to claim that? They're gonna, yeah. That's my uncle. That's my uncle Tyrone's suitcase. Yeah, because he was looking for that for a few weeks. Come on now, nobody's going to buy that.
I don't know anyone who would approach it like that.
I saw video footage of a lady walking by, a lady who was sitting on a chair, and the lady who was walking by, she was showing the camera that she had $100 bill in her hand, right? And she says, "Let's see how this lady responds." So she goes up to next to the lady who's sitting in the chair, and she bends down and pretends that she picks up the $100 bill, which she already had in her hand the whole time. She picks up and she says, "Oh, look what I found! I found a $100 bill." And the lady sitting next to the chair like looks down and then looks back up at the lady. She's like, "Actually, that's mine." And she's like, "What do you mean it's yours?" She said, "Because I left it. It fell out of my pocket." She says, "No, it didn't fall out your pocket. This was a $100 bill I've had in my hand the whole time." Is it? And the lady's gonna sit there and try to argue with her, even though she has no proof that she had a $100 bill. But yet she's gonna sit there and try to lie that the money fell out of her pocket. So that is the type of people that you are going to run into in certain areas. You find a suitcase with money or whatever with money in it. Try walking down the street and asking people if this is yours, if this is theirs. Of course, they're going to suggest that it's theirs.
Yeah, why would you do that though, and not just take it to the police?
Okay. Well, you could. I guess you could do that. But
I don't even that proposition of doing it the way you described right there. That wasn't even like on my radar ever. I mean, it was like I would never try to do that. I agree with you. It's preposterous. That's why I would never even think of doing that.
I have a suggestion, Veckel. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
If someone is looking for money, then what they ought to do is make a video and claim that they're going to make a website. Do it 6 times, get as much money out of it as you can, and never produce. That seems to work. That's how atheists do it.
Oh, is that a TJ reference? Oh yeah, there's another discrepancy.
You know what I would do? You know what I would do personally? This is my personal thing, and maybe I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. Let's say I find the money, right? And let's say it's $1 million. I don't know. We can make up any amount of money,
sure,
right? And let's say no one. I say I'm going to give it a little while to see if anybody online or on TV, on the radio, makes claims for this money. In the meantime, I'm going to hold on to it. Okay, I'll hold on to it. Maybe I ain't going to lie. I'll probably spend a little bit of it. I'm not going to spend all of it, but I'll spend a little bit of it. And let's say I spend, I don't know, $100 of it. And let's say after I spend $100, somebody finally proves that it's actually theirs. So then I give them the money back, plus the $100 that I spend. But that's of course if they can prove that the money is theirs. So I think that's what I would do. I would just hold on to it and keep a certain amount, that equal amount of money in the bank, so that should that person finds me, I can give them that money back. But until then,
sorry.
That's what I would do.
Go ahead.
Just sorry. Hopefully I can be heard semi-clearly. I'm going to disappear in a second because I do need to have a shower. But and I'm almost there. But I don't know if America has the same law, but if you find anything, be it from nautical rope to a bag of money, if you take it down to a police station, they will take your details and they'll check across the police databases for reported lost or stolen goods, and if in 30 days no one has claimed it, they give it to you.
Oh, so that's how it works? Okay. So
That's how it works in Australia.
Oh, okay.
So it's legally yours after 30 days if you have found it and no one has reported it's lost or stolen.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of a standard thing in some areas. Veckel, he was also saying that one of his later revisions is also that he was saying that it wasn't stealing when people were accusing him of that, because he was speculating that God, like, literally, like, put it there himself. Like, he materialized the safe and the money there. So it's like directly given to him by God, therefore it wasn't stealing.
Holy fuck. Are you still on about that silliness with G-Man the Safe?
Yeah, we're talking about Veckel about it.
Who gives a fuck? No,
See,
seriously.
this is
Seriously.
exactly the point. If atheists even assume that a Christian has done any kind of scandal or anything involving money, they will talk about it for years. But atheists, they can steal millions of dollars, and no one's like, well, you know, it is what it is. They just don't care.
You're talking about TJ? You're mad at him?
Well, TJ, he has literally gotten over $100,000 from the atheist community, and hell, I even pointed out before that his own dad ripped people off for $35 million to prison, and atheists are like, "Oh, let the guy go, let it pass."
Well, what does his dad have to do with him, though? Like, that's
It has to
obviously
do
not.
with the fact that it seems to be a family line of scammers, but nobody see what I mean. He doesn't give a shit.
Well, that's a fallacy, right?
He
You
goes,
can't.
what does it have to do with it? What does that matter? So what? $35 million, diploma mills, people's lives ruined. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Well, that's not TJ, though. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's a fallacy.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
TJ, but D-Man's important enough to spend the whole 2 hours talking about, right?
Has it been 2 hours? I don't think it has been.
Going on 2 hours now.
And by the way, you also asked me specifically to detail the discrepancies in the stories.
Yeah, but they hear you just break your consistency by saying, well, that's TJ's TJ. Well, G-Man's G-Man. G-Man do whatever the hell he wants. That's what I say.
No, the same thing I would be saying that his dad was a safe stealer, not just saying G-Man's G-Man.
You do realize that TJ's father actually went to federal prison for what he did, and TJ has been caught scamming the piss out of people. There's no speculation to that.
His father is in jail, yeah, but I don't see what does that have to do with TJ, though?
You see what I mean? You don't care, but you're going to go on and on.
I don't care about that. I'll listen to what you had to say about TJ, but his father is obviously something that is not the same thing. I don't see, that's literally just a non sequitur. It does not follow.
When you say that someone has committed a crime and then their son has committed crimes, I don't see what the problem is there. What the hell are you even talking about?
You're saying crime committing is genetic or something?
No, I'm just saying that you guys are inconsistent. You don't keep it balanced. You have a known criminal and you don't give a damn.
So is Eric Hoven, should he go to jail too because of what his father did?
I don't believe that Kent Hoven did anything criminal.
Well, in a criminal sense, should he be held accountable for what his dad did?
I mean, I could sit here and just keep doing the same thing to you. I don't care. Yep, not interested. What does it matter? Blah, blah, blah.
I don't think I've said that. I even said I'd listen to what you said about TJ.
Start a pot on the whole G-Man thing, but if we bring up atheist after atheist, you don't care. That's the
I didn't say that. I'll say again that I'm perfectly willing to listen to what you have to say about the TJ thing, but I don't think his dad matters. Just like you didn't really come to that conclusion about the Kent Hoven example I gave you.
I don't believe that Kent Hoven actually committed a criminal act.
Yeah, well, neither does TJ's dad.
What the hell are you talking about? The guy sat there and did exactly that. There was tons of people that went on it.
I don't understand. I don't get it. This is just a non sequitur again.
Yeah, you're an idiot. That's the problem. Nadia, are you there?
I'm an idiot. Okay, Brett.
Yeah, anybody that sits there and goes after someone just simply because they're a Christian but isn't willing to sit there and drop the bomb on people in their own group.
I don't know how many times I have to say it. I'm perfectly willing to hear what you have to say about TJ.
Well, you don't just have to hear what I hear. The information is all over the place. The cases are made public.
You remember when you asked me what the inconsistencies were in the G-Man safe story, and then I told you? Would you be willing to tell me what the inconsistencies in the TJ story are?
Here, let me go ahead and get you this information, since you obviously only cared enough to look at the information or what you claim to. And by the way, where are the videos at where you claim that he said all this stuff, by the way? Because I'm going to actually give you facts and resources.
Well, one of them's in yesterday's G-Man's Hangout.
Okay, well, I need a timestamp, and I need you to show me the contrast of what he may have said before.
Okay, I'll need a timestamp for all those videos that you're claiming about TJ then.
Oh, I'll give you case files and also the information right here.
Oh,
No
but no
problem with that.
timestamp?
I'm going to give you the information.
Okay.
Are you going to try to run away? Is that what we're talking about here? I'm telling you, I'm going to give you the evidence. I'm asking you to get me the evidence of what you're talking about.
Run away from what? What am I running away from?
All right, calm it down there, coward. Let me get this for you.
What are you talking about?
Give me my information.
I'm on a mobile device. I mean,
Oh, is that what it is?
Hello.
Is that what it is? You can't actually give me anything.
Sure, I can. I mean, I'm not going to do it now, but I'll give it to you the next time I see you, maybe. It'll take me a while to find it.
Now let me go ahead and get this information. Are you going to actually be able to look at the facts that I give you on this?
You can screen share it, and I'll see it.
All right, bear with me. I'll be with you momentarily, and maybe get a
Or you
cigarette
could just-
with you afterward. Sorry, go ahead.
Or you could just tell me, Brett.
Well, I'm going to put it out here so everybody can see for themselves. There you go.
Yeah, I heard you.
You may not want, Nadia, you may not want to screen share this kind of stuff, though, because some of it's case files and numbers with stuff like that. You don't want that being seen on the screen.
Yeah, that wouldn't be. Oh, still on the headset.
I'm only going to give the stuff that is fine to sit there and put forth for people to see that is actually public.
What are these case files are? When was TJ, when did he go to court for this stuff?
I don't know if this guy is ridiculous or what. Are you not seeing the information put over on the right side of the screen?
I think I made it very clear that I was on a mobile device. I can't see chat.
All right, so then there's no point in even bothering with you on it because you're claiming to not have a way to be able to actually look at the information.
Well, you could just tell me.
I gave you the information. I'm not going to sit here and tell you so you can sit there and go, well, I don't see the evidence or information. I just went ahead and cut right through the bullshit and gave you your information.
How come you won't answer the question on when...
I gave you the information. It's right there. I can't help that you're using a phone over there on your internet. Get a computer, click on the damn links and the resources, and you'll see it for yourself.
So you're talking about court cases, though. That doesn't sound like TJ.
You still haven't actually provided any.
Are you able to access the Google?
G-Man at all.
Yeah, he doesn't even dispute most of this stuff, though. I mean, the actual, what he said, he's not going to dispute.
Tom.
Yep.
Can you access the Google chat for this hangout on your mobile?
I don't think so.
I would, you know, what does it matter if, some individual or whatever is, I don't know, good, bad, or what? I mean.
Well, Nadia, it's not a super big deal. It's about people actually being truthful about this and not being overly dramatic just so they can get views and attention on the internet. G-Man is being accused by atheists out there doing some pretty reputable bullshit, and they're trying to slander his name. But when I ask for evidence of the claims, this guy is telling me, oh, I'm on a phone. I can't get you no evidence or information, but I'm going to sit here on a public live hangout and slander the guy. I sit here and point out, why don't atheists say something about atheists who are ripping people off? And I gave the evidence, and the guy's telling me, oh, I can't even look at the evidence.
Yeah.
So why am I even wasting my time with this bunny rabbit?
I prefer not to have a conversation about either G-Man or DJ with the atheists and such. I mean,
I respect that, Nadia, and I will cease on the conversation on that. We can change the topic.
and it's not because Adolf Hitler killed 6 million Jews and 6 million mixes of other people. Never mind 28 million Soviet citizens. and so on and so forth, that the idea is articulated in mon contra false, right?
I hear you. I hear you. So, Nadia, are we ready for some more intellectual questions?
I am
can't
indeed.
participate. I'm an idiot, so.
Well, we could always try.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what do you want to talk about, Brett?
Well, I'm mostly talking to Nadia.
Oh, I don't care.
I don't care either. Let's see what we got. All right. We were on the topic of, do you believe that the cause of the universe is more powerful than the universe itself? And you said that you did not believe that there was a cause. Can you explain why it is that you believe that there is no cause, Nadia?
Oh, yes, the universe is not a causal relation. Causality is a relationship between things that are elements of the structure of the universe, like space, time, mass, energy, and such, right? So, for instance, distinct configurations of mass, energy, at different times, at a given location, are an event, and the causal relationship between, say, two events is furthermore given by, I guess attributed to, these various kinds of forces in the universe, like, say the primitive forces of, strong nuclear, weak nuclear, electromagnetism, and gravity. So, okay, there we have it. Compositions thereof may comprise, I suppose, less primitive or built up through whatever sorts of chains, composite forces. Go ahead.
So you're sitting here saying, it sounded almost like you were explaining causal reactions and all this, yet you claim it doesn't have a cause.
Well, the point of the description of causal forces or causal relationships is to give a pretty concrete idea of all these things within the universe and such that causality relies upon. And okay, to pose a cause outside the universe that would attempt to have the universe as one of its causal relata fails to meet those criteria because causality is the characterization of structure integral to the universe. Go ahead.
What I'm asking you is, how have you come to the interpretation or understanding that there's no cause behind the universe?
I think I just kind of went over twice, but very, very quickly, the kinds of things that can be causes and effects are not the kind of thing the universe is. Go ahead.
Let me take a look here, because I think that we have a different understanding. This is directly out of the dictionary. A person or a thing that gives rise to an action, phenomenon, or condition.
Yes, that is a far less broken down notion. That has not been, examined philosophically. Where I think you ask in terms of universe having been caused, ends up raising these philosophical questions that you have to, clarify the meaning of causality to answer. So that clarification is the sort of thing that I described here, and well, it's not going to match the shared definition. No. Go ahead.
Well, here's a more specific, more clear definition of this. A reason for an action or condition. So you're stating that the universe had no action. It just, bam.
Brett, she's stating that it's a category error, I think is what she's saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't apply to the universe.
Well, me and Nadia, we've talked about this a little bit earlier before you came in, and Richard Dawkins, Stephen Hawking, and Lawrence Krauss actually propose that there is some form of cause or action behind this. They just don't believe it's a god.
What, like
That's
the
why
Big
I find
Bang?
it odd when I hear some atheists who just randomly come into Google saying stuff like this, when even the big boys even say there's a cause.
Are you talking about the Big Bang?
I'm talking about the model of the universe that humanity accepts at this point.
That would be the Big Bang. That's just the universe as we know it.
Right.
In other words, we can't go beyond the Big Bang or the point of the singularity.
Well, there are some people out there who actually believe that they can go beyond and that they actually can go into the realms of dimensions as well as multiverse.
Are you saying that Lawrence Krauss, Stephen Hawking, that they believe that?
I have heard Lawrence Krauss actually speak of how there could possibly be this. I've also heard Stephen Hawking speak about the parallel arrows of time, of universes that can actually go.
Possibly
Hello,
is
I'm
very
talking,
different.
dumb boy. I'm talking. Universes that actually go backwards. So yeah.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. So that's not saying that that's a theory or anything, or so not saying that's what they believe, and I don't know why you would cite someone saying that it's possible for something. That would be like citing me as evidence of the existence of God because I said it was possible since I'm
Well,
agnostic.
I would not ever cite you. I have respect for guys like Stephen Hawking and many scientists, whether atheist or God believer. But whenever it comes to some random jackass with a bunny rabbit avatar on the internet, no, I wouldn't cite you. I'd cite the big boys.
If you respect them, why would you cite them incorrectly?
Show how I have cited them incorrectly.
Well, you're making the claim that they have the position that you do, so it's your burden of proof.
I didn't say that I had the position of any of this. I said that the universe, according to humanity right now, is accepted by the Big Bang model.
Actually, you didn't even specify, but I asked you, so now you're actually...
Well, I have
answering that question.
specified it. You just got into the conversation. I've talked to Nadia about this, I don't know, 1,000 times at this point. Nadia, what do you think? We've been doing this for a couple of years now.
So
in a
you still don't understand how it's a category error in her eyes after 1,000 times?
We haven't sat there and got into why she thinks it's an error, and it doesn't even matter. She's got her own different view. I've got mine. I'm trying to understand her. She's trying to understand me. This guy's just a damn troll. Why are we wasting our time on this person, Nadia? He's just here to aggravate.
I'm not even...
I don't think he is.
Yes, you are. We're sitting here talking about is there a cause behind the universe, and you're babbling on about all this other stuff had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I interjected to clarify Nadia's position, and I think she agreed with what I said, that it was a category error.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
category error.
Yeah, why is that trolling you?
No, I'm waiting for you to answer that, Tom, because I don't even think you're paying attention to what she's saying. How is it a category error?
Yes, it is category error. The kinds of things that can be causal relata are necessarily, well, things like events. Go ahead.
How do you know that the universe doesn't have a cause?
Well, it's not the kind of thing that can have a cause. Go ahead.
You do realize that atheists held to the steadfast theory about the universe never even having a beginning at all. And now we have Stephen Hawking who is actually pointing out that there is some kind of cause to this. How can you say there isn't?
Yeah, but you're talking about the Big Bang. The Big Bang might have had a cause, but the universe, we don't know what came before the Big Bang. The Big Bang is
That's
just
exactly the point. If you don't know what happened before it, how can you assert there's no cause?
You're the one who's asserting there is a cause, though.
See, this guy is a complete and utter joke. I have not said whether there's a cause or not. I'm asking Nadia if she believes it has a cause or not, and if so or if not, why.
Yeah, the reason why not is because it's not the kind of thing that can be caused. So, go ahead.
That's the problem. You're saying that it's something that can't be, and I'm asking you, why do you say it can't be?
Well, the reason why I say it is not the kind of thing that can be caused is because the kinds of things that can be caused are things that would lie within the universe. Events. Right.
All right. So you believe that nature and time and all these things, they came into existence without any kind of cause. They just, bam.
They necessarily would have to. If they came into existence at all, they would not have causation available to, well, spur them into being. Go ahead.
Okay, so you don't believe that there was any action, that there was literally just dead space, no nothing, and then voila, it just, bam, out of nothing.
Well, the idea of an action is the idea of something that would, be an event within the universe, right?
All right. Where do you concede that any of these chemicals or properties came from in order to cause this explosion, the mechanism?
What, of the Big Bang, or?
Do you go with the Big Bang model, or do you got another model of the universe you go with?
All the Big Bang model really posits is that there was, this kind of, I guess, additions or, arisings of space that are reflected by, I guess what people call the expansion of the universe, Hubble constant, cosmic microwave, background radiation, all that. And furthermore, it doesn't really go on too much about the beginnings, because it's 380,000 or 380 million years that are the earliest that anyone can see. Go ahead.
All right, well, let's say that I go with you on this. Let's say that the universe doesn't have a cause, that there was a point in which there was no nature, there was no time, there was none of this, and it just simply came into being without any kind of cause. So let's take a look. According to the definition of supernatural, it says, take a listen to this, manifestation, event attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding by the laws of nature themselves. Now you're stating, of course, there's no nature, there's no time, it just came into being. By definition, the universe is completely and utterly, by definition, again, supernatural.
Well, there's an epistemic as opposed to an ontological concern. It's raised at various points. So here, let's say, sufficiently earlier primitive, what do you want to call it, man, who, let's say doesn't know about electricity, static electricity making people's hair stand on end. Okay, to them, a Van de Graaff generator would be supernatural. To someone who, I don't know, has some kind of idea of Maxwell's equations and such, they regard it as natural in the epistemic sense, right? But the ontological sense is something very different. That's and that would require quite a bit more. Something more like that it'd be causality without some actual mechanism, or otherwise, be an entirely unprincipled form of causality, which itself is, pretty questionable. And once you have it being totally unprincipled, it's, in effect, completely chaotic. So, in that respect, I think The notion of the supernatural, I guess it ends up being within the realm of consideration is merely causality as a mechanism, and that can't really be epistemically established. Right? One can really, one doesn't necessarily have complete knowledge of these sort of ontological privative forces, whatever, that would be the principles to which something acts.
All right, I'm hearing you on that. You sure mentioned the word causality quite a bit on that. But whether there's a cause or you're stating the universe just came into being without a cause, either way it fits into the definition of supernatural because nature, time, existence itself, the very reality and realms that we know of, existed at a point beyond that of the laws of nature.
Well, the laws of nature are things about the universe, about its structure, right? And they're sort of the principles and regularities of the universe itself.
Sounds pretty fascinating to me, Nadia.
Or at least as they are ontologically, as opposed to the epistemic concern with, scientific models. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, I did read what you said about the Skype thing. I do have Skype open if there's something you need to tell me.
Oh. It'll be all right.
Okay.
Send a message.
Well,
I'll send a message.
I'll keep it open if you need to throw something at me, all right?
Absolutely. All right, so you were saying about supernatural again?
Well, it's obvious whether you believe that there's a cause or not. I mean, it comes down to a point where you're stating that time itself, nature itself, all the dimensions that Carl Sagan speaks about, this did not come into existence prior. So whether this is the case or not, it falls into the definition of supernatural. Whatever the cause that basically is beyond nature and time itself. And then the next question, of course, whatever it is that how this began, whether you want to call it a cause or not, would have to be, how shall I say, infinitely more powerful than that of the universe itself.
Infinitely more powerful than the universe itself. I mean, what does that mean? That's power is something in the universe.
Do you agree with the perils of the arrow of time or the dimensions that Carl Sagan spoke of?
The perils of the arrows of time? What?
The peril of the arrow of time, it's basically the theory that there are universes that actually go backwards towards entropy.
Brad, is the universe infinite?
I don't know if the universe has some kind of end. It appears, according to what scientists are stating nowadays, that it is constantly expanding.
So you don't really know. You don't know if it is infinite.
Exactly what it is that other people who actually take the time to look at science states. I know that what they conclude and what they explain, and who's to know if they're actually telling the truth or not, that the universe, according to them, has no boundaries and it is expanding.
Well, if that would seem to indicate that the universe is infinite, so how can the creator or the agent of the creation of the universe be infinitely more powerful or infinitely greater than something that is infinite?
Because the being itself, according to what me and Nadia have been talking about, would exist outside of nature and time itself. The universe would be nothing compared to whatever it was that was behind it, whether Nadia likes to refer to it as a cause or not.
Right.
What is
Infinity
existence, though?
is a concept, though. It's not really constricted by nature or time.
But what is existence? You say it exists outside of this universe, but is the universe the totality of all existence? All that exists?
Well, even Carl Sagan, whenever he described the 12 dimensions and entities that could actually exist within it, he said that they wouldn't be necessarily under the same type of laws or principles that we do because of our dimension. In fact, he said the higher the entity, the higher dimension, the more advantages and ability it would have to perceive things that we would never be able to do because of our disadvantage.
Are you saying that other entities exist in other dimensions?
Well, Carl Sagan was considered a skeptic, but he was convinced that there were entities that existed within dimensions. You can take a look at that. But he's actually got videos out there. Sadly, he's passed away, but there's videos out there of him talking about it.
Well, what do you think? I mean, you already said that you cited experts just a little while ago and said if they even know what they're talking about. So, I mean, I don't know why you make that qualifier on the people that you're actually citing to support your argument.
I'm citing what Carl Sagan said. I'm not saying that I subscribe to him, nor am I saying I subscribe to Stephen Hawking. I'm just a layman human being like everybody else that's in the damn Google Hangout where we look at science, we listen to what's said, and if we're open-minded, we realize that certain scientists may say this, another guy might say that, or a woman will do this. We don't really know exactly what's going on. We're like sitting here pissing in a puddle trying to figure it out.
So why would you cite Carl Sagan to support your argument, but then say that you don't subscribe to him? Isn't that kind
I
of
was asking Nadia how she felt about this, and she was asking me about this particular term, the peril of the arrow of time, about a universe that goes backwards into the singularity. These are the words and language and information that has been preceded. I read it. Doesn't mean I subscribe to everything that I talk about with Nadia. Just wondering what her thoughts are.
So what do you think of this thing that he doesn't subscribe to? I mean, I don't know, it seems like a non-issue, really, if he doesn't even have a position on it. So
Seems relatively speculative, and I don't put a great deal of stock in it.
yeah, well, he doesn't either. So what's next?
I don't put a lot of stock in you either, but you're still here, right? Hey, Becco, what's up, man? Welcome back.
Welcome back, Becco, by the way.
Thank you, thank you.
What's up, Becco?
I think that it's perfectly natural, though, Nadia and Beckel, wouldn't you say, that if Carl Sagan is standing here, Stephen Hawking, Albert Einstein, and they're pointing out some theories that they have, and then you bring this guy from a Google Hangout with a rabbit avatar telling us what he thinks, you're most likely going to listen to the big boys over the dumbass with the rabbit on his picture, am I right?
Well, it's not by dint of the avatar or just being on Google Plus that those experts in the field would be deemed, well, things like experts in things to which appeals to authority would be valid. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what if Stephen Hawkins came into the Google Plus with an avatar, and he came into this Google Hangout with a rabbit avatar? Would that just throw your theory out the window?
I've got no problem with bunny rabbits. The point is I'm using your avatar to point you out specifically. Stephen Hawkins comes in here. I guarantee a lot of you would piss your pants, but I'd love to have a conversation with him.
Well, why would we piss our pants? That'd be cool.
Because I've seen what happened when Aaron Raw came in here, and he's just a YouTube type of celebrity type of thing. And people were just sitting there going, oh my God, he's in your room. So if Stephen Hawking walked in, you guys would pass out. Yeah, well, you know what I'm talking about, Nadia. You know that if you were sitting here chilling with DPR Jones and Stephen Hawking just casually came in the room, just rolled his ass up in here, people would lose it. You know it.
Yeah, I might not, but probably a number of others would.
Oh, I think I misunderstood the way you were using the word. I think, yes, there would definitely be a lot of excitement and buzz.
All right, well, at least you're willing to admit that. That is agreeable. I think that would happen in any room that he goes into, unless it's the Pokemon room.
Unless it was some kind of room where they didn't really know who he was. I mean, this is a kind of room which he could go into and his knowledge would be actually something that was of value to the people in the hangout.
Well, I would say this, that a new rule would need to be made right now in the next 5 minutes that states that if Stephen Hawking goes into a room and people don't recognize him or know what he is, then they need to not be on the internet anymore.
I don't know. If it means they don't need to be on the internet anymore. Probably means they need to be on the internet substantially more. But still.
I hear you. I've got a guy who just tried to add me on Skype, Nadia. His name is fuck. And he actually thinks that I'm going to add him as a contact. He actually believes this.
What is wrong with people, man? They don't even try anymore.
Did I hear? Hey, Brett, did I hear you claim that Carl Sagan believes that there's extra-dimensional beings?
Carl Sagan has a video out there where he actually discusses this. You can sit there and look it up on YouTube. I think I actually have a copy of it somewhere on one of my channels.
I'm familiar with it. It's from Cosmos. It's one of the episodes. So you take him explaining dimensions to laymen as him claiming that these little square guys on a 2D plane are real. That's what you walk away from watching that video.
Let me get this straight.
Or did you just read the title?
Hello, I just sat there and said I don't subscribe to every single thing that I hear out there, especially whenever it comes to Carl Sagan. Nadia pointed that out, that she don't take much stock.
Well, you're misrepresenting what Carl Sagan said, right? That's what you're doing. You're misrepresenting, and you didn't understand at all what he was saying. You looked at the title of a video, and you're fucking...
Shut the hell up, I was talking. I just sat there and said...
No, I was talking, and you were interrupting me, so you shut whatever up.
What Carl Sagan was talking about.
Jerk.
All right? I said this is his view.
Yeah, but that's not his view.
It's not
that's
his view.
Just him saying it's a possibility, and he's describing.
It's not even him saying it's a possibility either, dude. He's explaining dimensions, is what he's doing.
He's explaining dimensions, but he don't believe in dimensions. Okay.
No, your claim was that he believed that there were extra-dimensional beings.
He speaks of entities in the dimensions. What's your point?
Because he's trying to explain to fucking retards like you what dimensions are and how they work.
Gracious, Mommy needs
and to you, that turns into his positive claim that there's extra-dimensional beings? Shut the fuck up! I'm speaking! You fucking cocksucker!
Some atheists is angry.
Well, you're such an asshole, Brett, and I'm sick and tired of these useless hangouts where assholes like you get in here, and here he is interrupting me. Go fucking Christ, you're a jerk.
Did he just turn religious on me?
I don't think so, Brett.
I think.
See, this is the thing. I have to yell to point out that he's being a serious asshole.
You don't have to yell. I mean, you guys are both.
Then how else am I supposed to hammer it home to the?
I don't know. Just be patient and wait till he's finished and then respond.
We are.
Everybody knows he's a serious asshole, Ludic.
Oh, you need to quit talking about your family members.
I mean, it's just annoying. If people want to talk about, you know, people being rude and all that stuff, how about you point out the hypocrisy in yourself and then say somebody is rude? Say that, okay, you know, there have been times where I've done this in the past and things like that, but I am trying to get a point out, and you're you know, constantly interrupting me. Can I speak? and wait your turn and things like that. But you're not helping the situation by being a hypocrite, one, by saying, oh, I got to yell
Mac
to do
telling me
this.
this.
No,
You're
how
right,
about you
though.
be patient?
Hey, Mac, you're right, but coming from you, man, fuck.
No, but I unlike you, Ludic, I admit that, I don't always I interject when I want to interject because, excuse me, because there are people who will straw man me and will not take it back. There are people who would say statements about the Bible, not back them up. And yes, I will interrupt that because I'm getting tired of people making claims that they do not back up. And yet, when I try to press them on that because they want to cowardly back into their little worldview of atheism that is, you know, not even a foundation at its best, they don't want to. All of a sudden, they want to put the onus on me as if that was an issue. How about they back up the things that they say? People don't want to do that. It's the same issue that I have with Christopher. It's the same thing I have with Mark.
Okay, well, let's ask Brett, your fellow theist. Brett, can you back up your assertion that Carl Sagan believed that there are extra dimensional beings? Like, for real, like he believed that this was the fact that reflects reality.
I don't know if he actually believed it or not. All I know is that he did an hour video about it.
So what was the point of the citation if you don't even know if he believes it, and then you also don't subscribe to it? What is the citing him?
A lot of things we don't that we talk about. I might watch the movie Lord of the Rings. Doesn't mean I subscribe to it.
He's trying to poison the well.
Hello, kiddo. Calm it down there. Slow it down.
Trying to poison the well.
Why don't you go take a cold shower? You're getting all wound up.
I mean, again, that's what I'm talking about, Ludi. You can't sit here and call Brett a jerk when you clearly could have just waited until he was done with the statement. When Tom asked him a legitimate question, hey, what's your refutation for this, and what is the point of this? Once Brett responds, whether it be a long answer or short, don't say nothing. And don't sit here and call nobody a jerk when you're doing the exact same thing, man. That's the hypocrisy I'm talking about. Stop it.
Okay, that's fair enough, and Ludic said that, but
sure.
Like
But it bothers me, Tom. Sorry that what he's trying to do is poison the well with any kind of scientists that believe in anything to do with the Big Bang. I don't even think he knows exactly what he's doing. He's just grasping at straws and pulling shit out of his ass to try and
hold on, Ludic. I can say
guilt
the same
by
thing
association. Even if Carl Sagan said that was true, what the hell does that have to do about the validity of the theory of the Big Bang and the cosmology and the beginning of the universe? Has nothing to do with it.
It has nothing to do with what we were talking about the cause and all that. I was just asking Nadia off the cuff, what do you think about what Carl Sagan said on this?
Well, he didn't say that, and he doesn't believe that. He was just trying to explain to laymen dimensions.
Oh, goodness.
You think in that little piece of paper in the video, the little square, he thinks that that's actually a real sentient being, the little square.
I've already said 5 times now that this is a discussion and information that he put forth. If you want to say that Carl Sagan is full
it's not information that he put forth. You're mischaracterizing it. He wasn't saying that there were interdimensional beings. That's the title that some kook on YouTube made a conspiracy type video about, and he titled it that. So you glanced at the title of a video and you haven't even watched Cosmos, have you?
I'm asking you,
how could you watch that whole episode about dimensions and actually walk away thinking that Carl was making the positive claim that extra dimensional beings exist? I mean, you got to be pretty stupid.
Entities. How many dimensions does he mention in the video if you actually watched it?
12.
No, that's M theory, but well, actually 11. But anyway, it doesn't. It's pointless to even get into with it. I'm this is futile. It's foolish what I'm doing.
Well, if you won't,
foolish for a person who's that goddamn ignorant, who looks at the title of a video and then comes to this supposition that Sagan believes in extraterrestrial beings, it's just unbelievable. Go back to your trailer. What am I doing talking with these people? It's crazy. It's like you come from a different universe than me, man.
We're not even saying this.
I don't even recall extra-dimensional beings being posited. Anyway, I think questions about, quote unquote causes of the universe and all that are, pretty much nailed down. So, next question.
Well, I
I
would
don't know
say
if I
what
should. This
what
guy keeps going on a damn tirade every time somebody talks.
yeah, that is kind of getting annoying. Um, I'm trying to figure out something. What basis does a non-believer? I'm not gonna just posit just all atheists. But what basis does a non-believer have to say that they're that the universe quote unquote came into being and things of that nature, and through the process of evolution now we're here? What basis is there to say that you have any idea how we came into being at all? What basis do you have in your understanding that that is the case?
So we don't know exactly what you're arguing here, Mac. Are you arguing abiogenesis, or are you arguing about what? Like what in particular?
Abiogenesis
Evolution.
is
Can I just clarify a couple things? Evolution, we have a really strong scientific foundation to believe, right? Now, abiogenesis, on the other hand, not so much. So we all have to concede that there's degrees of probability or reason to believe these things. Evolution is like a 9.8. Like it's it's like 9.9. It's like out of 10. It's like totally probable. Like it pretty much is. But abiogenesis, we don't know.
Okay, understand what I'm asking you here, because I'm not even going to grant you that abiogenesis has any validity of any kind. I don't care if you did label it as a 9.8. Because in order for you to get
that's dishonest. Did you understand what I just said? No, let me interject. I have to interject.
Let me finish. No, you don't. Let me finish.
I have to interject.
There's a reason why I'm saying that.
I have to interject. I have to interject. Can you stop? Because I'll keep going. You just totally either you didn't understand what I said or you're being dishonest.
There's a reason why I'm saying that,
Now I'm going to clarify again. When I said 9.8, I was talking about the out of 10 probability of evolution being true.
Ludic, let me finish. Man, don't sit here and talk about Brett no more, dude.
You guys are so dishonest.
What are you talking about so
either
dishonest?
You didn't understand what I said, or you're totally dishonest.
Ludic,
and you know what?
Stop that.
To my headphones so you can't overbeat me. Now you can't overbeat me. Now my audio will beat yours. Okay? So stop for a second and let me...
I'm reading both of you.
8%. When I said...
Give me a second, buddy. Mac, what Luddick is trying to say to you is that you either didn't listen or you didn't understand, because he gave evolution a 9.8 and he gave abiogenesis an I don't know. And you swapped those.
No, guys, come on, you're not listening. I'm trying to clarify my point and why I said that. That's what I'm trying to get to that. Please, just let me finish it.
He is doing the same thing.
Okay, no, stop, just please. Everybody, just stop for a second, please. I did not need Ludic interjecting with anything, nor did I need anyone else. I was trying to finish my point and why I said that. I'm not being dishonest about anything. If you let me finish my point, you would know why I said what I said. I'm not being dishonest. Now, I'm finishing. This is why I said that. This is why I said abiogenesis and quote unquote evolution, as far as in species and speciation and the change over time and all these things. This is why I do not grant you that, because abiogenesis and evolution is contingent upon the things of the universe existing. These things had to come into existence somehow, some way, in some shape or form. If you cannot get to that point in figuring out how it did that, you do not have this quote-unquote process that you're referring to. Now, this is why I'm saying, this is why I'm asking the question. As a person who comes from this, who has no knowledge of how you yourself came into being from all these different processes of the mechanism of evolution, which we have no idea how the mechanism of evolution came into being in the first place. if the Big Bang was not true, what basis do you have to say that these things that you're saying right now happened? What basis? Now go ahead.
You wish for us to explain to you the basis for the theory of evolution, and it's been done to you hundreds and hundreds
Not the theory of evolution.
over
No,
years?
not the theory of evolution. No, that's not what I'm asking you.
Abiogenesis, then, right?
No.
Then what?
That's again, you talking about me not listening. That's ridiculous. I'm asking you, what is
It's
the
not
basis?
my fault you have a problem with
Ludic,
the English language and articulating yourself.
Ludic, you asked me a question, now I'm answering it. This is what I'm asking you. What is the basis for those things to even exist, to occur in existence? The only way you have that is if someone in some shape or form brought these things into existence to where they would to where it would bring about life in some way. What basis do you have to say that this is the case? What basis?
For what? We don't know. Abiogenesis, we're uncertain.
Okay, now, so you don't have a basis. So at
Well,
this
we do
point,
have a basis, and I just
No,
posted
you
a
don't,
video on the
Ludic.
side. Oh my God, you're gonna tell me what I think when I just started
No,
a
Ludic,
sentence.
you just told me.
Holy
You
fuck.
said we don't know.
Wow.
That's what you said,
I'm a
Ludic.
fool. I'm a fool engaging you people.
Oh
An
my goodness,
absolute
Ludic.
fool.
Okay, hold on. Am I straw? Hold on. Am I straw manning Ludic here? Because I asked him what basis. He
It's
said,
not that you're
I
straw
don't
manning
know.
me, dude. It's that when I'm halfway through explaining something to you,
You clearly,
and
Ludic,
then you
it
want to
ain't no
start an
habit.
argument. See, this
it ain't
is
no
why I
habit.
get my back up, and then I start screaming at him like I did Brett, because there's no other way
Look.
to hit home. Because the only thing you people understand, you ignorant fuckers,
I don't see
is
why you
someone
even have to
being
go all
rude
that
to you
far.
and
That is
hammering you
ridiculous.
on that level. It's the only way you understand. It's all you understand.
I
It seems
understand
to
what
me.
that you can't actually engage in the conversation logically. That's ridiculous.
I was
yeah, I
trying
don't
to
understand
I was
that.
trying to explain to you that we have evidence like chemical evolution to support abiogenesis.
Ludic,
And I
oh my
posted a
goodness.
video on the side, and I was about to
I
talk
don't
to you
have-
about it, but I feel
Ludic, I
now
don't
that
have
it's
the-
pointless.
No,
Why
it-
should
well,
I
it
mention
is kinda-
chemical evolution to you? You
It
probably
is kind
never
of
even
point-
heard of it.
Ludic, it's not that I've never heard of it. And second thing is
Okay.
is not that I've haven't. The first thing is it's not that I never heard of it. Second thing is that you have no idea what you're. When I asked you, this is the problem that you're not understanding. I asked you what basis do you have. The first thing that came out of your mouth was not chemical. We have evidence of this chemical evolution, quote unquote, coming to being and doing whatever. That's not the first thing that came out of your mouth. The first thing that came out of your mouth is I don't know. That's what you said, and
Well, I
that's
said
what I'm
we
getting
don't
onto you
know.
about. That's
And
why
that's the
I said
truth.
you don't have a base. Okay, Ludic, then don't sit here and get mad at me when I just said the next thing that comes to my mouth says that you don't have a basis. You don't.
No, but they do have a basis to believe
No, you-
that it's
Ludic,
probable.
If
That's
you
what
don't know,
get.
if you,
What do you
if your
think is more
foundation-
likely, Mac? The Bible's account of creation or what we observe empirically in nature?
Why would you ask me based
Like,
upon my
seriously.
worldview? Ludic, wait a second. How dumb is that? Why would you ask me based upon my worldview?
Because
if
you're
I
giving me
have-
those standards. That's the standards you're trying to hoist on me.
No,
And when you're
Ludic,
burdened with
stop.
them, you
Stop,
cry.
Ludic, man.
You
Stop,
start
Ludic.
sniveling.
Stop, Ludic. That is ridiculous, man.
Start sniveling intellectually.
Ludic,
when you face a similar burden. Well,
what
that's
are you
your
talking
problem.
about? Ludic, I'm asking you a question based upon your worldview, not mine. And why is it that you have to talk about my worldview as if it's the one in question? You're the one who's saying I have a foundation in in me coming into being. It's evolution. But when I ask you for the basis of it, this is your basis. This is your foundation. I don't know. That's not a foundation,
No,
man.
that was
and you're gonna sit here and get mad
abiogenesis,
at me?
not evolution. Again, he swapped
Ludic.
it around so dishonestly.
No,
you
it's
are
not dishonesty.
so dishonest. Either that or you're totally fucking stupid.
Can
or perhaps
anybody-
both.
Ooh.
Or
Hold
it's
on,
probably
hold
both,
on.
isn't it?
Hold on,
It's both.
hold on.
He's stupid and
Let's
he's
ask-
dishonest.
Hold on. Let's ask
Oh,
other people
shut
in
up,
the room.
trailer trash.
Let's ask other people in the room. Am I being dishonest with Ludic's position? Am I honestly being dishonest with Ludic's position? I want to hear, you know, in the room if I'm being dishonest. Am I strawmanning him? Am I taking something out of context?
No.
Please, someone tell me.
About.
So says the guy who watches Cosmos when Carl's explaining two-dimensional beings as little squares with a piece of paper on a desk, who thinks he's talking about real people.
Cosmos, yes. He didn't even know how many dimensions it actually talked about.
What's the correct answer, Brett?
Neither one of you know what you're talking about. You're just here to act like an asshat.
I said 12. Is that incorrect?
That is incorrect.
How many were there?
4.
Again, abiogenesis has to come from it has to come from something.
And the only reason why you know that, Brett, is because I posted a link in the side and you watched the video and he showed a hypercube. But anyway, if you should watch the whole episode, and I suggest Cosmos to everybody. It's a wonderful documentary series. I really love that series, and I love Carl Sagan a lot. That's why I got upset when Brett here is trying.
Man.
Well, are you kidding me, dude? He's making like a bizarre new age kind of fartsy fucking new age claim that Carl Sagan. He claimed that Carl Sagan believes shit like that.
I don't care.
There's
I don't
no
know anything
way
about
Carl Sagan
I don't
believed
care
anything like that.
Okay, I don't care. Your reaction to what he said is unnecessary. If it's not true, it's not true. You don't have to be, have your panties in a bunch just because he says something you don't agree with.
I patiently talk like I am now, and I let it go 3 or 4 times, and I said to myself on the 3rd interruption, I'm gonna fucking rail. And
that's ridiculous. That's
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
It's the only thing you understand. It seems to be the
How
only
does that
thing
make it understandable
that
just because you're the one who's getting all emotional about something that is not the case? If it's not the case, let it go. Dude.
Well,
like,
you never
seriously,
concede
you're over.
Brett won't
you're
concede
emotional.
it. Hey,
you're
Brett,
as
will you
emotional
concede?
as a woman that is just
shut up
that's
for a sec,
ridiculous.
Please
That's
be quiet for a
ridiculous.
sec. I want to ask Brett a question. Brett, will you concede that Carl Sagan didn't believe in extraterrestrial beings, extra-dimensional beings? Correction. Will you concede that claim that you made was wrong?
The word I used was entity. I didn't say anything like what you just said.
Okay, extra-dimensional beings? Was that it?
The word. Did you hear that, folks? I just made it very clear. The word.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Entity. Correction.
Okay. We mean the same thing in essence. So do you concede that Carl Sagan didn't believe that?
I don't know if he believed it or not.
Then why did you make the claim that he did?
Then
why did you make the claim that he did?
Moron.
Oh, now he's saying he didn't claim that he did. You're so
so
dishonest. You guys are so Have you ever gone through a day in your life, an hour in your life where you haven't lied?
And doesn't
I'm fucking
let
serious.
finish their sentences. He's an emotional yarn ball, folks. A yo-yo.
Exactly. I mean, Ludic, seriously, how you gonna ask a man a question and then sit there and talk for 5 minutes after asking him a question, expecting him to answer? That's idiotic. Stop doing that. You talking about I'm coming here for truth.
Project.
What are you talking about? Reject, dude. You're rejecting him by asking him.
It's part of your psychological illness where you this is how you react to these things.
Really, Ludic?
You project
really? Now it's a psychological
your traits, negative personality traits on others.
The only one the only one that's showing traits of a psychological illness is you, because you're getting so emotional about something that you're trying to get to the truth of the matter. Yet when someone is trying to do that, you don't want to hear it, and you will not shut up in order for you to hear what he has to say. If he is trying to make a case for why he said something that he said, be quiet. Especially when you're the one trying to get answers out of him. What kind of person does that?
Well,
what kind of person?
Mac, he wasn't really receptive at all to me even asking him questions very politely, and he called me a troll and wanted me kicked out of the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
The category error that Nadia pointed out, and you
to accuse people of having psychological
confirmed.
problems, but he's the one frothed at the mouth and screaming over there, pounding on
don't
his chest
tone
like
troll me.
Tarzan.
Don't
We've got a
fuck
rabid
off with the
animal
tone
over here is
troll
what it is.
methodology here, guy. That's all you ever do.
Man,
so you have appendix B properties in your personality disorder.
You gonna be screaming and yelling for us again?
Jeez.
Again, I mean, Tom, okay, that happened. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm referring to the conversation that I've been hearing for like the past 5 minutes. I don't know what happened with you and Brett as far as him calling you Cho. I don't know anything about that. I can't say anything about that. So what I do know is that the whole conversation between Ludic and Brett is ridiculous on both sides. Again, both sides. The problem here is that Ludic has come to a point to where he doesn't have to do all that yelling to make a point, where he can easily just be patient and just wait till Brett's done.
It wasn't to make the point, Matt. It was so that I could get a word in edgewise.
Mac,
and have people quit interrupting me.
Mac, the conversation wasn't even directed at Rabbit Yarnball. I was talking directly to Nadia, and these two have been flipping their wig over and over again. It's sad.
What do you mean I've been flipping my wig? I've never even raised my,
well,
my voice at you.
Kind of like the empathetic troll, but the other guy...
You this, you do that.
This guy. I'm surprised he doesn't have cracks in his monitor from busting his head over it screaming.
Empathetic like troll?
So, Nadia, are we going to be able to have a conversation, or are we going to listen to these two yo-yos go at it some more?
I don't know. We'll have to see. But
goodness, I don't have time to sit here and wait and see. I'm hoping to have an intellectual conversation.
I wonder about well, New Year's resolutions. Anyone?
Ask your question one more time. Sorry about that. Somebody's breathing like a wild animal in there.
I was wondering about New Year's resolutions.
I gave up on those things a long time ago.
I've got a whole bunch of different resolutions I was looking for. One of them was don't get into it with screaming, yelling yo-yos, but I screwed that one up.
Hey, Tom,
there
did I
you go.
just mute?
Appendix B.
Did I just mute you, Tom?
Tell you, maybe just to put things a foot forward, so to speak. What might be some of mine? Probably the first one is to, well, try to undo some of the weight gain from my thyroid failure, and, well, do that at all costs. A second one would be to get my hemoglobin A1C levels down below 6.5%. And last but not least, I guess added, in light of certain news that came by, well, I guess to try to get back in off the street. So. Probably number 3, of course, is to actually get whatever surgeries I can. Assuming that I can get my BMI and hemoglobin A1C far down enough to qualify for them. Go ahead. And Mac, you're really, kind of scratching or something. Go ahead.
Oh. Oh, really? Like, it's so minor. I can't even tell what the heck is that you can actually hear anything. It's only on my like on my hoodie. But I would say my New Year's resolution is just to have a strong relationship with God, so that it can be greater than it was this year. or even just to stay more focused on God and seeing the plans that He has for my life. So.
Why don't you be more focused on? Why don't you try being more focused on people, and do charitable things?
I think I should.
That's a lot of people who are on a path to God find that's a way to do so.
I think I should more focus on atheism and perhaps earn a broader variety of philosophical justifications for conclusions that there are no such things as gods, as well as, of course, getting a grip on some of the dialectic associated with it, and the various responses and counter responses and such. Go ahead.
What value is there to associate yourself with people if they're just going to die just like you are?
Well, for the time we still live.
How do you know that you're living?
Oh, I suppose that I do have justification, even if it's not an infallible sort of thing.
Yeah, so you don't have justification.
Oh, I do have justification.
Well, how can you have justification if it's fallible?
Oh, because knowledge is fallible.
Says who?
Well, beyond just me, I believe the arguments for such are not of my own origination.
So you're taking fallible knowledge from fallible human beings, and you're saying that that's legitimate knowledge. I mean, come on, that doesn't make sense.
Well, ultimately, even where a theist like you might claim that some omniscient being has, infallibility, you yourself are not claimed to be.
Can't say anything about that. That you assume when you do that, you're assuming that your knowledge is infallible at that point, because you're saying something about me that you pretty much know to be true, which you don't have access to. Remember, you have fallible knowledge. You can't say anything about mine.
That's a fair assumption, and I can keep going beyond this, which is
no, you can't. Not with your fallible knowledge. You can't. No.
I would point out that despite your appeals to infallible beings, you cannot appeal to them for all things, and you are
you can't know that
relied upon your fallible faculties for the majority of your life and operation. And
again, Nani, you can't know that.
I'd say, excuse me, I'd say that the majority of our conversations and such is regarding aspects where you as do not have appeal to the infallibility of your omniscient being or whatever. Go ahead.
Again, can't know any of that. You have fallible knowledge. You have no justification for it. There's no reason for me to even engage in a conversation with you, because again, when you talk about the knowledge that I have,
I'm sorry. Say it again.
When you talk about the knowledge that I have, that assumes that you have infallible justification for you to talk, for you to engage in to even talk about my quote unquote knowledge, which you do not have access to. Yet you're saying that you do. Not only that you do, but you know that it's fallible. You don't.
I'm sorry. No, I don't claim any infallible knowledge of any kind. I claim.
Okay, so stop saying anything about my knowledge.
Categorically does not exist. Go ahead.
No, so stop saying anything about my knowledge.
Why should I?
Because it's unjustified, Nadia, in your worldview. That's what you clearly said.
Even where one would repudiate something as not being knowledge, by dint of, say, being outright false, it can still have supporting justifications. And
Nadia, how can something true be false?
Hang on. Furthermore, I care to probe what you deem knowledge to be that you think it must be infallible. Go ahead.
Knowledge is justified true belief, and none of those you cannot have without God.
Ooh.
Your existence itself is contingent upon God. Your thoughts themselves, your very breath in your body is contingent upon God allowing you to even take it. So the only reason that you even have existence in order to even say, I am who I am, is because God is. Therefore, anything that you're using is basically borrowing from my worldview, because you clearly said that I have unjustifiable knowledge. Yet that does not make sense, because knowledge itself has to be true. If you do not have true knowledge, then therefore you do not have justification for your knowledge. You don't have anything. You have no basis of even talking about my knowledge, saying that I have fallible knowledge, when you clearly cannot even have a worldview to where you can even have a justification for your own, let alone mine.
Okay, so I never actually claimed there was unjustifiable knowledge.
Yes, you did.
If I did say so, I must have misspoken myself. Now,
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
say it again.
You said that knowledge itself is. You say you have a justification, but it's unjustified.
That's not what I said.
She said all knowledge is fallible, Mac.
Yeah, but that's unjustifiable.
How is it unjustifiable?
Because when you say all knowledge is when you say all knowledge is infallible, I mean it's fallible.
Yeah.
Sorry, not infallible. Fallible. When you say that all knowledge is fallible, then therefore you have no justification for your knowledge, because knowledge itself, by definition, has to be true.
How? Well, of course it has to be true. Yeah.
Right. So if you have something that is fallible, it's not true.
Well, how would there be any distinction between, well, justification or justified belief and justified true belief if all justification were infallible? Go ahead.
If you have justification for something, let put it like this: the truth, by definition, I can believe in the truth, or even if I did not believe it, it would still be true. But my justification for that said truth is because not only do I believe that it is, but it is what it is. It's the truth. Unless you have access to the truth, you cannot say you cannot say that knowledge therefore is fallible, because it has to be true. It has to have a basis in which it is unchanging. Excuse me. It is objective, and it exists. It exists on an immaterial plane to where something or someone is giving us access to it. Because there's no way that a physical being can have access to the immaterial abstract concept.
But isn't that what don't you claim to have access to an immaterial abstract construct? When you say that, like, God has revealed it to you?
Wait, repeat that again?
Well, you said that there's no way that she could have access to an abstract material concept, but that's exactly your position.
Yes, but not. I'm talking about from Nadia's position. Nadia's position says that I don't have access to that. So therefore, I'm keeping Nadia consistent in his worldview. If you're going to say that not only is your worldview saying that words have no meaning, which is ridiculous, but not only do they not have meaning, you're engaging in a conversation with someone in order for you to say, in order for you to establish meaning in what you're saying. And everything that you say out of your mouth presupposes that the laws of logic are true, that the laws of physics are true, that, other minds exist, and that is true. But if you're unjustified in any of those things, you have no basis in acting in those things in your worldview unless you're borrowing from mine. Because mine gives a basis for that. Yours does not.
I don't hold any of those as positions.
Yes, you do, Nadia.
In what sense?
in the previous hangout, or it's probably even this one, because I don't even know how long it's been in this one. But it was probably in the previous hangout. When I was in it, you told me that words have no meaning. That's part of your position. When I asked you why you are trying to engage in a conversation with me,
an adequate characterization of my position. My position.
That's what you said, Nadia.
I'm sorry. My position was that meaning is not a proper thing. Go ahead.
What do you mean it's not a proper thing?
Well, meaning itself categorically does not exist.
You're saying meaning does not exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the heck did I just hear?
Yeah. I'm glad you're.
Yeah.
Are you talking about meaning of words or meaning of like
Of
existence?
Speaking more generally of intentionality.
How?
I think I'm getting a nosebleed.
It would be, intentionality in the most general sense would be something on the order of aboutness, right? So things are.
I don't understand what you mean by there's no meanings. No meanings.
Exactly.
Are you no meaning anything in general, or no meaning in a certain topic, no meaning in a certain area, like what?
No meaning in general.
Wow. Why?
So if there's no meaning, why bother correcting people then?
Exactly. Oh.
Well,
Aneurysm.
the idea is
why bother complaining about what Christians do to the people of the LGBTQ community?
I'm sorry. The idea is not that there is not something there, but that the idea of meaning to, characterize it is one that is inappropriate. Go ahead.
What do you mean that's inappropriate? Like, I don't
characterize it as one is being inappropriate.
Yes, like it's I don't know, phlogiston as a theory of how fire burns.
Oh.
Okay, I'm lost.
Or the ether as a theory of how light propagates.
Is it just so hard? Is it just so difficult for people to just be consistent for one? Because I'm getting tired of people.
I'm sorry.
I don't see what is so difficult about saying, you know what, my world is just not consistent because the things that I'm saying right now is not making not one bit of sense. You're just gonna sit here and tell me that words basically have no meaning, yet you're trying to provide a meaning of something.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like I'm hearing. Yeah, it sounds like saying there's words have no meaning, and let me show you what I mean.
Well, words. I think what she's trying to say is like, look, words have no meanings intrinsically, but they have usages which we can use as humans.
That's also something.
If that's the case, then how do you go about correcting somebody? Then that sounds
entirely
very.
aligned with. Oh, I'm sorry. Say it again, Beckel.
No, I was just gonna say, if that's the case, that sounds very relative to me. So that means anybody can have any type of definition they want of a certain thing.
Well, exactly, Mac. You guys are right on.
The atheists should be the last people resorting to using that conclusion because I'm always being corrected by atheists about a certain definition that I'm using.
I'm sorry.
I said atheists are always trying to correct me about a certain definition. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've experienced somebody in the atheist community trying to correct me about a word that I've used. Even when I take it straight out of the dictionary, which is an unbiased source. And they say, no, I don't like that definition. Let me give you another one. And they go to some atheist site and find a definition that appeals to their position better.
Excuse me. I would like to point out that it's not the denial there is something there in the place of what you're trying to describe as meaning, but rather that the idea of meaning is wrong regarding, what the thing that is there is like. Go ahead.
I understand.
category error also in a way, Nadia? Meaning to like assigning meanings to things in our that we perceive in our world.
I wouldn't say it's a category error. I'd say that the deficiencies in this relate to some internal contradictions within the ideas about intentions and intentionality. Go ahead.
You know, Veckel and Mac, are you both still there?
Yeah, sure.
I was hearing what you guys were saying, and you guys hit the nail right on the head. I asked the question earlier. I said, does the atheist brain have some kind of explanation on how the universe, unguided, created logic and rationality within their own brain? And I said, what rationality and logic? And I just about pooped myself.
Do you think your brain really operates on, rationality and logic?
So you actually are saying that your brain doesn't act with rationality and logic, Nadia.
All right, let me ask you this then. What guides you to, ask particular questions, investigate particular things?
Well, I try to use theology as well as science and every information and what we know and understanding whenever I'm contributing some of these concepts and ideas.
Well, that's fine, but at the same time, the notion of positing a question is not something that logic or rationality can properly address.
Emotional need, Nadia. That's what drives most of us.
That's the kind of thing that ends up factoring into it all. But I'd, offer kind of a, I don't know, counterexample and all that. I'd go further.
I mean, I just love the.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Beck.
I feel like I'm at Circus Olay, and the laws of logic are like hula hoops. And pretty much everyone's just spinning around, jumping through them, and twirling them roundabout, and yet no one's getting them. Yeah, no one's getting an understanding that how to use them properly. I mean, they just, hey, let's do this, all kinds of tricks. Let's just run around in circles with the hula hoop. Yeah, let's do this, let's do that. No, here's the thing, Nadia. You're accessing the laws of logic to even make sense of the words that you're speaking right now.
Really? Which laws?
All of them.
In what manner did I use the law of non-contradiction to, ask you questions?
Well, if you're saying that you're not using the laws of logic, then what is the reason for me to engage in a conversation with you? Because anything that you say out of your mouth, if I repeat something, if I said I'm using the laws of logic, but it sounds like this, and this is what I'm communicating to you. Sleeping in the grass, Green Day, flower power.
But these are just laws of thought more than logic, right? Like
the thoughts that come from God.
Mathematical logic that nobody thinks.
No, the laws of logic come from God's nature. That's because he's logical. That's who he is. You can't make sense of the things that you're saying right now. And when you're saying that I'm not using the laws of logic, really? So when I speak something to you that says I'm not using the laws of logic either, and I'm saying that you're supposed to understand what I'm saying because I'm not using the laws of logic, why do you say, hey, that doesn't make sense? Obviously, there's some validity in that.
What are you talking about? There's so much different types of logic, man. You're talking about contradiction, excluded middle, and identity?
So once I use that, right? No. Once I use that to engage into a conversation with you, why is it that if I say something like that I just said that was total nonsense, why do you say that I have no idea what you're talking about?
Mac, what is a command? True or false?
Say what?
Is a command true or false?
Depends on who it's come from.
You say commands can be true.
Yeah, a command can be true.
So someone tells you, I tell you to sit down. Is that true or false?
Did it come from you?
Well, I posited that, yes.
Right. So that would make it true that you're the one who said that command.
Well, it's not the question of whether I said the command, but whether the sentence "Mac, sit down" is true.
Well, the Mac sit down, it's true. Therefore, someone would have if we're talking about the laws of logic being applied here, it is true that that is a statement that's being said to a particular person.
I'm sorry, it's not a statement, it's a command.
That would still, therefore, be a statement, though.
Nadia, are you talking about the same command that has this definition? An authoritative order, instruction, directive, direction? I mean, by you sitting there saying, can it be true?
I wouldn't object to it.
Depends on who the one is that is making the authoritative order.
Oh, start over. I started to answer while you were still talking. Go ahead.
Okay, the definition of command is an authoritative order to instruct, to direct. Think it's like this. So when Max says that it depends on who is given the authoritative order, he is correct on this. It's true based upon if the person who is ordering it is true in their statement.
Well, what would it mean to say, at the risk of appealing to meaning, that Mac, go sit down, is true?
It is true that you commanded it or instructed or directed him to do it. Is he actually going to follow?
She's not making a positive claim.
Well, what I'm going to float instead is that commands are not truth apt. I would say also interrogatives, imperatives and interrogatives are not truth apt.
Well, hold on, because I would
what time is it? Is not true or false.
I would disagree. I would disagree with that in the aspect.
I'd say that neither imperatives nor interrogatives, questions like what time it is it, and commands like go sit down, they are neither true nor false. They're just not truth apt.
I would again.
Excuse me. Something that's not subject to evaluation in terms of truth or falsity. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I would disagree with that because what I was going to say was that, for instance, when we look at the Bible in Genesis 1, you see God saying, "Let there be light." He's commanding something to come forth,
Oh my God!
And that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm
that's
not
ridiculous.
muted. Sorry.
We're not going to be
I
able to
was
have
muted.
a conversation.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the guy's a liar.
Okay. You have God creating something into existence, commanding it to come into existence. He said, "Let there be light," and it says and then there was light, and the light separated the darkness, and the light, separated the darkness and things of that. And he said, "Create the sun and the stars and things of that nature." It is true that in that statement that he commanded that those things came into existence, and that command itself was true. That the things that he spoke to command into being came into being. Those things had to obey that command. Those things had to follow that, and it was true that he, being God, the authority, the high authority, the ruler of all things, and the creator of all creation. In that right there, that shows how it can be true. That command by itself is true.
Well, I would at this point appeal to Epimenides, and that, at the very least, some things are not truth apt. For instance,
okay, we can agree to that.
Ouch. Truth apt. Well, actually, Epimenides would say this sentence is false. Is that true?
No, but well, Nadia, we can agree that some commands, quote unquote, are could possibly be false in a
Well,
sense. I don't.
it's not that it's false. They can't be said to be true or false. They're not truth out.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I guess I would have to agree with Nadia on that, because Nadia, when you first asked that question, I'm trying to sit here and like saying it sounds like a trick question, but I would ultimately say, yeah, if go get the kitchen over there, I mean go get the can, let's say, that's not a true or false statement. However, I could say it is true or false that I gave the command. Now that's a different way of looking at the issue, right?
So now the thing is, when you're going about saying these things, they can't really be said to be true or false. Where does logic play in?
Because you're not able to even you're not even able to come to an understanding of what actually you're saying if you can't
I was
even.
still going when you started. Could you start over again?
Oh, well, I thought you had paused. I was saying that you can't even make sense of the statements that you're saying out of your mouth unless the laws of logic apply, and unless you are God, you don't have you don't have access to those things in your worldview unless you're appealing to mine.
Mac, now, when the laws of logic are applying, they give rise to things that are basically true and false, most of the time anyway. So, I would ask then, how do laws of logic apply to things that are not truth apt, like questions, like commands, and exclamations like ouch? Go ahead.
Because laws of logic are contingent upon a mind, and your existence is contingent upon that. The thoughts to even make that statement alone are contingent upon God. Everything that you're saying out of your mouth, unless you can show how without God you have access to these things, you're able to say a statement like that, and it is you being as you are a person who exists without God creating you to exist. Unless you yourself are able to come into existence like that, to make a statement like that, you have no basis of utilizing something like that without God. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, I don't think that really addresses this question, though, because...
It does. Because I told you before, the laws of logic are contingent upon God.
I can explain to you maybe why it doesn't, right? Because when these things are not truth apt, right, they would not be things that arise from the laws of logic. I mean, you use things that are logical, right? You go about, generating more sentences, phrases, whatever it is, things that are, either true or false, but these things aren't true or false.
Okay, so can the words that you're speaking to me right now be words and not words at the same time in the same way?
It's not that they're words and not words. It's that the words may not be able to be said to be true or false.
That's why I'm asking you, can they be words and not words that you're speaking to me right now in the same time, in the same place, in the same way?
That's not pertinent to the issue, right?
It would be, because if we're having a conversation, that will only make sense. Because I can say that the same words that I could speak to you right now could be translated like this: brown day, fast time, quicksand.
And so does that render a question something that is true or false, or a command something that is true or false?
If I said that these words, the words that I just spoke.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, the words that I just spoke were the same words that I spoke 2 minutes prior.
Is ouch true or false then?
I still think that some
Yes,
commands
ouch.
can actually be considered true. Let me give you an example, Mac, as well as Nadia. Nadia, you say that you're good with computers, so obviously you understand that computers require directives. They require commands, especially in DOS. If you put the incorrect or false command into your computer, it will not do what it is that you require it to do. You would have to put a true command in order to get the consequence or action from it.
Well, the sense in which you're deeming this command to be true or false is for the command to, I guess, serve some goal, and that's in turn the statement, well, does this command serve whatever goal? As opposed to the statement of the command itself.
Right, that's the whole point of a command. It is a directive, it is authoritative. The point of it is to reach a consequence or a benefit through it. That's what I think that Mac was trying to explain whenever he referred to God making a command, and through that command, everything within existence came into being. Am I right, Mac, or did I get that wrong?
No, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually deemed to be the command itself to which you refer. I think that's more of a serving a hypothetical imperative, or serving a purpose or a goal or whatever. And that kind of question is, it could be answered as true or false, is not a matter of the command itself, but asking, does this command serve that goal? Go ahead.
Can a person give a command and not be authoritative, an authority over something, or not be authoritative?
I don't think it matters for the purposes of the line of questioning I'm raising, and the purpose of the line of questioning I'm raising is to show that these human behaviors, etc., are not really necessarily true or false.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that now, would you?
Or sorry, not really necessarily logical or rational.
You wouldn't know that.
Well, I can know that. I can justify this quite readily in terms of the usual kinds of analyses of imperatives, interrogatives, and exclamations not being truth apt. Go ahead.
You said that these words themselves don't have any meaning, or you don't assign meaning to these words because they have intent. That would imply intentionality.
That's not an accurate characterization of why I wouldn't care to use meaning in any in-depth analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, so why do you say that words do not have meaning, yet you're using them to show meaning on something?
Well, because the conceptualization of meaning regarding what it is about words that allows us to communicate and all that is a poor conceptualization that has internal contradictions within it. Go ahead.
What are these internal contradictions?
Well, intentionality has some reliance on intention, and intention in turn has an embedded self-contradiction in its own conceptualization, resting upon, well, the I guess intending to intend, or regression on sort of the ultimacy of the origination of the intention.
Okay, you're not showing how it's a contradiction when when words themselves have an intention of meaning. All you're saying is that you don't like the origin of it, like where it will stem from.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, what's the contradiction? Because it's not sounding like one from your from what I heard from you.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll go.
Nadia, I don't understand the point. I mean, even if you wanted to go all night with this whole command thing, what does this have to do with what originally started with this about rationality and logic?
Oh, it has everything to do with it because, see, once these things are not within the realm of the truth apt, then they cannot be logical constructions, and so it would show that where humans are asking questions or giving commands, that logic is not being utilized for those processes.
Are you using logic to determine that?
It wouldn't matter if I were.
Actually, it would, because if you're not, then there's no point of engaging in a conversation with someone.
It wouldn't matter to the argument if I were.
Nadia, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. I don't think Mac's trying to be mean, but you're saying that you're making a rational argument about how rationality works without using rationality. It's my head's over here wanting to fall off and slap my own kneecap. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, what I might be saying is that I use a distinct kind of logic from the Aristotelian classical one in the course of my lines of reasoning. And so, for instance, I might appeal to epistemic, doxastic, deontic, and temporal modalities in the course of the discussion. Never mind, things on the order of degrees of confidence with respect to warrant, and never mind probabilities and all that. So, in the course of going about, say, questioning and commanding and exclaiming, one issues utterances that are not truth apt. Furthermore, I dare say, even within the course of rational discourse, that rationality is not entirely a guiding principle. For instance, when presented with a rebuttal to which you do not have a ready response, it is rare that people just flip on a dime. What is actually more typical is that people go about investigating and, well, in a sense, trying to rescue their position by, I don't know, some kind of additional research or bridging up other people's rebuttals. Where, well, in a strict sort of logical framework, you would actually flip on a dime. Anytime you didn't have a ready response to someone's rebuttal to your position, you would change your mind. So, I dare say that logic and rationality and such are not the be-all, end-all, even within the realm of putatively rational discourse.
So Nadia, so it would not matter if you were trying to engage in a conversation with a person who has Down syndrome? It wouldn't matter?
Might not be a very satisfying conversation.
Why not? They're being just as logical as you are.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I suspect.
Mac, I got one real quick for Nadia, just real fast, because I got to hear this now that you guys have put yourself in a really hot place. I'm going to love this. So is it logical and rational to claim that there is no God?
Beyond that, it's also true.
Oh, you hear that? Go to work, Mac.
there are no such things as gods, souls, afterlives, and Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, David, Saul, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, the Buddha, and I'll come up with a few other prophets shortly. Never existed. God?
Well, the last few that you said weren't prophets, but yeah.
Whatever. It's some other person's religion. I don't really. And I don't just deny Christianity. I deny, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam as well. God?
So how do you deny yourself?
Point out, Nadia, whenever you get an opportunity and you're not in one of these live hangouts to watch there's a film out there that was just done recently with scientists and documentary folks. I believe it's called the Evidence for the Exodus. And not only do they show evidence for this, but they actually show evidence for one of the figures that you just pointed out, Joseph. When you get time, because I know you're in the Google Hangouts a lot, and you don't really have time to look at like documentaries and evidence and all that kind of stuff.
Right. It has been proved that the Exodus never happened.
Well, actually, this is a recent film with scientists, archaeologists, those weird people who go to school and all that, and apparently they got some evidence for it.
And I'm sure it'll move up against any kind of critical examination. Furthermore, you've got a pretty complete list of Egyptian kings. There was no Egyptian king underwent any events remotely resembling the Exodus.
It's called Patterns of Evidence of the Exodus, and you can check it out. Big-time players are showing the evidence and the information. A lot of people have been turned on their ear because of this.
They're not big-time players. Name them.
I'm telling you, Patterns of Evidence. Check it out. You'll see for yourself.
Orenthal?
Let me get you a clip of this real quick so you can check it out when you have time. I know that you're in the live rooms a lot, but I'm going to give it to you anyway.
Yeah, he took the entire IDF across the desert and such, searching for evidence of the Exodus. In 1967. I mean, Egyptology had long since shown that there was no pharaoh that ever had anything like the 10 plagues, but even better, I mean, the desert has been scoured by the entire Israeli army.
Here you go. Bam! Right there. When you get about
And it's
2
also
hours
possible
of
that
time,
they're looking in the wrong place.
2 hours of pure evidence of the Exodus right there. Not only did they prove the Exodus, they also proved whenever the people ended up sitting there taking off from Egypt, they also showed before it, and even some of the figures with Abraham all the way up to it. Right in that thing. 2 hours of just solid evidence. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
You should bookmark that, man. Gotta get you excited.
Jesus Christ never either. So.
Now, I really do feel sorry that you actually believe that. Because I'm hoping, and I'm really hoping that the day that you actually meet him, is not too late.
There was never any historical presage about whom the Gospels were written.
That's fine if you believe that.
I don't know. It's not just something I believe, it's the fact of the matter.
It's not a fact of the matter. I'm telling you that right now.
No. What generally can't be seen is that the Gospels are unreliable. The external sources are do not actually specifically corroborate the historicity of the person. And last but not least,
I don't know if you guys realize this, I feel like I'm extremely lucky here. I really am. I am talking to the only rational, logical human being that has grasped reality on this Google Hangout right now named Nadia Chambers. The billions of people throughout time who've accepted that there's a God. Clearly, I'm only talking to the only rational, logical person. That's why I like you, Nadia. The only person I know.
No, I mean, it's pretty clear that logic and rationality are in direct opposition to any kind of idea there being such a thing as a God. And better yet, it's just the fact of reality. There are no such things.
Coming from a fallible being with fallible knowledge, yet trying to make statements about reality.
Fact of reality that there are no such things as gods. And in fact,
What is reality?
In order to even attempt to assert any of what you do. Go ahead.
Nadia, are you on your "there's no such thing as God's" kick again?
Yeah. I don't think I ever got off of it. So.
Yeah. Nobody takes that seriously.
Why not?
Because it's just not logic. It's just not a logical statement. In order for you to know that, you'd have to have omniscient knowledge in order to know that. And that's the argument I keep bringing up to people who make such statements.
Well, it's even worse for Nadia's case because Nadia says that Nadia has just fallible knowledge, not even infallible knowledge, just fallible.
Oh, wow. I mean, infallible knowledge either. And there's no meaning, right? So what the heck? Somebody just get two birds and point at one foot.
Is something other than what the conceptualization in terms of meaning is. Not so hard.
Nadia, if nothing has any kind of intrinsic meaning or purpose, no function, everything is predetermined, then why bother wasting time sitting here talking about useless, meaningless things for?
Just drown into the world of depression. That's pretty much where it leads.
See, I have a theory that atheism leads to nihilism.
What sort of nihilism?
The kind of nihilism where nothing matters, not even reality itself. It's all just going down the shitter anyway type of nihilism.
This is you, Nadia.
Value nihilism, but still.
This is you, Nadia. You look on your screen. This is you.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
That's you. Yeah.
How so?
Because.
Try me.
You say there is no gods, yet you have no omniscient knowledge of all that is, and you say there's no meaning in anything. So, nobody. Why should anybody take you seriously when you make statements like that? You're not able to validate any of these claims. So.
I did validate them.
No, you don't. You can't do it. How you do it with no meaning? There's no meaning.
Zach and Nadia, to give a more direct approach on it, real quick, to explain what I meant by nihilism. Often the belief that life is meaningless, and that's what I see a lot of atheists do. They take the meaning and suck it out like a vampire. That's what I see.
Existential nihilism.
So if there's no meaning...
I don't offer an alternative. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If there's no meaning, then why even have parameters if there's no accountability? Nothing. It has no purpose. Then why should an atheist give a damn about anything?
There is something there that people are trying to describe with the word meaning, the concept of meaning. But the concept of meaning is so deeply flawed that it cannot be applied to anything and with any kind of reality.
Because it's based on your understanding. That's why Proverbs 3 says, lean not to your understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him. You need to acknowledge God. You need to have the fear of the Lord. Without that, you don't have there's no basis for wisdom.
I'm sorry.
I said you need to have the fear of the Lord so that you can have at least the beginning of wisdom. Because without the fear of the Lord, there's no beginning of wisdom. That everything that you're saying out of your mouth is like just it's either contradiction after another, and it's just like one of those. It's like a ridiculous. It's like a ridiculous thing that you're saying out of your mouth, because at one side of out of your mouth you're saying that things have no have no intrinsic meaning, yet you're arguing you have argued with Becca before about words like objectivity and subjectivity, saying that these words have a meaning.
No, it's not. What saying that things that meaning is a bad conceptualization of what words and such actually have.
And I say that they're not, so who's right?
The thing is there, that the idea being used to describe it is bad. Go ahead.
Okay, and I can say every word that I can say the opposite of what you just said, and say that everything that you said was wrong. Who's right? You or me?
Oh, I am, of course.
Wow. Just right off the bat, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, based upon what?
Based upon the fact that I actually have like arguments for my what I'm saying and so on.
So you have an objective standard to basically judge between the two of us, that one of us is right and one of us is wrong.
Absolutely.
And where are you getting that from?
Well, if I got it from somewhere, it wouldn't be all that objective, would it?
No, it can still be objective.
Oh, well,
depends on where you got it from.
You know, I pointed out the definition of nihilism there, Mac and Nadia, but there's also the philosophical definition, which is extreme skepticism, maintaining that nothing in the world has a real existence. So even existence itself has no value, no meaning, is nothing. I mean, damn, how the hell does somebody wake up in the morning with that type of attitude, right?
I don't think anyone on the planet can be consistent with that. That is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Obama?
You're saying Obama is that?
No, she was looking at the screen. Now, Nadia, let me be clear. You need to listen to this. Look on your screen, and you're going to see just how erroneous your statements are. Look on your screen. Now, Nadia, let me be clear. This is an exact personification of what you are saying in this discussion. That's all.
I'm gonna do my Eddie Murphy impersonation when he laughs.
That was a really bad Obama impersonation. Just wanted to show that. I think I'm going to change my avatar to that, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's about time.
You think that, but doesn't make it actually apply. So.
Well, if there's no meaning, then you can't prove me wrong either.
Ooh.
Well, if you don't understand what it is, I say that.
Well, if there's no meaning, you can't prove
meaning. I'm sorry.
There's no meaning in anything. You can't prove that either.
If you don't really understand what I'm on about when I say meaning's a poor conceptualization of what words have.
Yeah, because
I don't think it does a whole lot to try to claim I'm shooting myself in the foot by it.
Yeah, because it's meaningless. That's why we're saying that we don't understand what the heck you're talking about, because it's meaningless.
You're shooting yourself in the foot when you are trying to bring correction or try to refute something someone is saying. If there is no meaning, it's just kind of you're just kind of talking to the wind. It's kind of arbitrary. It's kind of like when somebody who's in moral subjectivist and complains about the moral attributes of God in the Old Testament, It's kind of like that.
What do you mean?
I said it. What's that?
Oh, what do you take meaning to be?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
What do you take meaning to be?
Well, I would say meaning has to be something that is observed by the sentient mind, and I guess it would have to be representative of something else. So, but if it's going to be representative of something else, then there has to be an objective value to that meaning. So, in other words, I can't say to you that I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something crazy.
An objective value to the meaning? What?
Yeah, I would say it has to have an objective value to it in order for it to have meaning. In other words, we could look at the thing and say that it actually represents something. Something, because this means this. Well, how do we know it means this? Because we can.
That's what to who?
I tell you what, there, Veckel, Nadia is probably not going to like the definition of meaning on this. Listen to this. This is a bit rough.
Okay.
The logical connotation of a word or phrase. The logical denotion or extension of a word or phrase. And of course, there's more of a philosophical meaning, like intrinsic meaning and purpose, function behind things. But it would require logic in order to have the meaning. If the logic isn't there, then the meaning is meaningless, right?
So that's close to what I was saying, I guess. So I guess I wasn't too far off. I mean, I could say
did good.
2 plus 2 means 4. There's 4 something. Me talking to you means that there's communication between the two of us.
That would be an axiomatic semantics.
Well, okay.
Semantics. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I would say purpose, though. Meaning comes with a purpose. What is the meaning of me going to the store? Is to for this and this and this. So there's a meaning while I'm going to the store. There's a meaning for engaging in conversation. There's a meaning for such and such and such. No matter how trivial it is, there's always a meaning. Well, I don't know. There's some things that just don't have any meaning to it, like why certain people make videos here on YouTube. I don't think they have any meaning to some of them.
Does ouch have a meaning?
Does ouch have a meaning?
Mm-hmm.
I would say meaning in what sense? Like if in an observational manner, you could say that means that when somebody says ouch, that means something hurts that person. If that's the way you're looking at it, I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Well, that works too, according to the definition. The idea that is expressed in a work or writing or expressed by using words, an idea. Somebody's hurting, well, it's basically your way of saying, "Ow, I'm hurting, ow."
Right. Right. But as compared to the meaning of life or the meaning of preaching the gospel, the meaning of engaging in conversation with people, that's a different kind of meaning than you pricking your finger or stubbing your toe, something like that.
Well, I'm curious because because I want to change the topic real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
To see, I want to ask Nadia this question. Nadia, who is the God of the Bible and what is his character?
Yes, and don't talk about Carl Sagan. Excuse me. That definitely
retarded, man. Oh,
As Ken Hovind did that.
uh, oh man, that was a good one though. That was a good one.
It is funny.
Nadia.
She can't talk because there's no meaning in talking.
Oh, that would actually be like the only consistent thing that Nadia's done all day.
You say meaning is
Oh, there is meaning.
kind of objective value to things or whatever?
Be right back.
Well, that was for Veckel, but okay. I have a counterexample.
Well, how are you going to have a counterexample? Usually there's either objective or subjective meaning.
How so?
Well, there's a subjective in the sense where someone expresses an opinion about the value that they put on someone or something, and then objective would be up there pretty close with correlation of intrinsic, which is something that would be considered like a universal truth.
How does objectivity correlate to, well, intrinsicity or whatever it is?
Here, let me show you what I'm talking about here real quick. Got my little dictionary open. And put this, convey this idea better like that of an ouch, as you put it. Let's see.
I would, though, question a bit.
All right, let's see. Simple definition of objective: based on facts rather than feelings or opinions, not influenced by feelings. All right, is it a fact that the universe exists? Is that subjective or objective?
I don't think it's something that's apt to those descriptions.
Well, the description I just gave you was directly out of the dictionary. See, I realize atheists hate the damn dictionary, but that's what it says.
I meant apt to the descriptions as being subjective or objective.
You do agree that there is truth in things, whether someone desires it or feels it, right?
What do you mean?
Well, like for instance, if I say Nadia exists, is this my subjective opinion that she exists, or do you actually exist?
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Okay, so you're not sure if you actually exist or not. Are we in the Matrix and you're Keanu Reeves? Is that what you're getting at?
No, but I mean, it would be more of a both and instead of a either or.
Someone send Nadia a flip phone.
You see what I'm saying here, Mac? I mean, I'm saying to Nadia, do you even exist? And she's not even sure on that. So I don't even know where the hell to go from there. Somebody doesn't even believe they exist, that they're nothing but a dream. What the hell are you going to do with these people?
I mean, subjective opinions can be true.
But don't you find it kind of weird? There's kind of a philosophical thing here. If an atheist can't even approve of their own existence, of course they're going to have a difficult time with God's.
No, but it's even worse is that they're not even consistent in their own worldview, because if they can't even be justified in their own existence, how can they talk about the existence of a being that they don't even know exists? Is saying that he's supposedly doing acts that are like so harmful to society, so evil, and all these things, and why did he kill all these people? Like, what are you complaining about? You don't know you exist. You don't even know if that was real or not.
Well, it didn't say that I didn't exist. And did you catch what I actually did say?
I heard
like
you
you.
said it's not mutually exclusive, and I'm
Right.
asking you, is it objective that you exist, that you
I
are
said it
real?
was, that it could be your subjective opinion and an actual fact at the same time.
All right, explain how you can exist and not exist at the same time. I'm all ears.
How would it be related to the question of whether subjective opinions can be true?
Did you
Because
have
you don't have.
a definition of objective based upon facts rather than feelings or opinions? It is not
Right.
my opinion or my emotional desire for you to exist, therefore you exist only in the delusion of my mind. You exist because you exist.
Yeah, you could say, yeah, in my opinion, these, say some, I don't know, model of toothbrush is better at cleaning plaque. Yeah, it could be true that, that model of toothbrush actually does clean plaque the best.
Nadia, your eyes are kind of crossing and drooping. It's obvious that you're very tired, so I will forgive you and be patient and endure it. But I'm going to have me a cigarette.
All right. Well, I still have that counterexample for Veckel if you ever actually get back. Actually, I should get an incognito version of all this going. Okay. Oops. I must increase my bust. Here we go. Veckel, are you back yet? I had a counterexample for Veckel about the objectivity of meaning.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I have a counterexample for you.
Counterexample for
Your ideas about meaning being objective.
about meaning. We were talking about meaning, right?
Yeah.
You have to remind me exactly what I said, but go ahead.
I think you said meanings were objective.
I say objectively speaking, they meanings represent something else.
All right.
So I'm not saying that the meanings themselves are objective. I'm just saying that objectively, outside of that, the term meaning, everything has a meaning, whether we disagree with what we're observing or not is irrelevant. The fact that something represents something that's true in and of itself. Something means something.
Well, there's a joke that gives you an idea. Meaning might not be entirely
objective. Granted, you hedged it a bit, so well, see how it carries over. So Spaniard went out for vacation in Paris, and well, he was I don't know, sipping tea or whatever at some kind of sidewalk cafe. And on the other side of the street, a young couple was, well, walking over a vent, and it, well, blew the skirt of the young girl up and such. Speaking of 20s, young as in 20s. So, oh, she was all embarrassed and blushed. And her boyfriend said, "C'est la vie." The Spaniard at that point stands up and points and shouts, "C'est la vie también."
Okay.
I don't understand the joke.
I think I missed something because.
Well, in French, "c'est la vie" is "that's life."
Right.
In Spanish, "c'est la vie" is "I saw it."
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay.
Wait.
Is two.
Hold on. But we're talking about like a miscommunication between the Spaniard and the you said the Spaniard and French, the Spanish and French.
Well, in a way, but
and a French person.
It gives you the idea, right?
I mean, they're still meaning they're still meaning in the language and what they're saying. It's just that because they have two different languages that mean something different, it's like they were talking past each other. So unless you have a language to where it's both agreed upon, that to where the French understands the person speaking in Spanish, then that's when this is, oh, okay, I understand what you were saying, even though I understand in my language I was saying something totally different.
And there's still meaning behind that too. I mean,
right? Yeah, I don't see how you countered against Vecco here.
Yeah, I mean, if I say something in Chinese to somebody in here, and none of you speak Chinese, that doesn't mean that what I'm saying is not is meaningless. It may be meaningless to speak to people who don't speak that language, yeah, but it doesn't mean that the language in and of itself is meaningless. And that's why I would say there are some things that are meaningless, yes, but not.
It would be meaningless to the person hearing it, though, wouldn't it, Vac?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, like I was saying, there are some things.
So there's a relativism to this.
There are some things in this world that are meaningless, like like the example I just pointed out. It'd be meaningless for me to speak Chinese to people who don't even know Chinese.
Well,
get them to do something.
But we're talking about objectivity here. So if a person is communicating something, even though that person does not understand it, does not take away the meaning behind what that person who cannot understand the other person is saying. There's still meaning behind it. It's not taking away anything.
I've got another one then. So I guess
yeah, I just don't buy
walking around Berlin and such. One says, yeah, it starts to maybe sprinkle or whatever, and one says the other, "Ich hasse den Regen," and the other one says back, "Ja, ich hasse Regen auch."
No, did you seriously just repeat offender?
Did I just seriously what?
Did you just seriously repeat everything that we just said was kind of, I don't know, meaningless because you're not taking away what Vecco's point?
No.
Well, it sounds like you're doing the exact same thing that you did in the first example.
It's German both times.
right? But how does that okay? The whole point of you saying that you had a counter argument against Vecco is that there is something that there's a way that meaning cannot have any objectivity.
Yeah.
But you're not showing that when you're clearly showing that the words that someone's speaking in German has objectivity in what the actual words, what the meaning actually is that they're saying out of their mouths.
Well, the trick is, right, they could actually intend to, and never mind that intention isn't a real thing. They could actually, like, be secretly saying one thing to one group of people, and, well, one thing to another. I mean, so for instance, if you wanted to, I don't know, tell somebody you saw it, maybe, just kind of cover it up as that's life to everybody else. And the person you wanted to give the message to and speak Spanish, and the others, I guess, speak French. Well, c'est la vie sounds pretty useful, right? And, if you maybe don't want to make it too overt that you're not a big fan of Ronald Reagan, and just so happen to be speaking German. Yeah, ich hasse Reagan. There you go. You hate Reagan, but in German, Reagan sounds the same as Reagan. Right?
So there's meaning behind pretty much every word that's being spoken out of someone's mouth.
That's not what I said, but anyway.
I mean, essentially, that's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to get you to say, that something can not have meaning. That's what your counter argument is supposed to be.
No. The counter argument is supposed to be that it can mean different things to different people.
Well, we know. Wait, we know that though. Wait, that's not an issue though.
Well, it need not be a mistake either, right? Dog whistle politics, right?
Hold on. I'm confused here because if my memory serves me right, as far as you talking with Veckel, you were supposed to have a counter. You were supposed to have an argument against Veckel as far as something having no meaning, not essentially words possibly in a different language can be said the same way but mean something totally different.
No, it was against objectivity.
How? Okay. How is it against objectivity though?
Well, to one person, the sound "c'est la vie" means that's life, and to another it means I saw it.
Okay, hold on. This is how. Okay, because this is how I can change that. I can rephrase that and show you how it's still objective. Here's how. In this language, in the person speaking Spanish, this is objectively true. In this quote unquote, if I say sí, it means yes. That's what that means. If I say sí, in my language, it means a letter. They sound the same, and it's objectively true that they sound the same. It's objectively true that in their language, this means an actual word, yes. It means in our language, yes. But in our language, it means only a letter. It's objectively true that they're both true. It's just that it's also objectively true that depending upon the language, that the meanings change. It's still objective, though.
That's the point. So
it's still objective.
You're adding my point.
No, I'm not. Because you're saying it wouldn't be objective.
Yeah, it's not objective. It's
That is objective because if we're going by the English, let's say we're going by the English language, and when someone says "see" to me, it means a letter. It doesn't mean another word in my language. Again, is it objectively true that "see" is regardless if that person believes that is the case, regardless if I believe it, that it is an actual letter in my language, is that objectively true? Yes.
yeah. Well, let's say that somebody wanted to use the same utterance to convey one message to some people and another to some others.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they use this kind of process?
You said why can't they do what?
Why can't they use this kind of process?
Because you're talking about a conflict of languages here. If the other group cannot understand, if you're talking about if you're trying to send a message that one group understands but the other one does not, or that they both get it, they both get the same message, but one understands it totally different than the other, then again, is it objectively true that you sent the message that actually has an objective meaning? Yes. But to the group who's reading it, if they do not...
Which of the two or more meanings is objective?
Which of the what?
Two or more meanings is objective.
The person who sent the message would have the objective meaning. Not necessarily the person reading it.
Send both messages to all the different audiences at once.
Let's say you have two groups. You have one that's the same group you spoke before. Someone sends a message in their language to where you got the French and the Spanish, and you got them saying this. The person who sent the message has the same word, is using the same word. Okay, so which of them have the objective meaning? Well, unless the person shows who is right, you can't really tell. It is true. It is objectively true that they both have that the message is the same and everything, and that one is conveying a meaning. But
meant for one group to get one message and one group to get the other. Well, they both get the message that the author intended to relate to them. Okay.
Yeah, but they would not know it. They would not know if the author intended for that message to be relayed to them in that way, unless he reveals that to them.
Really?
Yes, really. Because again, if I go onto a message that says put the put on your you know what? No. Dang, I don't really know much languages here. But if you put on the language that means the same, that has different meanings, but is uttered the same way to two different groups, unless the person who sent the message reveals it to them what that meaning is, the two groups are left with their own interpretation of what this message means. They have a subjective understanding of what the message means to them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you do.
Okay. And if the author means that both, get a different message, then what?
What do you mean if the author means for them to both get a different message?
Oh, and also, welcome, Evolution. Very good to have you on again. Although, I tell you, I'm pretty sure evolution is true.
Ah ha ha. Ah ha. Play on words.
You don't think evolution happens either?
It depends on what you're talking about.
Well, from goo to you via the zoo. How about that one?
Oh yeah. Heck no.
Okay. That's kind of funny.
How you said that was kind of funny. I thought that was some hillbilly connotation right there. That sounded sounded like you borrowed it from him, because that's the only way. That sounds similar to what he would say.
Yeah. Yep. From goo to me via the zoo. That's pretty much how it'll happen. So I think.
Hey, I'm back real quick. I saw that. I heard that Evolution False was here. So yeah, I see him in the room. Hey, can you chat for a bit? Can you unmute? I have a question for you. If you can.
Dun dun dun. No, I'm kidding. You're not in trouble, man.
Where is it?
I'm being dumb.
Hey, Evolution, can you talk? See, this should tell you something, folks. If Evolution can't respond, that means it's not true. That's wrong. Evolution is false. I'm talking to Evolution, and it's not responding. And
Echo. You're retarded, man.
That's deep. That's deep. That's deep.
You're retarded. So retarded. Oh.
Nah, just kidding. Hey, but seriously, Evolution, can you talk? I have a question for you, real quick. Is he can he unmute, or maybe he's got some mic issues or something? All right.
I'd like to hear his thoughts about the rising star anthropological find in Africa.
The rising star of what?
It's a anthropological find about Australopiths they found in this cave in South Africa, I believe. There's a PBS special on it. It's awesome.
Oh, they found some more old people?
Oh, he left. Dang. Maybe he's having some technical issues.
They probably found some more old people with arthritis.
Yeah.
They was de-evolving. It's like, who's that Pokemon?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Some strange people out there, but to say that they evolved from something, I don't know.
You know, it looks, and you know, I would have to give it up to the evolution community on this aspect. They know how to make that stuff look good when they put that through computer animation, and there's like no fossil record to back it up. I'm just saying, it looks so freaking awesome when you have the computer graphics doing all of your homework for you to give that little magic, you know. And Shaka Zulu, boom! It turned into a whale. The magic, I tell you, the magic.
Shaka Zulu.
Shaka Zulu.
It's still available to streaming. Links on the side.
Yeah, Shaka Zulu was.
Yeah, the only reason I said that is because I can only do black magic. I can't do white magic. It's totally beyond me.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
That's some voodoo shit.
Shaka Zulu.
Shaka Zulu.
I don't know. Everybody I knew was more into Umbanda than Macumba, so yeah. What I know.
Nadia, see, this is why I'm glad, Nadia, that you do these hangouts and that you don't have cable, because I tell you right now, because if you would watch some of these shows about quote unquote black magic, like, because I don't know if you ever heard of this TV show called The Horror Story.
Okay.
The Horror Story?
Yes.
I've never heard of it.
You never heard of it?
No.
Good. Don't watch it. I'm telling you right now.
Too late
That
now.
thing.
I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, don't watch it. It
I do like
has
the
a
70s blaxploitation films. Some of those
No.
films are great.
no. It's a
Classic.
recent TV show.
Roadhouse. Awesome.
Oh.
Happy New Year, Evolution.
Remember Shaft? That guy was awesome.
I'm still evolving.
Hey, evolution is false. Can you?
Oh, wow.
He said his thoughts on evolution are changing. You mean they're evolving?
Absolutely.
It doesn't. Can you get on the mic? Evolution false?
Oh, he was saying he didn't have a mic.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay. Well, real quick, I wanted to ask Evolution False. When, if you can type on the side chat, when is the absolute best time to get you in a hangout for that that discussion about Luke 2? You could put on the side chat. Tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow is good. All right, that'd be great. All right, what time? What time would be good? Central. Okay, so that would be 1 o'clock my time. Okay. All right. We could try. It doesn't even have to be a very long conversation either. I just wanted to hear both sides of this discussion.
Is it a discussion about evolution?
Okay, so I guess he wants to talk about evolution. He says that he thinks evolution may be true. Okay. Well, I'm out of that conversation because I can only ask questions. So.
That's excellent news.
Well, I guess people are willing to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the. You know what? Dang it! I just realized. I need to buy that BBC episode of Walking with Dinosaurs so I can. That's what you got to see, Vecco. That's where the magic comes in. Like it gives you step by step in computer animation on how this four-legged dinosaur began to walk on 2 legs, then it came back to walking on 4 legs, then it grew feathers out of its front legs and its back legs, and it shrunk 10 sizes. It's amazing. You see so much evolution happening.
10 sizes.
Say what?
What happened?
I need to shrink 10 sizes.
Oh, you shrunk. You say you need to shrink in sizes?
10 sizes, yes.
Well, Nadia, I mean, you are a heavyweight. I mean, you're 6'1". I mean, you could if you was if you were still a man, I'm pretty sure you can win the heavyweight title at least. The middleweight title.
And I'm like probably under 200 pounds. So.
I'm saying Nadia, you could be winning us some money when every time I bet on you to win in a fight. I mean, I don't see why you just. I mean, look at Layla Ali. She don't deny it. I mean, she doesn't deny the man that she. No, I'm kidding. I ain't gonna go that with Layla. She's hot. She's.
Who?
Layla Ali.
I don't know who that is.
Muhammad Ali's daughter.
Oh, okay.
She's a female boxer.
Yep. By the way, I put the link in the sidebar for everyone. Oh wait, Mac, do you need that on your phone?
Yep.
Okay.
Cutting out on that internet cost, son. Walmart is holding back on me. They say you was using our dial-up too much, so we're gonna have to take it back. It's kind of mad about that. I need my dial-up. I knew Vecco was gonna say something. Shut up, Vecco.
That's right. You're the one that got the bike hooked up to the computer.